Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku Had a Puppeteer Quirk story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Ever since he could remember, dolls were something Izuku was fascinated by. He could never explain it, at least for the first 5 years of his life, and no one else could until then. The way they reflected life as closely as possible, some in their appearance, some in their movements, but what the child then loved most about them was how, at certain angles, you could almost tell they were alive. Of course they never are. Just wood and plastic shells, and even then there was nothing to fill them, at least until he got his quirk. Before then, however, Izuku always wanted them, and despite how weird she thought it was, 𝐭𝐽 would give him what he wanted. After all, it was harmless, wasn't it? At least it should be harmless, but ask Izuku's father, Hisoshi, and you'd get a different answer. He hated the dolls. Maybe it was because it was considered girly, or maybe it's because he thought it made the boy soft, but whether it was or not didn't excuse how violent he'd get when he'd find Izuku with one. It wasn't as if Izuku was having tea parties or anything like that, though even then that shouldn't be a problem. He just enjoyed how he could shape them, mold them, almost especially the more free-jointed ones, to look and pose like his favorite heroes. Endeavor, Ectoplasm, Gang Orca, All Might. Any time one of those heroes made the news, especially All Might, he would pose his dolls like them, move like them, as if he was fighting the same villains from their perspective. It was what every kid did, and yes, there were action figures, but they never gave the fluidity of movement like a puppet or doll did. When he made them act like heroes, he wanted it to be exact, and when they couldn't, it was like he was restrained. He enjoys watching heroes fight on his computer, and making the puppets twist and turn just like them was something he loved, especially when he can mimic their fighting styles and moves perfectly. This of course made Hisoshi more annoyed. While he would bash tables and shout, he'd never hit. Maybe it was because he didn't have the courage to hit his own child, though in hindsight, it was likely because of the fear of any bruises Izuku got being used against him. There were times he came close though. A harsh grasp on his arm, dragging him out of his room down to 𝐭𝐽, where the two would shout at each other for what felt like forever, the two parents practically pulling their child apart to get them out of the other's hands. Izuku hated shouting. He hated arguing. He learned to just be quiet when Hisoshi was around, and that was often. He didn't want to say or do anything that might get his dolls taken away again or push the man to finally hit him, so he learned to just hide it. But it wasn't just him he hid his favorite thing from. Kaken always made fun of him for liking dolls for the same reason Hisoshi hated it. It was annoying, the jeering, the insults, and especially when his precious friends get taken from him. He'd give them back, but it wasn't out of kindness, more due to Aunt Misuki forcing him to give them back. Even then it seemed that the only person in Izuku's small world that didn't shout at him, hurt him, or insult him for his interest was his mother. 𝐭𝐽 hadn't originally planned to love Izuku as much as she did, though she would never admit that. When she married Hisoshi, she knew who he was, the leader of an organized crime group called the Dragon's Roar. She knew how ruthless the man she fell in love with could be, and when she became betrothed to him, she knew that whatever child she had would follow in his footsteps. She knew that whoever she was going to mother into this world would forever be the child of a mafia boss, and all the pros and cons with it. She accepted it, she really did, until she finally met that child and her whole world came apart. He looked almost nothing like his father besides the freckles and the fluffy hair. It was almost unbelievable if it wasn't for the DNA test Hisoshi insisted. 𝐭𝐽 took it for him. She did a lot of questionable things for him, and in retrospect that should have told her that you can't have a happy life with a man like that, but what can she say? Love can turn people blind, especially if you were estranged from a loveless family. When she had Izuku and watched the boy grow up to be so kind, so gentle just like her, she knew he couldn't follow in Hisoshi's footsteps. The thought got worse when she watched what should be the time for a child to be, well, childish, instead be about tiptoeing around the house and never talking when it was anyone other than her, Mitsuki or Masaru. Even around her nephew, Izuku always kept quiet as a mouse. And who could blame him? Hisoshi had gotten scarier over the years, and it was making her have second thoughts about everything. Except Izuku, never about Izuku. She didn't even know why he was upset. She knew he had old-fashioned values, but she thought he'd be able to change for his son. And even then it wasn't as if it was only Izuku. It wasn't as if she couldn't have another child even though she would likely get just as attached, so watching this change in Hisoshi, the same Hisoshi who was so charming and loving when they first met. It all started to come to a head on that day. Izuku was in his room, playing in silence with the newest doll. Inko snuck past Hisoshi. It was made of plastic and looked like a butler, suit and all. The boy had his computer on, showing him All Might's latest fight where he took down a villain whose quirk made him look like a giant ball. He was pausing the video constantly, reposing the doll to match the hero's movements, frame by frame, when he got frustrated over a particular move that was too blurry to follow along with exactly. "Is that a Texas smash or a Nebraska smash?" the boy whispered to himself. He reposed the doll for both, and while they were mostly the same, the angle on the arm was different. "It doesn't look like his arm is spinning, but then there's still the wind blast," he muttered more, getting annoyed when he couldn't figure out how to have the move mimicked exactly. If only you could move on your own. The boy's fingers clamped down on the arm of the figure. Once more and continued to pull the limb into the right place, always over or under calculating just how far it was. And just when he got it right, "Izuku!" Hisoshi shouted from the stairs as he climbed them. The child snapped out of his state of focus and hurried to hide the doll, straightening it out and running to put it away, but he was too slow. Hisoshi opened the door and looked in to see Izuku tucking the mini butler behind his dresser, earning the burning ire of his father. "Give that here," he yelled, storming over and grabbing Izuku's arm. He yanked him to the side whilst he grasped for the doll, almost knocking over the dresser as he did. He had the poor doll in his hands, nearly crushing it. Izuku almost crashed onto the floor but was held up only by Hisoshi's painful grip on his forearm. As soon as the man got a look at the doll in his hands, his neck snapped to face his son, his face twisted in anger and frustration. "What did I tell you about playing with these things?" He pulled on his arm slightly, lifting Izuku up and no doubt leaving bruises that'd have to be hidden later. Izuku said nothing, just looked down and fought violently the urge to cry out, a burning sensation in the back of his throat where the cry was caught. Hisoshi glared down at the child, growing more angry with every second there was no response. He dragged the child out of the room, stumbling but not allowed to stop even when he was bashing against the wooden railing down the stairs. Izuku kept deathly quiet, even through the stinging pain, not wanting to upset him even more. Inko was at the foot of the steps and reached for her son to try and pull him away, but this time Hisoshi has had enough of this back and forth. He punched her with the hand holding the doll, sending her stumbling, catching the wall with her hands to keep herself up. The yelp was even louder than his footsteps as Hisoshi kept going until he reached the kitchen. There, still holding Izuku, he took out a hammer from the cabinet they kept their tools and pulled them both to the dinner table. Izuku hated this. He really hated this. He just wanted this to stop. He always hated when Hisoshi got angry, and now he was twice as scared when he saw Mama get hit. He was scared it would happen to him. How badly it would hurt if he used that hammer. At the dinner table, Hisoshi threw the doll down and forced Izuku to watch as he, with fury and rage in his eyes, winded up to swing down on it. "If I catch you with these things again, Izuku, this is what'll happen to you," and he swung, hard and fast, causing the boy to squeak and shut his eyes and desperately think about anything but right now. He thought of All Might coming in and saving him and his mother. He thought of him beating Hisoshi to a pulp. He thought of how he would do it, what moves he would need to do. Surely he would need to do 100 Detroit smashes to stop him. The loud bang of a hammer came down again and again, surely crushing the doll to bits, but the boy didn't want to look because of Hisoshi's threat. He didn't want to imagine that doll being him or Mama. 3 bashes in, Hisoshi sounded more and more frustrated before a confused sound wormed its way out of his mouth. "What?" he uttered, then a yell as his grasp on Izuku fell. "Ah! Get off me!" Izuku opened his eyes fast. Did All Might really come? He immediately turned to his father, who was grasping at his face where the doll was now clinging onto, punching the bridge of his nose over and over again, just like how Izuku would imagine All Might would. Hisoshi stumbled back, dropping the hammer and grabbing the doll to try and pry it off, all the while Izuku watched in awe. After what felt like a minute of struggling, the doll was finally off and was thrown to the floor. The doll stood up, ready to keep fighting as it crouched down just like All Might and leapt up, its light body launching and delivering a perfect miniature Texas smash to Hisoshi's face, shattering the doll's arm and sending him stumbling back a couple steps to the floor. The doll landed back on the floor, still in a fighting stance for a moment before collapsing to the ground. Inanimate and missing an arm, a clear liquid leaking from its stump. Izuku just stared at the doll, eyes still wide and mouth slightly open. Hisoshi scrambled up, bruised nose and hands scraped from crashing on the floor. They both kept their eyes on the doll along with 𝐭𝐽, who just now joined them. They were expecting it to come back up and fight more, but it just laid there, silent. The moment lasted for a couple seconds before the sounds of crashing was heard as both adults turned to see Izuku collapsing face first into the floor, his world spinning and dizzying, a painfully loud ringing in his ears that ended with him blacking out entirely. Izuku slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a hospital room in the children's ward. It made him panic for a moment when he couldn't see anyone until his vision focused and could see 𝐭𝐽 draped over his bed, eyes closed and sleeping. He had an IV drip in his arm as well as a monitor with numbers the boy could never guess what for. Despite this though, he felt alright. 𝐭𝐽 stirred awake when Izuku shifted his legs and the mother burst into tears as she wrapped her around her son and looked him over to see how he was. All the while apologies spilled from her mouth. "I'm sorry Izuku, I'm sorry baby," she sobbed. "I'll make this right. I promise I'll make this right." She was crying so much that Izuku cried too. Her face had a bandage where she was punched, all because he couldn't keep quiet about what he wanted. He couldn't just listen to Hisoshi and be obedient even when he really had nothing else he wanted to do besides watching hero fights all day. "I'll leave him. I promise I'll leave him and we never have to worry about anything again." She vowed, and he understood. She's talking about not going back to Hisoshi. But will they really be fine if they do this? Izuku's heard from other kids about something parents do called divorce, and it didn't seem to end well most of the time, at least from what he heard. But she seemed so sure and determined, then it had to be a good thing, right? From what he heard, the problem with divorce is watching your parents come apart, but Izuku is fine with that as long as he can stay with Mama. As long as he's with her, and not Hisoshi, he won't have to sneak around behind his back anymore. "Excuse me, Mrs. Midoriya." Both Izuku and 𝐭𝐽 turned to see a doctor had come into the ward and stepped up to them, closing the curtains to get some privacy in the room. 𝐭𝐽 brushed the tears out of her eyes but didn't leave Izuku's side, holding his hand tightly but in a good way to the boy. "Dr. Hino, is Izuku all right?" 𝐭𝐽 asked urgently. The doctor in question was a tall and spindly woman with red skin that made her look really sunburnt. Her face had a neutral expression, clearly keeping professional so as not to concern or promise anything to them with a smile. "Yes. For the most part he is fine. He had only experienced quirk exhaustion," she explained, still keeping the expressionless face she had before. "Exhaustion?" 𝐭𝐽 questioned. "Yes. We've already informed your husband over the phone, but it seems Izuku's quirk has manifested," she elaborated. Hisoshi had to leave because of some work commitments but clearly wanted to stay, both for what 𝐭𝐽 had also assumed about Izuku's quirk manifesting but also the fear of the bruises on Izuku's arm being noticed. Fortunately for him on the latter, it wasn't. Izuku's quirk seems to allow him to control inanimate objects like they are puppets by injecting them with his spinal fluid through his fingers. We aren't sure of the limit, but one limit we are sure of is the duration. Is the more fluid inside them, the longer he can control them. She explained more. When he uses his quirk, it starts to drain his own spinal fluid, most likely in whatever use it is used for. This would normally be extremely detrimental, but it appears that a mutation in Izuku's spine allows him to regenerate this fluid faster than normal. 𝐭𝐽 nodded along with the explanation whilst Izuku couldn't help but be enraptured by it. He has a quirk. And a powerful one, he thinks. After all, he hurt Hisoshi, didn't he? Izuku looked down at his hands. They had certainly changed slightly. It was hard to notice at first, but there were tiny hairs on the tips of his fingers that seemed to be where the fluid gets pumped out. Ideas began to run through him as he thought more about his new quirk, but they were put on pause as the doctor revealed more. The doctor continued to explain his quirk more from what he imagined was from another doctor with a quirk that reads other quirks. Apparently, the puppet object cannot act on its own and needs constant input from the user to work, input that can be done remotely. What that meant, though, needed to be explored. The more the doctor explained, the more excited Izuku got and the more scared 𝐭𝐽 got. Izuku could make his dolls move how he wanted without having to shift them bit by bit. He could just imagine what he wanted and they'd match what he thought. He could clearly make them fight as well, and with this he could surely be a hero, can't he? Maybe even one as good as 𝐭𝐴 was panicking in her mind. According to the quirk analysis, Izuku's limit was going to get stronger as he got older, allowing him more and more control. This quirk is powerful. Very powerful. And Hisoshi has likely noticed it. A small doll was able to punch a grown man and send him stumbling back. Imagine if something human-sized did that. Or something even bigger. He wasn't going to let Izuku go, even if she divorced him. He wasn't going to let him go and maybe even hurt her to get him. She's already seen him do that. He could easily make her disappear and take Izuku all for himself. All of her second guesses from before had become assurances that she needed to get them as far away from Hisoshi as she could, and fast too. As if her greatest fear was realized, the doctor mentioned that Hisoshi said he would arrive soon, meaning she didn't have long to come up with a plan. Not only that, but Izuku was apparently well enough to be discharged, so there was no hiding in the hospital. Once the doctor left, a nurse came in to help them remove the tubing and monitors. 𝐭𝐴 then filed out the paperwork to take Izuku out of the hospital and rushed to the nearest hotel she could find to hide in. Once they got a hotel room, 𝐭𝐴 left Izuku there whilst she used a payphone to call the police. "Hello, Musutafu Police Department," the voice on the other end asked. Hello. I need to talk to a detective, anyone. I need to," she paused, rethinking whether or not she was really going to risk this. If she were to stay, the one with the biggest risk was Izuku, but if she did this, Hisoshi was going to want to kill her for going against him. The only way she can avoid that is if... "Need what?" the voice on the other end sounded. Yes, sorry. I need my son and I to be protected. I have information on the Dragon's Roar and we need protection from my husband." She continued, voice shaky but determined. "Alright, we'll redirect you to a detective on that case." The connection stuttered for a few seconds before a different voice picked it up. Tsukochi had a pretty good day, all things considered. Between having to deal with criminal gangs, villains and general emergencies, he was normally swamped with work to the point he was tempted to have an 4 drip filled with caffeine in him, but right now things were calm. He just wrapped up a case involving a drag bust and was still feeling the high of justice served when he got a call saying that there was someone reaching out to him about the Dragon's Roar needing witness protection. The Dragon's Roar was one of the most massive criminal organizations in Tokyo, mostly due to the absurd amount of members and reach the organization has. Taking them down was like fighting an actual dragon, or maybe more of a hydra, given no matter how many operations they shut down, there's just more and more. They mostly dealt with drags, both the narcotic kind and trigger. Their structure was very loose, and communication between the higher-ups and the grunts was even looser, making any kind of progress on stopping them difficult. The only unifying factor between them all were the mandatory tattoos of a Western dragon all members needed to get to show they are a part of them. Naturally, the Dragon's Roar case has mostly been one where lucky breaks were needed to get any true progress outside of stomping out their latest expansion. This came mostly in informants or accidents where a higher-up just so happened to be present during a bust. But no matter how many dragons they cut down, they found nothing about the real upper crust in their organization. So naturally he took the call immediately, grabbing a notepad and pen to write down what he got. "Hello," he asked on the phone, "my name is Detective Tsukochi. I was told you had some important information on the Dragon's Roar." "Yes," the voice on the other end said. It was the shaky voice of a woman, who was clearly nervous about talking. "I have crucial information on the Dragon's Roar, but I need help." "Of course. Are you in any immediate danger?" he questioned, keeping calm so as not to scare the caller. "Yes, my husband, if he finds out I'm doing this," she paused. "We need to be protected. I can't say more until we're safe." "Okay. Can you at least tell me your name and who you are and who else is with you?" he instructed. "𝐭𝐴 Midoriya. I'm at the Fujikawa Hotel in Musutafu with my son. My husband is going to arrive here any minute," she explained, but not before a moment of contemplation. "All right, Midoriya, we'll send someone there now. Are you staying in a room there?" "Yes. 206. She answered, sure of what he was implying with that question. "Thank you." Please go to your room and stay there until someone reaches you. He instructed further, hearing 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's voice get more relaxed but still stressed. All right. He's really dangerous, she warned before hanging up the payphone. Immediately 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 checked the time. It was almost 10, meaning that he would be starting work around now. After making sure everything was written down, he grabbed his own phone and called the hero who was likely closest to the hotel right now. Aizawa. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 called. The night just started, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. What is it? The bland voice on the other end groaned. We have someone in need of witness protection, something about the dragon's roar. From what I can tell, it's urgent. The detective explained. Where is it? Aizawa questioned, much more attentively now that the word urgent was mentioned. Fujikawa Hotel. Room 206. I'm heading there myself. He answered, grabbing his beige coat and fedora and heading out the door. Do you think this has something to do with someone important in the dragon's roar? Aizawa guessed. Yes. From what I can tell, they're a mother hiding from her husband with her kid. Husband is expected to be dangerous. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 drove in his car, sirens off, towards the hotel. Despite the lack of emergency, he still drove fast, going over the speed limit once or twice. Thankfully it was late, so the streets were more empty than usual. Unfortunately it didn't matter. Once he arrived, the hotel was engulfed in flames. As soon as the burning hotel came into view, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 wasted no time at all calling emergency services. The fire seemed focused on the second floor where 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and her child should be. Dread filled him as he looked around, hoping to see someone with a child amongst the evacuated crowds, but there were no children amongst them. Is anyone here, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya? He shouted, catching everyone's attention, but no one responded to his question, just making things more tense for the man. The next thing 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 did was call Aizawa again, hoping they were with him. The call picked up quickly. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Have you reached the hotel? He spoke loudly, the fire crackling like a storm. Yes. I'm inside, but the fire's getting worse. He coughed, the smoke making it hard to breathe. I found someone. A woman, I think, burnt outside of 206. Fear and stress poured through the phone. Is she still alive? I don't think so. I checked the room and couldn't find a child anywhere. I'm coming out now. He spoke in fragments, clearly being as succinct as possible so as he could hold his breath more. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 could see as the underground hero Eraserhead climbed out of the side of the hotel, carrying a black charred body in his arms. The ambulances had just arrived and he hopped down to deliver her to them. There was no way she was still alive. Her skin was practically charcoal and you couldn't even see her eyes. Indeed, the paramedics on site confirmed her death, and the sick feeling in 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's gut got worse when he knew there had to be a child somewhere in there as well. Another minute went by before some more heroes arrived. The water hoses were here and they both fought to put out the fires whilst everyone was moved away from the hotel. Eventually the flames were tamed, but not before some parts of the building collapsed due to the damage. Once it was declared safe, the building was checked. Every cupboard, every closet, and every room, but there was no sign of a child anywhere. Just ash and the smell of burnt flesh. Tragically, it seemed they were too late. Where are we going, Mama? Izuku asked, looking up at his mother who was gently pulling him along by his hand. They just left the hospital, and the whole time the boy was feeling both happy and scared. He just found out he had a quirk. One that seemed to be pretty strong from what he could guess, but for some reason Mama didn't seem to think so. Her face kept smiling, but Izuku wasn't stupid. He knew there was something wrong, and it had to be because of Hisoshi. We're going on a trip, Izuku, she answered, trying her best to not reveal how scared she really was. Where? He asked innocently. Somewhere far away where we don't have to worry about your father anymore, she promised, and it was a good promise. Izuku's fear was pushed back. They were going to leave Hisoshi forever. The boy quietly smiled at the idea, even though he shouldn't. A child shouldn't be happy to learn they're getting away from their father, but his father was Hisoshi, and surely that was a good excuse. Mama seemed alright with it, so he should be too. He was pulled along until they reached a small hotel with a few floors. Mema and him went up an elevator until they reached a room where Izuku was put in. Sweetie, stay here and don't open this door for anyone except for me, okay? She asked gently. He nodded along and watched Mama leave him alone in the room. It was fun. There were 2 beds, a TV, and a window, except Mama said not to open the curtains. He looked around and opened every drawer and cupboard to see what there was and found some bottles of water he drank from. It seemed his quirk made him slightly more thirsty, or maybe he didn't get enough of those fluids from that tube in the hospital. There were some snacks in a cupboard too, but a sign said he needs to talk to the people downstairs about it, so he'll wait for Mama to come back first. Once he was fully settled, he sat down on the bed and thought about his quirk. How cool was it that he can puppet objects? It must be because of Mama's telekinesis that lets her pull objects to her, or at least a part of his quirk comes from there, but thinking like that makes him sad because of the other side of the coin with Hisoshi. But if Mama's promise comes true, he'll never have to think about him again, which he definitely wants. Taking out a pen from Mama's bag, Izuku found a pamphlet for the hotel and wrote down what the doctor said about his quirk. It had no name yet, as it was just identified and needed to be registered, so until then he thought of all kinds of cool names it could be. Puppeteer was the obvious one, but that felt a bit too manipulative for Izuku. Doll creation sounded a bit misleading. He didn't create the dolls, he controlled them, but then calling it doll control felt like he could only control dolls, which was further from the truth. So many names, but they keep sounding like I control people or the wrong thing. Quirk names were exact and explained most of what the quirk was in 1 to 3 words. Like explosion or black hole. But his quirk was so difficult to explain, except of course using words like manipulate or puppet. Let's shelf the name for now and think about something else, is what the boy decided. He then flipped the page and started writing down questions he had about his quirk and how it worked. He lost cerebrospinal fluid, was it? He doesn't know how to spell that, so he tried his best to sound out the word in writing. So he lost that fluid, but he could get more back fast. Does that mean people normally get theirs back slowly? Well, that's important to know. What happens if he runs out of that fluid? Does he go to sleep like he did the first time, or was that a coincidence? He needed to find out. Izuku looked around the room for anything and picked up an empty water bottle and held it in his hands. Grasping it, he could feel the near-invisible bristles on his fingers brush against the plastic and almost latch on. They didn't produce anything though, so Izuku closed his eyes and let whatever came to him come. As soon as he did, he opened his eyes to see a clear fluid be poured into the clear bottle from his hands. Is this the fluid in his spine? He stopped immediately and watched the liquid slosh around before it stretched out like a moss and covered the inside of the bottle. Wow, he whispered and set the bottle down and focused on making it move. He imagined it rolling, the fluid forcing it along like someone doing a roll would. Heroes needed to do them when they jumped from very high, so the boy focused on that motion overlapping with the bottle. After trying for a moment, the bottle moved slightly and he could feel it shift on its own, but he suddenly got dizzier. He stopped, not wanting to pass out again, and watched the fluid stop coating the bottle and pool at its bottom, inactive. He was still dizzy though for some reason. He felt he could still control it, he feels, but he could also sense that the rolling jostled the fluid a bit and now the connection was weaker. Maybe the fluid is a part of him and when it gets ruffled it gets hurt. The doll that punched Hisoshi collapsed after its broke and fluids poured out of it. Maybe it's like BLD. There were so many theories running through his little mind and he couldn't wait to find them all out, but before he could, he heard Mima outside the room. He tucked the bottle away so as not to worry her and waited until she entered the room. But as he sat there, he heard Mima gasp and opened the door quickly to shut behind her. Mima turned to him and shouted at Izuku to hide, and he listened, immediately crawling under the bed because he knew there's only one reason he would need to hide. She stood by the door and held it before Hisoshi started banging against it, shouting her name. "Open the door, 𝐒𝐭. Open it right thing now," he demanded, hitting the door hard enough to shake it, and Mima. "Open it or I'll burn it down." "No. I've called the police and they're almost here," she yelled back. "You little rat. Open this door right now," he roared, not caring about who heard him. The bangs had become kicks and the door was starting to crack at the handle. Mima kept holding it shut whilst Izuku curled up more under the bed. He hoped once more for someone to save them, for anyone to save them. The kicking stopped and for a moment Izuku thought that maybe his wish came true again, but it didn't. The door blew open with a burst of flames and filled the room with a wave of fire. Izuku sealed his eyes shut and held himself as the sounds of 𝐭 screaming in pain filled the room as fire spread fast along her as she fell to the ground. "I warned you!" Hisoshi growled and he stepped over his mama, scanning the room for Izuku. The boy forced his eyes open to see mama on the floor, burning and flailing whilst Hisoshi made his way around the room. He was scared, shaking and crying, a hand holding his mouth quiet like he did during hide and seek with Kaken, but this was scarier than that, far more scary. Every part of him was sick. And he felt like throwing up but he couldn't. Hisoshi would find him and hurt him just like mama. Izuku wanted to escape, wanted to get away, but that would involve leaving behind his mema and leaving her to die. What can he do? Can he even save her? He wants to be a hero one day, so why can't he save the most important person in his life? Izuku's eyes were trained on her and he saw through the burns a pair of eyes focus on him, pleading for him to run. And so he did. He ran away. Skittering out from under the bed, he ran to the door and into the hallway, sprinting as far and as fast as he could. He heard Hisoshi shout his name behind him, but he didn't look back, but he did hear Mima scream gutturally behind him. "Run, Izuku! Run and hide!" The roar of a fire boomed behind, but it didn't matter, even when a scream came with it. He just ran. Just kept running until he was downstairs. The fire alarm blaring, making the whole world shake for Izuku, but he just kept going until he found an exit, pushing through and out of the hotel into an alley. There was no one around, but it didn't matter, he just ran. Ran from everything. Ran from the world and hoped Hisoshi couldn't find him. Run and hide where he can't find him. Where no one can find him. He ran into the dark, hoping to never be found. He didn't know how long it's been since he started. Even though the hotel is long gone and the sounds of cackling flames have long since faded, Izuku hasn't stopped dipping through alleyways and tumbling through trash cans. He thinks he's cut himself, but he doesn't bother to check until he collapses onto the grimy floor of an alley. Izuku heaved as he struggled to pull himself back up, but his body didn't let him. Adrenaline was still there, but with every second on the floor he could feel it fade fast and the cuts and scrapes started to weigh on him. After a minute of just breathing, he finally looked around and could see that wherever he's ended up, it isn't pretty like where he lived. The buildings around looked old and crumbling, there were no sounds of cars, and even some of the streetlights didn't work whilst others flickered. It was dark and he was alone, truly alone, and he was terrified. He pulled himself up just barely and saw a hole in the wall of a building that he crawled through. It was a warehouse. Empty, dusty, and very dark. The only reason Izuku could see at all was because of the moon above shining down from skylights. He climbed up some steps just barely to what seemed to have once been an office. It had a window looking over the warehouse floor and into the alleyway he just was in, but he didn't care to look. He just crawled under a barren desk and huddled into a ball. He was so tired and just wanted to sleep. He didn't know what to do, but it didn't matter right now because all he needed was to go to sleep. He forced his eyes shut, his damp green curls resting on his face as he gave in and slumbered, hoping this was all a nightmare. "𝐭 Midoriya?" 𝐿 questioned. "That was the name she gave me. We're still looking into her and hoping to get something soon." Tsukochi answered. The two were at the police station, going over the paperwork and the details of the burning hotel last night. In the end, they weren't able to find out who caused the fire, nor did they find the child who was supposed to be there. Thankfully no one else was hurt, but it was still a failure all around and it was hitting the detective and hero hard. According to the receptionist, the two entered around 9:30 minutes before Midoriya called me. Tsukochi explained. The fire was noticed around 9:45, so there was only about 15 minutes between the call ending and whoever Midoriya's husband was attacking her. "Is it confirmed it was him?" 𝐿 queried, wanting to make sure the facts were straight. "No, but the cameras caught a man in front of Midoriya's room, as well as the kid running from the hotel," the detective elaborated. The footage they saw showed a fluffy-haired man breathing fire to break the door down. He goes into the room for a few minutes before a boy comes rushing out with a face that makes 𝐿's heart drop. The worst was when the man stepped out of the room ready to chase, only for the burning 𝐭 to grab onto his leg, giving the kid a chance to get away. Of course the man turned around and finished the woman off with a blast of fire from his mouth, turning her into that scorched husk the pro hero carried not too long ago. We don't know where the kid went. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 asked, trying to not think too much about it. No. Nothing. Once he leaves the hotel, he dives into alleys, so we have a few patrols out in the direction he ran, hoping they find him. 𝐂𝐭𝐚𝐲 replied. This kid's going to need some serious therapy. Now he's out there all alone though, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 thought. Musutafu can be a dangerous place, especially in the direction he ran off to. He just hopes at least whoever the villain in the footage was hasn't already gotten to him. Is that everything we've got? No, actually, 𝐂𝐭𝐚𝐲 started, we found this in the room. It was one of the few things to survive. He showed an image of a water bottle with some water inside. It had some dirt and soot on it, but besides that it appeared unremarkable. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 gave a look to the detective, clearly expecting him to explain further. It contains spinal fluid, he says frankly. Spinal fluid? 𝐻𝐻𝐻 replied back. Yes. We're testing it now to see if we can find a match for anyone, but that might take a while. 𝐂𝐭𝐚𝐲 added. Any ideas where it could be from? 𝐻𝐻𝐻 asked, pretty sure what the answers were going to be. None. Only thing it could be is the work of a quirk. 𝐂𝐭𝐚𝐲 theorized. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 slinked back in his chair, resting his eyes. There were many strange quirks out there. Ones that use skin, hair, BLD, and although 𝐻𝐻𝐻 hasn't been a full-time underground hero for 2 years, he hasn't heard of something using spinal fluid. The paperwork was finished and the two left the case there until more information came. Right now 𝐻𝐻𝐻 needed to go home and collapse onto a warm bed with the cats. He didn't expect this night to take so long, but with the search for who caused the fire, finding the kid and looking over the evidence, time just slipped away and it was morning now. The worst part is that Hisashi was probably already away to work and worried sick too. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 made sure to send a text saying he was going to be late getting back, but neither were expecting this late. The man made his way back to his apartment and climbed in to find their tuxedo cat called and their ginger cat, Pepper, nuzzling up to him the second he arrived. After grabbing some breakfast made by Hisashi, he ate scrambled eggs and toast to the image of that terrified boy running down that hallway. He couldn't imagine the fear in his heart, how terrified he felt and how far he must have ran. He looked tiny too. Just a tiny green being terrified of everything with hopelessness in his eyes. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 just hopes they find him soon so they can get him the help he definitely needed and justice to whatever monster did this. The light made its way into the room, shining over Izuku's closed eyelids. They fluttered awake, dull viridian peeping out to the realization that yesterday wasn't a dream. The boy pulled himself up, his small body weary and aching from sleeping on the floor, and stood to look around the warehouse some more. It was mostly sealed. All exits besides the hole he crawled through were either closed or sealed. Trying a few normal doors found them locked tight, and doors that weren't were too rusted to open. All in all, it was a box to hide in. Hiding. The boy thought about what he was going to do. Between having no one to go back to and Hisashi still out there, what could he do? Can he trust the police? Maybe, but Izuku doesn't know how to talk to them or find them. He knows he needs a phone, but he doesn't have one. Run, Izuku. Run and hide. The final words of his mother ran through his mind. Maybe she meant not just Hisashi but everyone. Izuku once overheard Hisashi call someone about bribes. He knew they were bad and it involved making the police or heroes do something illegal. What if Izuku goes to the police and they give him to Hisashi? But that shouldn't be reason enough. Surely the odds that he came across someone like that was rare. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt afraid of that possibility coming true. It wasn't just that though, but what about after? What if the pro heroes don't catch Hisashi and he finds Izuku like he found Mema and him? There were so many things that could go wrong. But here there were 4 walls, a roof, and most of all, no one should know he's here. It makes sense to just hide and be on his own. It wasn't that different from before, though he would like somewhere softer to sleep. Maybe he could learn more about his quirk and become strong enough to stop Hisashi if he ever did come after Izuku. Yes, there are a lot of good things that can come by hiding here. First, however, he needs to find something to use his quirk on. He crawled out of the warehouse and took in the dusty, grimy alley around him. There were some dumpsters that weren't being missed. They did, however, have a lot of trash. It didn't smell though, meaning it's been here for a while. He opened it up and with the help of a crate, fished through it. After a tear through he found an anatomical dummy. The dummy was rotted and torn all over, but it was the only thing that looked like it could move properly with his quirk. It had no arms or legs, but it does have a neck, and the missing limbs could help with one of Izuku's theories about his quirk. While there were no other dolls, there were some mannequin arms and legs, so he grabbed those and dragged them back into the warehouse along with a small carving knife he spotted. He set them down and started to shove the mannequin limbs into the dummy. It was simple to do with how the RBB was easy to pierce through. Once he was done, the thing laid there with 2 arms and 2 legs. His first theory is to see if he could mix and match different objects to make one doll. He hopes that when he'd use his quirk, the whole body would move together instead of just the dummy. He took his hand, set it on the doll's chest, and felt as fluids sunk into the body. He watched the liquid pool inside the RBB and remain liquid. It looked like BLD with how it focused around the RBB heart of the dummy. "Okay," Izuku muttered to himself as he concentrated on moving the doll. He watched in amazement as the fluid stretched out through the object and linked into the limbs through the plastic veins. Izuku then felt dizzy and weak at the knees as the head of the doll turned. He paused and got used to the feeling. It was daunting, but after a while he got more used to it. He imagined the doll standing up and watched it turn the arms and legs of the mannequin, but they didn't bend, being one solid piece. "Okay. It seems they need to be able to turn to work. Maybe if I cut them at the joints they could bend like normal," he theorized, taking the carving knife and cutting one arm off at the elbow. He tried it again, and this time he watched the liquid shape to act as a joint for the detached arm, turning it like an arm should. Izuku's eyes gleamed as he watched his creation move and immediately got to work with the other limbs, slicing them off, and even the hands and feet for extra flexibility. He commanded the doll once more to stand up, and after some awkward twisting it stood shakily on 2 legs, spinal fluid dripping out of the joints and some tears in the dummy. He managed to move it a few steps before an arm loses too much of its fluid and falls off, causing liquid to gush from the stump and collapsing the doll. Izuku, however, did not collapse. He was dizzy and his world was spinning, but he did not fall unconscious. He stood up though, and a rushing headache came over him, forcing him back down and waiting a few minutes before trying again. He stumbled over to the doll and moved the pieces back together. "I need tape to cover those holes and the joints," thought Izuku. The liquid was like BLD, and every open part was a wound that would bleed. If he wanted to not get more headaches, then he'd need to limit how much BLD was lost. Speaking of, it seemed that he got some more understanding on how his quirk works. When he collapsed, it wasn't because of control, it was because of the recent loss of spinal fluid from activating his quirk. It seemed that it's fine if the liquid remained in the doll as long as he didn't give all of it. "If I fully seal it up, I can minimize the loss of fluid so I don't have to refill it as much." The boy scrambled to find some duct tape from outside and used it to practically mummify the doll, wrapping it over until it looked even more cobbled together than before. He then injected more fluid in, just a tad bit, and suddenly he couldn't feel his legs anymore. It was a terrifying sensation, one he could tell was probably temporary but nonetheless scary. Thankfully, if he is right, then he doesn't need legs right now. He puppeted the doll to stand once more, and this time no fluids leaked out. In fact, it seemed the duct tape was being pulled like skin over the joints by the liquid underneath. The doll stumbled over to Izuku like a newborn fawn and slowly picked the boy up at his command. Typically, children would be weird and even scared of an anatomical dummy's face being right next to theirs, but Izuku felt no fear. After all, it was just a doll. His doll. He commanded said thing to go towards the office and watched it move towards the stairs. A stupid thing, but Izuku was a child, and while yes, he was smart, he wasn't a genius. As it climbed them, no liquid slipped out, but Izuku could tell inside the doll, the bumps and knocks from moving were weakening the fluids, meaning that eventually he'd need to dose it again. The doll reached up the steps and Izuku had enough strength to stand on his own, using the wall as support. He glanced out a window looking into the alley he got the dummy from and came up with an idea. Watching from the office, he directed the doll to walk down to the alleyway. It was a mostly easy task. The main problem was discovering that it was hard to direct the doll if he couldn't see what they were seeing, but once they made it through the hole, he watched it stumble into the alleyway. There the doll was ordered to tip the dumpster over so its contents could spill out and he could see what was inside. The doll picked apart the junk, and while most of it was useless, there was one thing that caught Izuku's green eyes. A styrofoam mattress. Ratty and stained, but still a mattress, which was better than the cold wood floor he slept on last night. The dummy dragged over the object and barely stuffed it through the hole, getting it up into the office now bedroom. Izuku plopped down on it and it felt good. Despite how it looked from afar, it was firm and the styrofoam still had some softness to it. Great. So he's covered sleeping. Now he needed water because he was starting to get really thirsty. He walked downstairs, the doll following, and they found a break room with a sink. Water came out of it, but Izuku knows that water shouldn't be that murky. Speaking of utilities, he found a circuit breaker. Not that the boy knew that, but nonetheless he noticed some faded labels. Using the doll to flick one on, he was too small. The warehouse light swayed on, shocking the boy as he rushed to flick on all of them. The building had power, except he realized that having the lights on might not be good if he's trying to hide, so he went around every room and turned the lights off with their own individual sways. He noticed as well on the circuit breaker that one of them was connected to a water filter, and so after a few minutes of it on, the water that came out of the tap was clear. He knew he shouldn't try it yet, but he was getting really thirsty. It seemed his quirk does make him thirstier than normal, so he took a drink and it tasted alright. Would have been better with a cup though. Now he only needed food. That was going to be harder than the other two, as he won't just stumble onto them. With much reluctance and a couple raincoats he found in the dumpsters, he snuck out of the warehouse with the doll and him both wearing the green raincoats, hoods up and heads ducked down. The two made their way and explored the neighborhood they were in now that Izuku wasn't running anymore. It was a very ugly place, with abandoned buildings and old cars. The place almost looked apocalyptic if it wasn't for the distant skyscrapers of the rest of Tokyo. He wandered for a while until he came across somewhere more populated, which scared Izuku at first until he took a deep breath and focused on finding food. He eventually found a convenience store, where outside was a food bank box where people left food for the unfortunate. Izuku was certainly in that category right now. He wandered over and took a few apples, bread and a cereal box before skittering away, the doll rushing behind him, practically mimicking the boy's frantic sprint, much to the confusion of passers-by. He kept running until he was safely back in the warehouse, where he ate some slices of bread. Now we have food, he thought to himself excitedly. Yes, now he had everything. Food, water, and shelter, the three things needed to survive, and now that he had all of this, he was sure he could hide out here for a long time. A few days went by with Izuku testing out how his quirk worked some more. He learned that he could be very liberal with how the doll appeared. With more limbs than a normal human should have. Of course, for now he's going to keep Anna, what is calling the anatomical dummy, as close to looking human as possible. The dumpsters were kind enough to give him Anna, but not much else, as he soon found out. If he wanted more stuff, he needed to find somewhere where lots of junk gathered. Thankfully, the boy stumbled across such a place during his daytime wanders through the alleys with his new friend. Takoba Municipal Beach Park, a verifiable dump filled with all kinds of leftovers Izuku could scavenge. It already gave him a shopping cart, which he promptly used to store whatever items were semi-functional. Most of the actual heavy lifting was done by Anna, who would surely complain the whole time but didn't have the mouth to voice it. By the end of a couple trips they had several mannequins, a few knives which Izuku kept for self-defense, and a computer of all things, not a monitor though. It was one that seemed to actually work if the glowing light was anything to go by. He didn't have a monitor yet, so that had to be shelved for now. By the end of the first week, the warehouse was looking quite well. There were some hanging lights put up around the bedroom to light the place up dimly, curtains to block the windows, and even some sheets to make the bed more comfortable. It was a nice feeling being able to make your own space. Despite everything though, there was still one thing Izuku hated about this new arrangement. Sleeping. Yes, the mattress was soft enough to work, but comfort wasn't the issue. He keeps getting nightmares. Bad ones about seeing Memar again getting burned alive or Hisoshi finding him. He tried to ignore them the first night, but after he just settled for not sleeping as long as possible and instead read some of the books that he found dumped on a street nearby. He knew it wasn't good to stay up past his bedtime. He felt it too, but it didn't stop him. He didn't want to go to sleep no matter what, at least until he was too tired to move and collapsed onto the mattress in front of Anna, who in turn would collapse to the floor. When he would sleep, it would always be nightmares, and worse, it was ones where he couldn't break out until the next morning. He'd wake up shaking and constantly checking the building to make sure nothing can get in or out except him and Anna. He didn't want to be found, not until he knew for sure Hisoshi was gone. That was a problem, certainly, so for now he's going to work on getting more food and experimenting with his quirk further. Speaking of, he made a new discovery about his quirk. He managed to find a wilted child's doll in the dump that he kept and wanted to use his power on it to see how it works with multiple dolls. What came of it was that when Izuku activated his control, it activated it for all of his dolls, causing Anna to move too. So, at least for now, it was better to control one doll and not push it until he was older. Maybe then he could find a way to split his focus on more than one thing. The bottle kept moving on its own. 𝐿𝐼 asked the detective. It's been a week since the fire, and after some tests and some research, they found out enough to warrant a meeting. Both him and Tsukochi were in the detective's office for the sake of privacy due to the connections to the dragon's roar this case has. According to the analyst, yes. The bottle just started moving on its own. The detective said, placing out the report from the analyst on the fluid in the bottle they found. Any reason why? The pro hero asked, just as certain as before what the answer to this question would be. None, yet. It's why you're here. Tsukochi stated. The detective took out a case, where inside, pulled from styrofoam coating, was the bottle in question. It had the same fluid, but it had mold or moss of some kind to almost infect the inside of the bottle. The moss seemed to twitch like a muscle, moving and clearly trying to shake the bottle given how it seemed to slip in Tsukochi's grasp. You want to see if it's a quirk? Shouldn't it be obvious? He said in his usual low voice. We just need to be sure, the detective assured. With that, the pro-hero's shoulder-length black hair floated up from its usual messy droop as his eyes glared red. In an instant it happened, the moss in the bottle flopped back to become liquid again and inanimate. Tsukochi set it down and they watched as it was now just an unmoving water bottle. 𝐿𝐼 then dropped his quirk and in a near instant, the water activated and enveloped the bottle once more, causing it to tip over and roll around unpredictably. Tsukochi immediately grabbed it and put it back inside the case it was brought safely in. 𝐿𝐼 raised an eyebrow at that case, wondering why it needed the cushioning. What's with the padding? Whenever the bottle rolls or bashes into something, the cells in the spinal fluid die, so we've been trying to preserve as much of it as possible, the detective explained as he gently set the case down. Whose spine did it come from? The hero asked. Izuku Midoriya is who we believe it belongs to. He is the only son of 𝐭 and Hisoshi Midoriya. Tsukochi elaborated. I'm guessing Hisoshi is the husband that the victim had mentioned. 𝐿𝐼 assumed, not that it wasn't easy. He is, and his description matches the man in the security footage. We haven't been able to locate him though, and their residence is deserted. The detective clarified. 𝐿𝐼 took a look through some files on the table relating to the man. On the surface, everything looked all right. The documents, BRTH certificate, license, all of it, but from some calls and checks, most of this was forged with exceptions such as his driver's license, which was built off the fake documents. It seemed that whoever Hisoshi Midoriya was important enough to need to be hidden from the world. That made it all the more important to find him now that he's been exposed before he squirreled away again. Someone with this kind of past connected to the dragon's roar had to be someone important. But despite that threat though, 𝐿𝐼 was feeling more concerned for the boy they still haven't found. The fear that Hisoshi caught him or even killed him like his mother was a fear that he had since he carried the burnt Midoriya out of the fire. He really didn't want to find a burnt child or any dead child for that matter. He had enough problems sleeping. And what about the kid? Anything there? He asked, hoping for something. No, but we're going to release an inquiry to the public if anyone has seen him. Hopefully he's still out there. Tsukochi stated, meanwhile there's a few people we need to look into. Who? The Bakugo family. They live nearby and according to one of them they were good friends with the deceased. Anything I can do? 𝐿𝐼 offered. Not much besides cracking down more on Dragon's Roar in case we manage to stumble upon Hisoshi. Tsukochi gave. The two talked more about what some newer reports on the Dragon's Roar had and where some new operations were opening up. 𝐿𝐼 took them and made his leave from the station, doing a short patrol around before settling back home for the night. Climbing back into the apartment through the living room window, he wiggled past Pepper and got to get into the living room where Hisashi was, watching a movie, clearly waiting for him. "Hey!" 𝐿𝐼 called as he sat down on the couch next to the blonde-haired man. "Hey, how was work?" the blonde asked tiredly, wrapping an arm around the other man. "All right. Still haven't found that kid," 𝐿𝐼 lamented, resting into the side of his fiancée. Hisashi stroked the top of his head, knowing that he's been thinking about this a lot ever since he saw the footage of the kid running for his life. He knows despite how much he hated talking to people, he had a soft spot for children, especially those going through a rough time. "You'll find him," he reassured. "I know you will." The two kept like that for a few more minutes until the movie had ended and two went to bed. 𝐿𝐼 could only hope that wherever Izuku Midoriya was, he was safe. Today was another day to look for food and Izuku knew where. He and Anna headed to the same convenience store as before and rushed to pick out some stuff. He knew not to take a lot because it's meant to be for everyone, not just him, so he grabs enough for himself. Once he picked up what he needed, he scampered back to the warehouse to stash his food and headed back out to fish for more junk. This trip he was hoping for a monitor, but what he found instead was something much more interesting. Underneath a bunch of fried electronics, Izuku found what seemed to be a drone with its remote attached to it. It looked really expensive except for how the propellers were broken. He put it in the trolley Anna was pushing and did some more searching in the electronics pile and found a few batteries he decided to stockpile on. Of course not all of them might work, but as Izuku has found out here, more often than not people throw away things for the slightest of problems. Case in point, he found a fridge that was thrown away, probably whoever owned it got a better one. It still works, even with the light intact. Truly some people were wasteful, but Izuku remembered one time a guy said on a show that one man's trash is another man's treasure, and sure enough he found lots of treasures. Bringing it all back, sure enough his hideaway was becoming more homey. He has a complete bed with a frame that was only missing a leg, a desk chair with a few cuts on it and satellite dish. He didn't know how to use the dish, but he knew it's used to get radio waves, but it was cool so he brought it with him. Speaking of knowledge, there was one thing Izuku missed from before besides memoir, and that was the family computer. It would have so many answers he could use right now, but until he found a monitor and somehow connected to the internet, he knew that was far from now. For now he'd settle with some old dusty books he'd find. Most of them were useless, either instruction manuals for things he didn't have or novels that only helped to distract him from sleeping, but what he did find was a few books about machines. Some computer assembly guides and some tech textbooks were useful, but only so long as you can understand the words being written. If he wanted to actually put this stuff to use, he needed to fill in the gaps he had in his reading skills. Which ultimately led him to the library, the only place he could probably get those answers. The problem was going in. Izuku liked having closed walls around him, but he didn't like it with other people. It felt suffocating and risked him being found, so how could he even approach? He couldn't just take books out, he needed a library card and he didn't have one, nor did he want to get one. He could read the books inside, but that was, again, scary. If only Anna could walk inside and do it for him, but he can't see through her eyes. It was a major drawback about his quirk to see what was going on, or he might as well be swinging around in the dark. That was when an idea popped into the mind of the little boy. He looked for the drone he got from the dump and took apart its camera. It had a wireless connection to the remote and it had a little screen too. After carefully removing the camera, the wires and the battery holders, he checked to see if it still worked, and it did. The video quality was poor and the lens needed cleaning, but it was enough to be able to read. Izuku took his carving knife and after apologizing to N, removed one of her eyes and stuffed in the camera snugly where the socket would be. After giving the camera and the remote the fullest batteries he could find, the doll marched around the warehouse whilst Izuku hid in his bedroom, watching the doll's perspective. It was really shaky and the camera would have slipped out, but the duct tape he used kept it in place and Anna was able to make her first walk on her own. Izuku was happy and proud of his idea. He decided to give Anna some extra batteries and practice taking them out of the camera and putting new ones in before sending the doll out on an errand. That errand being to look around the area for a library. The doll clambered down the street whilst Izuku watched from the remote, the connection getting spotty every now and then from getting too far out of range. It seemed the signal was good for almost a kilometer before it started getting slow. Hopefully he can find something stronger in the future. that way he doesn't need to risk going outside at all. Eventually Anna found a library just at the edge of his range and commanded her to wander inside. After struggling with the door for a minute, the doll stumbled inside to a confused-looking librarian. "Excuse me, are you all right?" he whispered, tilting his head to try and see the face of the raincoat-wearing doll, hood up and taped on tight. Anna shook her head slowly and deliberately and just limped past him and into the library. The librarian just looked on, slightly confused, but thankfully it seemed he didn't care enough to look into it further. Despite having been found in a dumpster, the green raincoat covered a lot of Anna up, and the accompanying rain boots she had made it easier to pass off as a human. Maybe a drunk one, but a human nonetheless. Izuku's eyes wandered over the books Anna's eye was showing. He wasn't sure where to start, so he settled on the most obvious thing to look at. A simple book called Computers Made Easy. Anna set it down and started going through it with Izuku reading through the lens. The problem was that although this is meant to be easy, he still can't understand most of the words. So he had Anna look for something to fix that. Books on katakana, kanji, and hiragana that were aimed at children were the easiest he could find. He is a child and that should be natural, but Izuku didn't want Anna to stay in the library for long. He couldn't check out the books because he needed a library card, one he didn't have. He decided to stay there for 2 hours, making sure to keep an eye on his connection to Anna to know how much spinal fluid she had. Turning pages didn't lose much, but it did when you were also subconsciously ordering her to tap her foot. Over that time he noticed some people giving the doll some strange looks. Her disguise hadn't fallen, but Izuku imagined it was more because the dummy looked like an adult reading a book for children far too intently. Once Izuku had enough for the day, he put the book back and had Anna leave, the librarian giving the doll a look that read goodbye to the boy. Anna made it back safely, and though it was a bit awkward looking through the camera, it wasn't that bad if it meant he didn't need to leave the safety of the warehouse. Ultimately, then, the test was a success and Izuku spent the rest of his time practicing what he learnt on the books he had. It was still a struggle, but he was a scarily fast learner with a lot of time on his hands. After Izuku's success with the camera, he started to not leave the warehouse at all, opting to have Anna go outside and handle all of it. It was honestly safer. He was less likely to be found, so he continued having her be his hands and feet for a whole other week. The only real time he needed to leave was to go to the beach to get more junk because it was too far. He looked for a better quality camera with better connections, but unfortunately his luck there ran dry. But only for that area, as after a week of scavenging he finally came across one thing he was looking for. A TV screen. It was old, bulky, small and dirty, but Izuku was sure with some cloth it could be cleaned up. Loading it onto the trolley, he picked up a few more interesting-looking pieces of junk and the two headed back to the warehouse with their haul. Over time, Izuku had noticed that it looked odd for a child to be traveling with someone pushing a trolley filled with junk, so, using his small size, he would hide under Anna's raincoat, using the camera to see out in front of him and guide the two. All in all, it felt like life was going well besides sleep issues. Well, there's one more thing. Izuku hadn't talked to a real human being in almost 2 weeks. His talk to Anna, yes, but she never talks back. Not that he expected her to. It was honestly really lonely. But he knew this is what he needed to do if he wanted to escape and maybe one day get revenge on Hisoshi. But he admits that when he sees other kids playing without a care in the world his heart aches a little bit. It'll just have to be something to outgrow. He's practically a grown-up now with how responsible he was. Yes, so he'll just have to make do with telling Anna all of his ideas and plans. His secrets and fears. Hopes and dreams. She always nods her head along to everything he says with his input, so really who needs other people? Izuku barely talked to anyone before, so really nothing of value was lost, it just meant he had to be a little more lonelier than usual. Tsukochi wasn't sure what to expect with the Bakugas. He knew that one of them was close with the deceased Midoriya, so he was afraid of being the bearer of bad news, so he, in some small part, hoped they already knew from the news report. Parking outside of their residence, he steps out to spy a small head peeking out from the upstairs window to see him move outside and out of his car. Once Tsukochi reached the door to knock on it, it opened before he could, thanks to a man with spiky brown hair and glasses greeting him. "Hello, officer," the man greeted. Tsukochi said hello back. Having already called ahead for a good time to talk, The detective was let in and shown to the living room where a woman with spiky blonde hair and red eyes greeted him as well. After a short round of introductions, he learned the names of the two as Masaru and Mitsuki respectively. He also got the impression they had a child, given the toys he could see here and there, but that wasn't important, at least for now. Right now he needs to know if they are aware of the situation. Do you know why I'm here? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked gently, putting on that voice he does when getting ready to deliver bad news. Yes. 𝐒𝐭, the blonde Bakugo started, pausing for a moment as her throat seemed caught on the words. She's gone, isn't she? Unfortunately, yes, he answered, tone filled with sympathy. And Izuku's missing as well, she followed up with, voice just as worried. We are still searching for him, but yes, he reassured. Masaru seemed to narrow his eyes, not out of suspicion or disbelief but dread. Mitsuki on the other hand seemed stressed and gripped the couch they were on to the point that her husband held her hand to calm her down. The three discussed how they knew the Midoriyas, and most of it comes back to Mitsuki and 𝐒𝐭 being friends from college. They were close enough to move into the same area and even saw each other as aunts to each of their respective children. The emotions seemed very tender as it was clear the blonde woman was having a hard time saying this out loud. Masaru just kept reassuring her, taking over for some parts. When it became too much for the other and trying to keep it together for the sake of his wife. Eventually the topic of 𝐒𝐭's relations to them ended and the topic of Hisoshi began. Once it did, there was an immediate shift in the two, clearly finding the man upsetting to them. I always knew there was something off with that man. Mitsuki growled, becoming less mournful and more angry than before. Can you tell me more about that? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 inquired. Mitsuki told him how much she never trusted the man, even when he and 𝐒𝐭 first started dating. According to her, Midoriya always had a habit of attracting the worst kind of people to her, and Hisoshi was one of them. She mentioned how he would always come home late, worrying the woman. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was going to interject there and ask if she knew what he was doing late, but Mitsuki kept talking, now turning into a rant, so he left it until she was done. Apparently Midoriya 𝐒𝐭 had always been a gentle soul and would rarely ever say, unless it would literally hurt her or someone she cared about. It always ended up with him walking all over her, and every decision he made was one she had to agree with, for the most part. She did, however, say that she got a lot more willful when Izuku was born, especially when he started to become more and more like his mother in terms of his gentle heart. She and Hisoshi would argue a lot, especially over the dolls Izuku liked, but Mitsuki could tell it was less about them for 𝐒𝐭 and Hisoshi and more about control. The dolls represented Izuku's soft nature, and anyone could tell that Hisoshi didn't want a gentle child. 𝐒𝐭 on the other hand wanted Izuku to like what he wanted and not be forced to change just because someone told him, completely oblivious to the irony of her saying that. Would the arguments ever turn violent? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked, now that Mitsuki was winding down a little. No. At least in terms of punching or slapping. The BSTO knew that would push things too far even for 𝐒𝐿. She said, voice still ringing with frustrations. And it pretty much was the case. What do you mean? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked, making sure that he's writing all of this down in his pocketbook. The day 𝐒𝐿 died and Izuku vanished, she called me to say Hisoshi hit her. Mitsuki's face turned grim. She continued to explain that she called to say everything that happened, including the quirk manifestation Izuku went under. She mentioned going to a hospital, and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 made sure to get the name of it before moving on to his final inquiry. Do you know what line of work Hisoshi was in? He asked. No, and it always made me suspicious, especially the bruises and cuts I'd notice on his knuckles, she answered. Did he ever have a tattoo that looked like this? And 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 took out a small photo showing the dragon's roar symbol that all members get. Mitsuki and Masaru both looked it over, scrambling through their brains for any way they'd recognize that symbol, but none of them recognized it. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 thanked them for their time and promised to update them on any developments, but before he could leave, the loud voice of a kid filled the room. Are you going to find Izuku? He looked just like his mother, the red eyes and spiky blonde hair. He stood in the doorway looking in and was definitely not a shy kid, given how he didn't seem shy at all. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 wasn't sure what to say. No trace of Izuku had been found yet, and they'd only just got the missing child inquiry broadcasted, so he can't say anything for sure. He admits he wasn't good with kids. He didn't not like them, but when it came to talking to them on the job, it was always for something not good. He doesn't know how the blonde felt about the kid Midoriya, so he kept it vague but hopeful. We are still searching for him and trying our best to find him, he settled on. The boy's eyebrows furrowed at that. You better find him soon. He's weak and cries a lot. It was laced with thinly veiled concern, and it was clear there was some dislike in his tone, but it seemed that the boy was likely just worried for his friend. At least that's how it seemed to Tsukochi. The detective made his final farewells and left the Bakugu's residence to head to the hospital and find out more about what happened in more detail. Anna had just come back from another library visit, and Izuku was starting to understand more and more about what he was reading in the books he'd gathered. He even made a little personal dictionary to help him out, and all was going well. The warehouse as well was starting to fill up. A lot of the junk was left on the building's main floor, whilst anything useful was moved up to the bedroom that was shaping up to have everything Izuku needed. Right now though, he just wanted to learn more and more. He realized he had a love for learning new things and couldn't wait to be able to read properly without the children's dictionary he had when reading. He'd set up a little place to set his books whilst he didn't read them, and had Anna check any nearby dumpsters for anything interesting. Speaking of dumpsters, Izuku realized that he and Anna were starting to look a little worse for wear. Whilst Anna could be excused, Izuku felt really grimy and his clothes were starting to get worn in some places. He even had a hole in the back of his shirt. He didn't know where that came from. He wasn't sure where he could get some clothes though. Most clothes that were tossed out were already worse than what he's wearing. Honestly, he could steal, but Izuku knew that was wrong, but his morals are wavering the more ratty his clothes got. Anna was fast if needed, but faster than a car or a hero was something Izuku didn't want to test. Maybe if he checked behind some department stores, there might be some old clothes thrown out he could take. But in all likelihood he was going to have to either find money or get lucky, which would probably still be money in the end. There could be a third option though. He knows that some people sew clothes. He even saw Mama fix some things once or twice, but Izuku didn't know the first thing about making clothes or if he'd even be good at it. Guess we could look in the library. Right, Anna? He said, turning to the doll, who nodded at his words. Izuku had started to forget sometimes that Anna wasn't real. That she was just an object puppet by him, but he needed the company, and it wasn't as if he was going crazy. He was perfectly fine besides the late nights huddled on the mattress, crying a little at knowing Mama was gone forever. Everyone dealt with grief. Izuku assured himself he'll get over it. He knows he'll get over it. He hopes he gets over it. A few tears pushed free from his eyes that he quickly rubbed away. He can't stop to think too much. If he did, he'd get sad distracted. Right now he needs new clothes and a bath. The latter could be done. There was a bathtub in the junk is pulled back. The problem was filling it and emptying it of water. The only source of water he had was the tap in the kitchen. He could attach a hose, but then the next issue was somehow making the water warm. While it seemed there was a heater, it didn't work, probably because it was broken. That itself was another concern down the road. It was spring right now, and while it was chilly it would get warmer, but that warmth won't last. He either needed to find a heater or figure out how to fix the one here. The former seemed to be the easier option. The boy didn't know how long he'd need to hide here. Honestly, he was starting to feel that he could stay here forever with what he's turned the place into, and it was tempting. What else was there out there that he couldn't do himself here? Auntie and uncle were the only real things he cared about that are still alive, but that would be the first place Hisoshi would look for him. He'd put them in danger. Also, Kaken was there, and while he'd say they were friends, he always felt like the other boy never saw him the same way. Truly, there was nothing the outside world could offer him he couldn't find himself. Except, of course, clothes and heating, but he was figuring it out and will probably find a way soon. Hisashi was coming back from some clothes shopping for the upcoming warmer months. He needed some new clothes after Pepper tore through his shirts in a crime of passion and was just finished getting what he wanted. He was in his civilian attire, his long blonde hair tied back in a messy knot. He'd paid for a few new shirts as well as a couple things that caught his eyes when he took a step outside the clothing store he was in to hear the sounds of rustling in the alleyway next to the building. Wonder what that is. Maybe a raccoon or cat, he thought, moving towards the corner. Peeking around, he saw a person in a long green raincoat rooting around in some dumpsters whilst a tiny figure was standing a bit back, watching. The taller one looked to be an adult, but Hisashi couldn't quite tell because of their hood being up. The smaller one, though, looked to be the size of a kid, and the raincoat he was wearing looked to be the same as the taller one, just cut off at the bottom so he wouldn't trip. The tall one was taking out some old clothes thrown out during clearance and was holding them for the kid to see as if getting his critique, but neither of them said anything to each other. Hisashi also noticed that both of them looked a bit dirty, especially the tall one with dirt and grease all over their coat. Are they homeless? No, Zashi. Don't judge, you're literally planning to marry a man very soon who looks like he sleeps in the gutters. The blonde took a few steps forward, which immediately was spotted by the kid, who ran over to the tall one to hide behind. The tall one in question turned to face Hisashi, but even then the dark alley made it hard to tell who they were. Hey listeners. Didn't mean to startle you, he said, raising up his arms in surrender. He didn't mean to fall back into his hero persona, it was just how he talked when consoling people. The kid seemed to have vanished behind the taller one, who didn't react to Hisashi's words. I just wanted to check if you're alright, he reassured, spotting behind them a shopping trolley that was being filled with clothes. The tall one stayed still, staring down Hisashi in an almost eerie kind of way. He didn't feel malicious intent, he didn't feel any intent coming from the person, just a presence. Hisashi knows that normally you should keep to yourself when it comes to things like this, and he would if he hadn't noticed the kid. He wanted to make sure both of them were all right. Are you able to speak? He asked gently, not wanting to spook them anymore. The tall one shook their head slowly and almost intently. It was admittedly odd how rigid that movement was, but Hisashi didn't question it. He was more focused on learning more about these two. Do you know JSL? He asked and signed. To that the tall one shook their head again, making it clear that this conversation isn't going to go anywhere unless they find a way to chat. Okay then. Then I'll just ask if you're alright. Are you? He questioned. The person seemed to freeze for a moment before nodding a couple times. And what about the kid with you, are they alright? The person nodded again, starting to inch back now at the mention of the kid. Hisashi couldn't help but get nervous at that and made a step forward, which seemed to cause something under the person's coat to jump. Is he hiding under their coat? Hisashi thought, noticing the jump, but said nothing. Can I get a look at the kid? Just to make sure they're alright. He clarified. A standoff lasted for a few moments before a little head popped out from the taller one's coat between their legs. He still couldn't see his face but could see the small glow of two green irises staring at him. He can't be that old, Hisashi thought. The small one really looked like a kid in how he gripped onto the taller one's coat to hide behind. It was a little cute, to be honest. It's alright. Can you take off that hood so I can see if you're alright? He requested. Both he and the tall one shook their heads, almost perfectly in sync. Hisashi wasn't sure how to continue when he heard the tiniest voice speak. What is that? The child stuttered. Not in a shout but more a loud whisper. Like he didn't want to be overheard. What is what? Hisashi questioned, crouching down to be at eye level with the kid, who stepped back a bit into the tall one's coat. JSL, he whispered. Hisashi smiled a little. It's something you use to speak without using words or writing. He moved his arms and hands to show the sign for hello. This means hello. The kid tried to copy the movements along with the tall one, bending both of their fingers to match what Hisashi showed. After a few attempts and Hisashi showing them it a few more times, they eventually managed to get it, much to the kid's joy. See, you got it, he cheered, making a careful step towards them. This one they didn't notice, and so he kept there, waiting for a chance to close in. He didn't know who they were, but he had his suspicions, specifically with the kid. How do I learn more? He asked, eyes more clear now and blooming with curiosity. Hisashi kept a cheery smile on. There's lots of books on it, but if you want I can teach you some more. The kid seemed to light up when he mentioned books, but when he said he could teach him, he must have realized how close they were and stepped back, the tall one moving with him. Hisashi made no sudden movements as the duo stumbled back, bumping into the trolley. As they did, the kid seemed to bump into the leg of the tall one and his hood slipped a bit, a few locks of greasy dark green hair poking out. He seemed to panic and put the hood back on, but it was enough for Hisashi to confirm who he was looking at. Izuku Midoriya. His right here and alright. Hisashi couldn't believe he just stumbled into him on a shopping trip. He didn't know who the tall one was, but he was sure they couldn't be good. He needed to get the kid away from them. The problem was how he could do it without risking the kid being taken hostage. He also didn't like how still and quiet the tall one was. They haven't made a sound, not even a gasp to breathe, but then again, 𝐒𝐻𝐲's hearing aids had been acting up a lot recently, so maybe he's just missed it. He couldn't say he knew who Midoriya was right away or that might cause something dramatic to happen, so he settled with being the concerned stranger for now. "Hey kid," he started, causing Midoriya to look up slightly at him, "are you feeling safe with that person?" He turned to the tall one and the kid looked up at them for a moment before nodding his head. The tall one didn't react at all, unnerving 𝐻𝐻 even more. "Okay, well, why don't you both come with me? I can teach you more JSL. He offered, hoping. Both of them took a step back, suspicion and distrust starting to grow in the boy's eyes, which made 𝐻𝐻's heart ache. A child should never have to make a face like that. It seemed the kid really mistrusted him, and whether it was his own thoughts or the tall one's influence, he wasn't sure. The two kept stepping back, ignoring the trolley, clearly planning to run, so 𝐻𝐻 decided to try one last time. "Midoriya, I know it's you," he called, and it seemed to set off the two. The tall one grabbed the kid and spun around to sprint, no, rather scatter towards the other end of the alley. 𝐻𝐻 took off after, leaving his shopping behind as he grabbed his phone to call Shouter. "Show," he yelled into the phone, "I think I found the kid Midoriya. He's with someone unknown and I'm chasing them right now to Pinato Square." He heard his fiancée on the other end stumble, probably from their bed, and spoke back into the phone in a calm but clearly nervous voice. "I'm on my way." 𝐻𝐻 kept chasing the two through alleys. It was almost impressive how they managed to avoid stumbling into as little people as possible. He kept calling after the two, telling them he meant no harm, hoping this was a misunderstanding. Eventually, they reached a dead end where they were looking around for any way out. 𝐻𝐻 stopped behind them and readied for a standoff. He couldn't use his quirk here or he might hurt Izuku, and he didn't know the state the kid was in under that raincoat. For all he knew, he might be hurt. The duo turned around and Midoriya was still held by the tall one to their chest, almost cradled like a baby. 𝐻𝐻 made sure to note how the kid wasn't fighting it, but that could be due to Stockholm or some kind of quirk. Right now he needed to separate the two. "Look, just put the kid down and we can work this out." 𝐻𝐻 tried to negotiate. The tall one just stood there unmoving, but by the shifting of its legs, he could tell they were going to fight. So he took the first initiative. 𝐻𝐻 moved in to strike, aiming a kick to try and sweep the feet out from under them, but when he struck, he heard a loud clunk. Were they wearing armor? Nevertheless, the person stood tall and responded in kind with a shaky swing of their legs which almost hit 𝐻𝐻 on the chin. The raincoat had flown up and under he could see what he could tell was a bare leg. This made the hero more determined to get whoever this is away from the child as the two started swinging at each other, parrying legs and just missing the tall one's head. The hood ruffled slightly and under he could spot something shining like a lens. What was more alarming though was how this guy seemed to keep up with him eerily well, like he knew what his next move would be. After a few seconds of being in a stalemate, the pro hero finally got an advantage when a puddle caused the tall one to slip. Using that, he pivoted on one foot and delivered a kick to the head of the person. A loud crack was heard and the head came clean off, surprising even 𝐻𝐻 as the person stumbled back, Midoriya still in their clutches. The blonde was expecting BLD, but instead he saw water sprayed out from the stump before it seemed to just stop. He lowered his guard for a moment at the sight, thinking that he might have accidentally killed this guy, when the headless body jumped and slammed their leg down on 𝐻𝐻's shoulder, taking the fight out of the man as he was crushed to the floor with far too much strength for something that thin. He also heard a crack then and felt water on the back of his head he thought was his BLD when the person ran past 𝐻𝐻, grabbing their decapitated cranium and taking off. 𝐻𝐻 was still on the ground, reeling from that last kick, when he saw lying next to him was a mangled severed foot. He almost freaked out before he noticed it was made of plastic. He rose back up and tried to chase after them, but it was too late. Midoriya was gone without a trace, just like the first time. A few moments later, Shouter hopped down into the alley and immediately ran for him when he saw him holding the back of his head. He checked for BLD, but it just seemed to be water, he thinks. 𝐻𝐻, he called, and he would have found it sweet to hear if he wasn't wrestling with the most painful shoulder pain he's ever gotten. He got away. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 groaned, now gripping his shoulder. The other man held him slightly to support him. 𝐿𝐴𝐼 asked where they went, but 𝐻𝐻𝐸 assured him they were long gone. The speed that guy went, even with a missing foot, was far too quick for a normal human. It must have been a quirk of some kind. The foot. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 nodded, the appendage still there on the floor. 𝐿𝐴𝐼 picked it up and looked it over, and his eyes widened a little as he looked inside the socket. He must have noticed something, but whatever it was could wait. After this, he was definitely going to have to see if his shoulder was dislocated. That kick felt far too powerful. With the help of 𝐿𝐴𝐼, the two made their way out where some police cars had arrived, 𝐂𝐭𝐚𝐲 rushing out to ask where Midoriya went. Ultimately though, 𝐻𝐻𝐸 felt awful, and it was less about the kick and more about the fact he let whoever that was get away with the kid. He didn't like how he failed when Midoriya was right there. Izuku was shaking in the arms of 𝐴𝐼 as she sprinted down the alleyways. He clutched onto her raincoat whilst he focused on moving her away. Hopping over trash, dodging people having their brakes out the back of their workplaces, and cars taking shortcuts through the alleys. The blonde man was still behind them, keeping up despite the difficult maneuvering. Izuku also noticed he was talking to his phone, probably to tell 𝐻𝐻𝐸 that he found him. Yes, this was all just terrible, and Izuku needed to get out and back to the warehouse as fast as possible. He didn't know where he was going, just hoping that whoever that blonde guy was gets tired and stops, but a quick peek over 𝐴𝐼's shoulder and Izuku could see he was still chasing. Thankfully the doll was probably going to outrun him unless he has a quirk that can keep up with her. That is until 𝐼 almost crashes into a dead end. It was a closed-off alley with 3 buildings together to create a cage that was too high for 𝐼 to climb up. At first Izuku contemplated throwing himself up to a fire escape, but he didn't think 𝐼 could reach it. He was going to have to fight. Well, 𝐼 was the one to fight, but there was no time to get into the specifics. The dummy turned with Izuku in her arms to face the man who stopped a few meters from them. He didn't look tired, and though he was breathing a bit, he didn't seem out of breath. "Look, just put the kid down and we can work this out," he ordered. He tried to make it sound convincing, but Izuku wasn't stupid. 𝐼 moved to get ready to fight, Izuku drawing upon all the different fighting styles his red heroes use. He knew about some like boxing, karate, and judo, but he couldn't tell how this person would fight at a glance. The blonde man rushed in, swinging a kick that surprised Izuku at first, but it was clear he didn't expect 𝐼 to be that sturdy. He had her swing her foot up and attempt to make a kicking uppercut, but he just got out of the way. The man jumped back, and his stance immediately reminded Izuku of some fighting styles he's seen some heroes use, such as Present Mic and Midnight, mostly being kicks and punches meant to destabilize the opponent. 𝐼 made sure to parry each kick he could read and avoid the inevitable punches that followed when they were meant to knock her off balance. While maybe at the beginning when he was learning his quirk she'd fall, Izuku had since learned enough control to make her stance more solid. It was a fast pace back and forth, and it was clear the man didn't want to hurt Izuku, probably so 𝐻𝐻𝐸 can instead, but he seemed to really want to hurt 𝐼. Maybe because this is the first fight Izuku's been in, so he can actually feel the air between each blow. He makes a mistake though, and 𝐼 slips on a puddle. She doesn't fall, but it gives the other man the opportunity to give a harsh winding kick to 𝐼's head, knocking it off. The dummy's head bounced on the floor a few times until it rolled near a bin, and Izuku could feel the fluid loss from that. He immediately pressed a hand to her chest and gave more spinal fluid to make up for it before he noticed the man was distracted by the head. Using that, Izuku told 𝐼 to strike, the doll jumping in the air, winding her leg up high and bringing it down on the man with enough force to disconnect her foot. The man slammed into the ground, yelling in pain, and after he didn't get up or retaliated immediately, Izuku had 𝐼 grab her head and run for it. He couldn't risk getting the foot, but even without it 𝐼 could move faster than most people. For extra measure though, Izuku made sure to give more fluids, even though he got very dizzy and was about to pass out from the loss. As they ran, Izuku thought he heard sirens somewhere, but his headache was too strong to care, so he just kept going until they got back to the warehouse. Once home, 𝐼 brought him to his room and set him down before running to hide the hole with a dumpster, assuring his hiding place remained hidden. The boy crawled onto the bed, holding onto 𝐼's head, and just closed his eyes, taking frantic breaths over how he could have been taken away then. He didn't know what that man's quirk was, but it must have been either too destructive to be used precisely or non-combative, otherwise Anna wouldn't have been able to defeat him. The fact he could have been snatched back into the hands of Hisoshi just made him shake, keeping Anna's head close and breathing forcefully, but the beating in his heart didn't stop and the headache from quirk use didn't help. The world felt like it was falling apart. He felt so strangled that he couldn't move and squeezed the dummy's head until he was sure the broken camera inside cut his fingers. He couldn't stop freaking out, he couldn't stop spiraling. He can't go back outside. He can never go back outside. It was too much. Too risky. It would always have to be Anna now, even if her range is too short. He'll find a way, he has to. Izuku remained balled up until the sun started to set. Still awake and shaking, he eventually pulled himself up and walked to get some water and drank it. It helped calm down his weakening panic, but the resolution from that still remained strong. He can't leave. Leaving risks being found. He needs to stay here and get stronger on his own. That was his quirk. Hisashi said, lying on the couch with Dot, scratching her head. According to what we know, it's likely. Shouter added, doing the dishes in the kitchen. The Erasure hero had come back from the station after Hisashi had that encounter with Kid Midoriya. They made sure Hisashi's shoulder got checked for anything lasting, but thankfully it wasn't dislocated, just going to have a nasty bruise that would fade with time, much to both of their relief. At the station, Tsukochi explained what he got from the hospital about the Midoriya's visit. Apparently the kid had manifested his quirk, which resulted in Hisoshi getting a swollen nose and Inko getting a punch to the face, though he didn't quite believe that last one, and neither did the detective. He also found out what it exactly was and what the cerebrospinal fluid was for. It was used in his quirk and acted like a moss-like muscle to manipulate and control objects, effectively puppeteering them. It was a pretty strange quirk according to the analyst. It seemed to strengthen a lot of materials, at least when in motion, as explained in a report that mentioned a doll sending Hisoshi, a grown man, stumbling back. Now that Shouter's seen, secondhand, what the quirk can do, it was certainly one that can get stronger the better materials and control were. Either that kid had perfect control or his quirk works on autopilot, the blonde commented as he moved his hand away from the cat, earning a death glare. There's a lot that isn't known about the quirk. They never got a real chance to have a quirk counselor look at it. Shouter clarified, finishing up drying. On top of that, that's all they got on the Kid Midoriya. After Hisashi lost him, the police tried to search for the child but found nothing. At this point, either the kid is magical or he's just incredibly lucky and magic doesn't exist. At least we know the dragon's roar hasn't found him. Hisashi stated, looking on the brighter side of things. But still, I could have saved him. You didn't know he was alone. Shouter argued gently. He circled around the counter that divided their living room and kitchen and sat down next to his fiancée. Hisashi didn't reach out for him, so Shouter did, instead taking his head and pulling it onto his shoulder, which the blonde let. It's almost been 3 weeks, Sho. Hisashi stated, he's been out there on the streets alone for 3 weeks and I could have pulled him away from it all. Why? It was clear why he stopped. Why didn't the kid just accept the help? Why didn't he just trust the man in front of him instead of just running and even hurting him? Shouter can't think of a definite answer, but he can take a wild guess. From what Tsukochi got about the kid's home life, he probably had to walk on eggshells around his father and as such grew up to be timid and quiet. That, on top of watching his mother die by his hands, the kid is probably terrified of people. In a way, he's like a cat who runs at the first sign of anything bigger than him. He explained all this to Hisashi and the man just leaned more onto Shouter as he gave a quiet, sad chuckle. So he's like a stray cat, here. Even got the scratches to prove it. Shouter hummed at that. He just hoped they'd find this stray cat and get him somewhere safe as soon as possible. Izuku made one final trip to the beach. His last one, hopefully, at least for him personally. He came to pick up something that at the time was too heavy to bring back with a trolley, at least fully. It was a wide monitor along with a few cameras that were next to it. Most likely what was once a part of a security console, if the branding they all shared meant anything. He knew he needed this to replace Anna's lost eye. It took the better part of the night, ducking into alleys and avoiding people as much as possible until he finally got it back to the warehouse. The problem was getting it inside. The biggest thing he's gotten in was a bed frame that just barely made it through the hole by taking it apart. But the monitor was very wide and couldn't be taken apart, so after some careful movements and a few cracks, they just got it through. Anna moved it to the bedroom and set it on the desk that was a part of the office. Hooking it up to the power, the monitor came to life but had no input. Thankfully, the computer he'd gotten from his first visit could finally be hooked up and the screen finally showed what the computer was. It looked to be having problems with crashes and stuttering, but after Izuku thought back to the computer's made easy book, it seemed that the computer had gotten a virus. Recalling what he read, he wiped the computer completely and restarted it. The virus gone and whatever was on it before gone too. After that he had a working computer, there was just the issue with the internet. He knew it was something he needed to go online from how often he's watched it drop from before. He knew he needed a box, but he also knew that he'd need to pay for it. He was going to have to visit the library himself and find out how he can work around this. A day later Izuku would do just that, opting to go early in the morning on a Monday in hopes of as few people as possible finding him. He didn't wear his raincoat this time, instead wore a hoodie he'd seen at the dump. It wasn't pretty, nor was it clean, and he's pretty sure there's BLD on it, but it didn't matter. Once he had what he needed, he didn't need to worry about clothing for the foreseeable future. He moved quickly, and intentionally avoided eye contact with the librarian. Indeed, the walls felt cramped, especially without Anna. He felt vulnerable and alone, and that he couldn't do anything. He could feel his heart start to beat fast. He quickly looked for the computers here and opted to just search for what he wanted as fast as possible. A few quick lookups and he found what he wanted. While he couldn't get a provider for his internet, because that needed money, he did find something called satellite internet. He remembered that he had a satellite dish in the junk pile he gathered but wasn't sure how'd he work that out. After taking a list of things he needed to do to make the connection work, he left the library quickly, not even stopping when the librarian called out to him. He ran back home and immediately went to work on what to do. He set up the satellite dish and connected it to the computer, linking it to the power and creating a network of haphazard cables that would be a fire hazard if he knew what that second word meant. However, he knew the biggest problem about this was not the dish, the computer, or the power. It was the actual satellites that were the problem. That problem being that they moved. Izuku wrestled with it for a while. He'd need the dish to be facing the satellite in order to connect to the internet, but to do that the satellite dish needed to always move. The boy racked his mind to find a way to do this but realized he had the perfect solution. On the roof, he set up the satellite thanks to Anna and injected the dish with his quirk, feeding it spinal fluid. Then after a moment of testing, Izuku was shifting the dish around at will. He'd need to refill it every now and again, but right now, it was perfect. The boy excitedly checked the computer and after some checks, he opened a browser and boom. He had a weak connection. It wasn't much, but it was enough to not need the library. That day, Izuku spent it getting more and more information. How to strengthen his connection, how to read better, and most importantly, how to make money. Indeed, with all of this, he was going to be able to do a lot of things. He'd never have to leave the warehouse, he'd never have to risk getting caught, he'd never have to worry about his Soshi or anyone for that matter. Yes, here, with this, he was safe. Alone. But safe. Shouta was going on a date tonight with Hisashi for the first time in a few months. Underground work, especially the night patrols, makes scheduling a nightmare for stuff like outings or getting drinks with friends. He knows Hisashi has been patient with him and he can't love the man more than he already does. He knows as well how down his husband has been about the missing Midoriya case. It's been 6 months since the kid was last seen and Hisashi has been blaming himself more and more. With every passing week there's no news about him. Hisashi's, or whoever he was, trail has gone cold with no lead in sight, implying that he was likely a higher up in the Dragon's Roar. Either way, the whole Midoriya case is going cold and soon there'll be no reason for the police or heroes to keep looking into it. It's just a sad affair all around really. So Shouta's planning to make things better for his blonde loudmouth, at least for a night. The place he had gotten a reservation at was one that he had to get a few months in advance, and tonight was that night. A night he explicitly made sure he and Hisashi would get off from doing any work. At least that was the plan, but when he was checking the news that afternoon, he found out that the restaurant in question had a villain attack resulting in it needing to be closed for the next week. He still managed to get his reservation moved to that next week, but having their night with just them delayed was a massive headache for the hero. The two just settled for ordering takeout and watching a few movies. Not bad, but that was what they were going to do after the dinner anyway, so it could have easily been a better night. 𝐲𝐻𝐻 had made an order for their food and rested on the couch for 20 or so minutes with Hisashi until they heard their buzzer, asking for someone to be let in. Letting the 𝐷𝐿VOI driver in, the wonderful smell of fried chicken hit his nose as he opened the door. The covered-up person was wearing a motorcycle helmet that had hidden their face, but that didn't concern 𝐲𝐻𝐻. He just took the food and thanked the guy, who just nodded back before turning to Hisashi to grace him with the wonderful treat of fried food. None the wiser to how close Izuku was. Another 𝐷𝐿VOI done by Anna, thought Izuku behind his computer screen. He just completed his 5th 𝐷𝐿VOI of the night and had already accepted a 6th, sending Anna back downstairs to grab her bike and head off to the next food place. Ever since he found a 𝐷𝐿VOI app that didn't look too closely into who their employees were, Izuku has been delivering food for them for the last 3 months. It was rough at the beginning. Learning what routes were best, making sure he was on time, and of course the biggest, learning how to ride a bike, but he got it. It helped that he wasn't the one doing the biking and instead Anna was the one running around Musutafu. Over the months he figured out how to get his connection stronger so that his video feed was better. He's even gotten it to a point he subconsciously knew where the right satellites were at the right time. Of course he had to learn to work both Anna and the dish separately, which took longer than he expected, but now he doesn't have to worry. Frankly, things have been great for him. He hasn't had to leave the warehouse since he got the satellite dish to work, besides going onto the roof to replenish it, and now he was thriving. For the most part. He still had problems sleeping and would stay up days at a time, but honestly, he had so much he could do now, and he was 6. He's much more grown up than he was then. His work arrangement was easy, especially with being able to have a second monitor that he bought with his own money. He was very proud of that one. He'd also been improving Anna in terms of her body. Yes, she was still cobbled together but with nicer parts. Izuku had gotten a mannequin torso to replace the anatomical dummy, and it was a lot easier to keep fluids inside it. He'd also gotten some new arms, legs, and to top it all off, enough tape to fully wrap her so that not a drop can slip out. He still had her head though. He didn't want to lose it as it made Anna to him. He did clean it up though, and even got some new RBB to wrap around to replace the ones that got shredded after the camera inside her head broke. He also didn't need to worry about finding food banks anymore to feed himself, though he doesn't really have an appetite in the first place. It's fine though, it's mostly because when Anna isn't working, Izuku's learning a lot. He found this online schooling website and has been doing so well. He's studied really hard and learned a lot. He just wished his mama could see how well he's doing. That's another thing Izuku has been dealing with. He tries hard not to think about mama because every time he does, he gets that thing with his heart where it beats really fast and he starts having trouble breathing. But enough of that, how about we talk more about his home? It's still the same in terms of the warehouse floor, besides a lot more junk in it, courtesy of the beach, but his bedroom has been a lot better. He'd collected a few dolls from some antique stores that Anna spotted and enjoyed using them for practicing movements. Ever since that day that guy attacked them, Izuku has been learning how to protect himself if Hisashi ever found him. He already studied heroes and quirks before, so he was excited to pick it back up now that he didn't have to worry about Hisashi stopping him. He could play with the dolls all he wanted and no one could stop it. Truly, he was happy like this. The only problem was he was now wondering what to do with his growing free time. He wanted to try sewing, but he'd need a while to save up enough money to buy a machine. There was that other thing that he couldn't escape, the one thing that he couldn't have, no matter what he wanted. Company. Shinsu Hitoshi had just been moved to another home after his last one gave up on him. It wasn't like he did anything. Literally he did nothing, but with a quirk like his. A villainous one. He couldn't escape accusations and misconceptions or even downright manipulations some people would do just to hurt him. What was the excuse this time? It was his fault that another kid hit a different one. Apparently that kid accused Hitoshi of using his quirk on them, so now here he was, off to the next temporary stay like he's a hot potato. This one was in Musutafu with what he hoped this time would be someone who'd see him for more than his quirk, but he couldn't get his hopes up that high. He knew for the most part this was life for him and would be for a long time. No one wanted a kid who could take over you with just a few words. Indeed, just like that, he was given a bunch of ground rules the second he stepped foot through the door. No asking questions. No speaking without permission, which was never. Not even a sound, be it a sneeze or a cough, could leave his lips. And just like that, he was welcomed into a new home. At least this one he had to himself and didn't have to fight with other foster kids pinning the blame on him for every wrong thing that happened. It was a small room he got, a broom closet practically, but at least it was his alone to sleep in. And of course another school uniform for another school he's moved to. He was about to start going to elementary school, and it was honestly something he was not looking forward to. At least in his current grade, the childish insults actually came from kids. Soon he'd have to deal with people who were actually smart, not to say he was, but at least he was wise enough to know how stupid some people could be. After he'd settled in, he decided to immediately head out to explore. He didn't like staying in the homes physically because it would always end up with him being blamed for something, so he'd rather not make a mountain out of his first day. Musutofu was quite busy despite it being a Tuesday, but Hitoshi didn't mind. It made it easier to hide away, and he didn't mind the crowds. Though he would mind some elbow room, so he drifted to some of the more quieter parts of town. He knew Musutofu was close to the shore, so he followed the scent of the ocean, hoping to find a beach to just rest at. What he got instead was a landfill site that was an eyesore to anyone passing by. At least he got a good view of the sun. It was almost October, so it was setting faster and faster, so he waited for the flaming ball in the sky to set. He didn't really have much to do, and despite the junk-filled surroundings, it was fun to look at and be shocked at what people had thrown away here. After about an hour of resting, he heard the sound of shaky footsteps make their way towards him. When he turned, he spied a tall person in a green hoodie and gray sweatpants wandering towards him with a wheelbarrow in tow. He did not like the way they stared at him. Hitoshi stood up from the curb where he was sitting and eyed the stranger. He was a kid but not a fool. He knew about stranger danger, and this stranger was looking right at him. He couldn't see their face as it was covered with the hoodie and the drawstrings were pulled enough to hide everything but their eyes, and they looked empty. The wheelbarrow they were pushing was full of junk that Hitoshi didn't know what for, but nevertheless kept his guard up. He pushed himself to speak, as right now they were in a standoff and the other person clearly wasn't the talkative type. "What do you want?" Hitoshi growled, making sure he sounded threatening enough. The stranger didn't flinch at his tone and instead moved their arms and hands in a few motions. They looked like they were trying to say something with them, but Hitoshi didn't understand what. After a few seconds of doing that, they stopped and instead reached for something in their pocket. Hitoshi stepped back immediately, ready to run if this guy tried anything, but what came out surprisingly was a notepad and a pencil. The figure brought it up right to the hole in the hoodie and wrote something down. Are they short-sighted, thought Hitoshi, but stopped when the figure lowered their arm down to show what they wrote on the notepad. Do you know JSL, Japanese Sign Language? The writing was neat, almost textbook, but it didn't lower Hitoshi's guard at all. No, I don't know that, he replied, still keeping his distance. The figure continued to write again right next to their face and lowered their arm down to show him their new message. Why are you here? Because I wanted to watch the sun set. Oh, and also be alone if you don't mind. The last part came out snappy. Hitoshi still wasn't sure if this person was a danger or not, so didn't want to get friendly just yet. The stranger seemed to freeze for a moment before writing once more. When he showed the message though, I like to be alone too. Hitoshi didn't know whether to be alarmed or not. He didn't know what this stranger wanted from him or why they are talking to him. He stuck around only because it had been a while since he had a conversation with someone where he could speak freely. Why are you talking to me? He queried directly, not wanting to beat around the bush. Shouldn't you have something better to do than bothering a kid like me? That second rhetorical question was a lot more aggressive and had a bit more emotion than he intended. Again, it didn't seem to scare or even register with the stranger, and they just stared at Hitoshi, creeping him out until they started writing again. I wanted to talk to someone and you seemed lonely like me. Also, I'm a kid too. Hitoshi read the first part of the message and every part of him said to run right now, only stopping just enough to read the second sentence. What did they mean they were a kid too? You can't be a kid. You're too big. He argued childishly. The stranger just stood there a moment, again eerily still, until they reached up to pull their hood back to show a distorted head. It looked vaguely like a woman's, but there was plastic wrap around it and what seemed to be a dome camera buried into the left side of her face. Her eyes were again lifeless and her lips didn't seem capable of moving. It looked distorted and disjointed. It was just realistic enough to be recognizable as human at a distance, but it was distorted up close. Jilted, disfigured, monstrous. The fact it stood perfectly still like a scarecrow, staring directly at him, put some kind of panic in his heart he only got when seeing a bug sneak up on him. Hitoshi was afraid at what he was looking at, and a normal kid would probably run at the sight of whatever this thing is. But for him, he was a bit frozen. The way that glaring camera lens bore down at him was almost pinning, daring him to move. He felt his feet fail to lift and just felt scared in a mind-blanking way. It felt like forever as he watched the stranger write once more. They didn't write it up to their face, probably to keep an eye on Hitoshi. Once they were done, they showed him the notepad again. "I am controlling this doll. What?" Hitoshi thought, confused and startled. From what this person is trying to say, or at least Hitoshi could guess, is that they are controlling this thing. That they were somehow, probably by a quirk, were puppeteering this thrown together, vaguely human, plastic, RBB and cloth-colored figure. But where was the kid? They said they're the same age, but Hitoshi can't see them. Are they inside it? Are they off to the side watching this from afar? He noticed the camera once more and started to understand what he was looking at a bit more. They were watching him through that. But that doesn't prove anything about the stranger being a kid, it just proved what he was looking at wasn't even the stranger. No, this felt very risky and the kind of thing people make urban legends out of. The creepy doll man who snatches children away. So when he noticed it's been a while since anyone said anything and watched the doll lift up their notebook once more, Hitoshi took the opportunity and ran. Sprinting fully and hoping that the stranger either couldn't catch up or he was just too quick. He was expecting to hear fast footsteps behind him. Like he was on the set of a horror movie about to get mauled in the street and left for some poor person to find. He didn't want to be a victim, especially when he's lived such a short and shitty life. He just kept going and hoping, until he reached someone he could hide behind. Izuku didn't know what he was doing. Maybe not talking with anyone his age for months was getting to him. Maybe not talking to anyone PRD was getting to him. But when he saw that purple-haired kid with hair that looked like it was defying gravity perpetually, he found himself drawn to how downtrodden he looked. Anna was just coming back from the beach dump with some more random electronics to scavenge when he spotted the kid staring out over the rubbish and trash, towards the sun. While Izuku never stayed outside long enough to watch the sunset, he definitely admitted that the junk, shadowed by the setting sun, can actually be quite scenic. It was just a bit more than that though that made him wander up to the kid who looked to be his age, maybe a bit older, Izuku using his own tiny size as a bad frame of reference. It was how tired his eyes looked, how thin he was, and how he was here of all places. Izuku has been to this beach many times and has seen enough people to match his number of fingers. This area was a dead zone where there were only 3 types of people. Either here to check out the beach and then immediately leave disappointed, here to dump something, be it old stuff or defective garbage, and those who were less fortunate, scavenging the mess like him. Someone here, enjoying the view willingly, wasn't something people came here for. So of course he had to go up and ask to find out what he was doing here. Curiosity and loneliness was getting the better of him. Anna set off on her way to the boy, pushing a wheelbarrow full of goods. Anna moved towards the boy and immediately Izuku could see him stand up. That must mean he's ready for a conversation, right? He said to Anna what it is she wanted, so Izuku, after some hesitation, decided he was going to engage with him. Once Anna got close enough, Izuku ordered her to drop the wheelbarrow and start communicating with him. He had her sign, "Good evening, do you know JSL?" Izuku learned JSL when he realized how useful it could be for Anna, as communication has been the newer problem the dummy had. He got the idea annoyingly from that guy who chased them down months ago, though he admits it has been very useful on 1 or 2 occasions. Of course not everyone knows JSL, but it's better to be able to have it in case the opportunity presents itself. That's why he has the notepad and pencil in Anna's pocket after all. With it he can practically chat with anyone, not that he wants to. The purple-haired boy didn't seem to understand when he made the gestures, so it's probably safe to say he didn't know sign language. Anna reached into her hoodie's front pocket and pulled out the notepad and small pencil Izuku bought in bulk for his journals. She brought the notepad right up to the camera lens so Izuku could focus on what it was he would be writing. The fun thing about commanding someone to do things with your mind is that they can do it exactly to your parameters, provided they are capable of it. When Izuku gave the dummy the orders to write down, "Do you know JSL Japanese Sign Language?" it was done at the quality of a textbook example. Showing that to the boy, he just stood there for a moment before he said that he did not. That dismayed Izuku for a second, but it wasn't an unexpected answer, so he took out the notebook and began to write, "Why are you here?" The other kid responded immediately, and it would almost sound like he was snapping at Izuku if he hadn't devolved socially over the last few months of isolation. He said he wanted to be alone, and Izuku can understand that totally. He liked being alone because it was the safest thing for him. He made sure to air this thing they have in common in his next note. "I like to be alone too." The purple-haired kid seemed to make a face that Izuku couldn't read, but he could tell he was getting uncomfortable. He must have said something wrong, but it was his response that seemed to make things make sense when he asked why he was talking to him and that he clearly thought he was talking to an adult. He wasn't, of course, but Izuku could understand why he'd make that mistake. He needed Anna to look like an adult so she could do the DLVOI job, but also because being taller is more advantageous. Biking was easier, you moved faster, and she could carry more weight. He did note though that the purple-haired kid almost shouted that out, which meant he's probably as scared as he would be if he saw a strange adult talk to him. Heck, he was in that state a few months ago. He quickly scrawled down an answer in hopes of comforting him. He doesn't want to make him feel scared. "I wanted to talk to someone and you seemed lonely like me. Also, I'm a kid too." The other kid read his message and Izuku expected a happier expression than the one he had right now. Why was he getting more upset? Did he not believe him? He clearly didn't, given how he said it out, stating that Anna was too big to be a kid. So Izuku decided to show instead of tell. Surely he can figure it out once he's seen Anna's a doll. He ordered her to draw back her head, and suddenly the screen got bright now that it wasn't looking through a pinhole. The doll shook her head a little in case the hood was still stuck and just looked directly at the kid to see if he understood or not. Instead he just froze, and Izuku thought for a moment that the camera died or the connection stuttered. Once he saw the other kid blink, though, he was sure he was just stunned. "Anna's appealing, you know." Izuku put a lot of effort into making sure Anna's head looked as close to human as possible. Sure, the camera lens ruined it, and maybe he could have put more effort into laying the plastic, but he couldn't really melt plastic down, could he? Something to look into later, thought Izuku as he quickly opened a tab on the second monitor to add plastic molds into his to-do list. Just in case though the other kid wasn't sure, Izuku wrote down in the notebook a clarifying statement. "I am controlling this doll." Once he showed that the other kid seemed to be shook out of whatever thoughts he was having and his eyes started darting around the place. Izuku wasn't sure what for, but given how his face paled, the greenette realized that there might be a misunderstanding forming. Anna lifted up the notebook once more, but as he did he watched the purple-haired kid run. Izuku realized that he may have messed up somewhere. He thought for a moment to chase the boy down and solve this misunderstanding, whatever it was, but then he just barely had enough clarity to think that that just might, maybe, make things worse. So he let him go, feeling dejected and sad that his first time talking to someone was a bust. Surely though he would get more chances in the future. It's been a few weeks since Hitoshi talked to that creepy stranger at the beach. He still got creeps every time he saw a doll because it reminded him of that messed up plastic face it had. Thankfully that day it didn't seem to follow him back to the house, and he meant the house. So far this place has been another, predictable, bust. The two adults haven't laid a hand on him yet, but they have been neglecting him. The only food he gets is dinner, and that's mostly leftovers, which is honestly better than some places, so at least he has that going for him. It's not as if you need 3 meals a day. But of course that didn't mean he didn't want them. He constantly felt empty and hungry, even if it was a familiar feeling. At least when he goes to school, he might get some better food. It was Hitoshi's first year in elementary school, not that he was hoping for much. He knew ever since he got this quirk when he was 3 that the world would always see him a certain way. It was almost April and the cherry blossoms would be coming out in full force. Hitoshi only hoped that elementary would be different from kindergarten. He barely made any friends, both because of his quirk and the fact he kept moving from place to place because of his fostering situation. It honestly reached the point where he didn't want to bother anymore. Why try when it was all temporary? It wasn't as if anyone would want to keep him longer than a year. Maybe he would be lucky though. He was still a kid and that spark of hope all youths had was still within him. These fosters at least didn't go after him on purpose, so he's hoping he can make it a year, because without that hope, Hitoshi doesn't know what his future would look like. When the day came that he got his uniform for the school, he could immediately tell that it wasn't done begrudgingly by his fosters but also not done willingly. Hitoshi guesses that he probably won't be getting any more replacements should he lose them. Maybe he could find something at that beach he visited. No, actually, scratch that. Best not to risk stumbling into that creep again. He should just be extra careful with his stuff and hope no one takes his stuff or it breaks mysteriously. The morning of, he changed quickly into his uniform and set out for the school, not bothering to say goodbye because he knew he wasn't getting a good luck. He didn't have breakfast, so already he was feeling lethargic. At least he got a full 7 hours of sleep, so that counts for something. It was a while to 𝐿𝐷era Elementary School, or rather the entire 𝐿𝐷era institution itself. The place was a mix of 3 different schools into one huge complex with elementary, middle and high all being together. It was quite extravagant all things considered, but that might just be the idea. Hitoshi will need to see it before he makes any assumptions about the place. The first day had come and orientation was given. Lining up with all those other kids along with the middle and high school students was something to behold. Hitoshi honestly had never seen so many people in one place, so he was feeling intimidated, as he was sure everyone else was. As with all school orientations, there was the usual long-winded speech from the principal. A meek-looking man with a very obvious toupee on his head. Hitoshi was sure everyone could see it, and honestly it would have been fine if the man's toupee wasn't a different hair color than his actual hair to the sides of his head. Maybe he intended that, maybe he didn't. Either way, it was at least distracting for the first 20 minutes of the speech. It stopped getting interesting when he actually stopped to hear the man talking about raising the strong of tomorrow for a brighter future tomorrow. Now that almost made Hitoshi groan. Anyone who talks like that are always the people to admit that the strong are those who are chosen. Hitoshi's quirk isn't that strong in raw power, but it was definitely dangerous in every other sense. He's never got a chance to use it fully for longer than 10 seconds, but that was enough to get how powerful it could be. Whether that coin landed on the side of good or evil, though, was entirely up to public opinion. When orientation finally ended, thank God, he could finally go inside to homeroom and sit down after an hour of standing. His seating arrangement put him towards the back of the class, something that Hitoshi would soon realize was on purpose. When the roll call was being done, they had also played a game, one that Hitoshi could already guess was for one purpose. When someone had their name called out, they'd introduce themselves, saying their name, their favorite color and, of course, their quirk. Hitoshi could already tell the faces that would turn when he said the word brainwashing to them. Having a mind control quirk triggered by just answering his questions was already hard enough to explain, but also having that label synonymous with so many negative things, it was like he was being written up for failure, which in all honesty he probably was. When the teacher got through everyone else, she called the class attention to him. Hitoshi immediately noticed that unlike everyone else, the teacher's eyes narrowed at him. Standing up, he could feel her eyes judging to see if he knew his place, so Hitoshi acted as calm as possible and just said out what was expected. My name is Shinsu Hitoshi. My favorite color is purple. My quirk is called brainwashing, and I can control people's minds if they answer my questions. That day went wonderfully, Hitoshi thought. Of course he was being sarcastic, something he had to learn in order to cope better with everything putting him down. Today was definitely one of those. The response to his quirk was as he tragically expected, with suspicion and whispers. When lunchtime came, he was already alone, no one having talked to him, probably out of fear of his quirk. And given how some people who weren't in his class were giving him looks, that information has spread like wildfire. The question now is how he will be treated. Will he be ignored by everyone, treated only with a 10-foot pole out of fear, or will some people mess with him because it's the right thing to do to someone with a villainous quirk? That didn't take long. when he was accidentally bumped into several times in the playground, probably to see how far they could go before he reacted. They weren't going to get a rise out of him. Not yet anyway. Even he had his limits, but they were longer than most he hoped. At the very least he won't have to worry for a little while. Everyone was still in the data collection portion of the bullying, knowing what's quiet enough that the teachers won't care. But given how every shoulder check was met with a glare at him by the teachers, it was clear that it was going to be a lot. At least he can people watch before it gets worse. Class favorites were already being picked, and it seemed that the biggest was a spiky-haired blonde kid from another class. Bakugo, if Hitoshi remembered right. He had an explosion quirk. Something perfect for fighting and defeating villains, so Hitoshi can surely expect to meet him in the coming weeks once everyone is settled. Obviously he wasn't looking forward to it. No one likes to be bullied, no matter what anyone tells you. When his first day ended, no one had said a word to him, but they definitely said words about him. He didn't know whether to be flattered or depressed that he'll be on the tip of everyone's tongues for the next while. Of course it was all bad things. Who'd ever treat him differently outside of a guy with a villainous quirk? It only took till Friday for his first incident to arise. He wasn't sure why it took so long to get there, but maybe being older made everyone more cautious than before. Hitoshi definitely knew as the years went on he was going to get more jumpy. He was sitting against a wall in the playground, hiding in the shade away from everyone, when a couple of kids from a different class walked up to him. Hitoshi could already see the SHT-eating smirks they had, that what was going to happen was nothing short of friendly. But maybe he was just being paranoid. Of course he would soon be corrected. One kid was plump and had a shaved head along with what looked to be featherless wings coming out of his back. The other was a scrawny-looking brat with short grey hair and spikes on his knuckles. If he remembered right, they are called Tsubasa and Pangaki respectively. "Hey Shinsu," Tsubasa started, looking down at the sitting boy, "are you the guy with the villainous quirk?" He laid it out as innocently as possible, but of course couldn't hold back his smile, clearly already knowing who he was and what his quirk is. Hitoshi knew it was meant to trap him, so instead he just did what he always did and was direct with what he thought. "No. You got the wrong guy." Completely calm but getting more stressed inside. Tsubasa seemed a bit taken back when Hitoshi said that, but didn't for long. Pangaki decided to step in and make his opinion on Hitoshi's quirk known. "But everyone says that you've got one." "Then I guess everyone's wrong." Hitoshi shot back as calmly as he could. It was hard keeping up this facade. Again, no one liked being picked on, no matter what they say, and while these can all just be innocent questions, it was all clearly trying to get a reaction out of him. He wasn't going to let that happen, he wasn't giving them the satisfaction. Pangaki didn't stop, just kept going onwards with his next attack ready. "But isn't your quirk brainwashing? That sounds really evil to me." He did that while raising his hands in a just my opinion kind of way. As if that made it less obvious what he was doing. "Only if it's used that way," he argued, lifting up from the ground. Hitoshi wasn't a small kid despite getting so little food and sleep. His guess has something to do with genetics and someone in his family having a height quirk. He was probably the top 3 tallest in his entire class, so the confident looks on Pangaki and Tsubasa seemed to shake when he stood above them. His wild flowy hair also helped in the intimidation factor, even if he didn't want to look more scary than he already was. "WL," Tsubasa stuttered slightly, "how do we know you don't use it that way, here?" "By maybe trying something called the benefit of the doubt and being respectful." Hitoshi countered, "Even if it's wrong for a 6-year-old to have to point that out. Why should we respect you when you've got a quirk like that?" Pangaki interjected, and more aggressively now that it was obvious Hitoshi wasn't going to let them walk all over him. "Why should I when you've got a face like that?" Hitoshi spat, hoping that would beat him away. The grey-haired brat looked offended by that and scrunched his eyebrows. "Maybe it'd be better if a villain like you just stayed out of school altogether. It isn't like you'll need it." Pangaki clearly wasn't putting up his innocent facade anymore if the snarl in his tone was anything to go by. Hitoshi was about to stab back again when they were interrupted by a teacher asking what they were doing. The teacher clearly didn't care when Tsubasa and Pangaki were goading Hitoshi, but when it was clear he wasn't going to take it lying down, now he had to get involved. The brats just said they were chatting and Hitoshi nodded along too, just wanting to go back to sitting in the shade. Thankfully the teacher left it there, but not before giving the side eye to Hitoshi as he got back to supervising. For the rest of that break, the teacher practically hovered around Hitoshi, looking for an excuse to chastise the boy. Things of course got worse as time went on. More taunts were made at him, especially on the way out from school, in hopes of getting him in trouble should he fight back. Soon these taunts turned into kicks in the back of his heel, which then turned to outright shoves in the corridors when the teachers weren't watching. Of course sometimes they were, but it wasn't as if they'd actually do something. That was clear to Hitoshi the first time it occurred. He couldn't do it back, obviously. Second he did, a teacher would be right there with a detention slip and a stern talking to about bullying and not causing trouble. Hitoshi even got his bag grabbed a few times, but with how used to the boy was to such things, he always had at least one hand on his bag, so they normally just get stuck between them in a momentary tug of war before they let go and run away like they didn't just try to take his SHT. Honestly, he couldn't wait for summer break. If not only to be away from everything and everyone and just be by himself. He finally got a moment when a villain attack close to the school left them having to close early for the day, a small blessing for Hitoshi as he rushed home. He'd put his bag away and tore off his uniform because it was getting far too hot for it. He headed to a small park just to get some fresh air and isolation because it was all he had going for him in terms of hobbies. Finding little quiet spots like this always made him happy, especially when it looked like anyone rarely went there. Unfortunately, it wasn't one of those days he could be alone when a group of kids he recognized from class, along with Pangaki and Tsubasa, went for him the second they noticed he was there. Hitoshi honestly considered just running, not giving the chance for them to make any remark or possibly grab him. He's never had a beatdown before, but he knew that look in their eyes when they closed in. Hitoshi made sure to stand up right away and stared them down, daring them to come closer than they already were. Thankfully that seemed to make them stop in their tracks but not in their pursuit. "Hey Shinsu. Nice we ran into each other," Pangaki called with a wry smile on his lips. "What is it?" Hitoshi replied, not even trying to sound polite. One of the kids scolded at his words. "Rude villain. Doesn't even know how to greet properly." Hitoshi looked over to the one who said that, and it was a big kid who seemed to have some kind of white crystal growing out of his shoulders. When his eyes met Hitoshi's, the kid's brow seemed to furrow more than it already had. "I agree, Shiosho," Pangaki agreed. "Honestly Shinsu, maybe people would like you better if you could be a bit more friendly." Of course that last sentence was laced with fake concern, like he actually cared whether or not Hitoshi was friendly. People would always see his quirk first and everything else as secondary, and it's tragic that at an early age he knew he wasn't going to be treated any differently. But right now, Hitoshi decided to use their words against them and be polite for now. So with a weak smile and a daring look he responded to Pangaki with strained words. "Well, can you please leave me alone? I kind of don't want to chat right now." Pangaki's smile got annoying wider as the scrawny brat opened his mouth some more in the most condescending way. "There. Was that so hard? Maybe you could avoid being a villain yet if you kept up that attitude." Hitoshi swore he was going to cut open his palm with how tightly he was clenching his fist. After a short breath longer than the rest, he just decided to go. It was clear these people weren't going to leave him alone until they had their fill or Hitoshi left. And he was doing just that, walking off without a goodbye because he didn't want to give them the chance to provoke him anymore lest he actually get into an argument. He speed walked away, where Pangaki called after him, and he almost got to the park gate when a painful grasp got hold of his arm. "We aren't finished," the person grabbing him growled. Hitoshi turned to see Shiosho gripping hard as small crystals formed along that arm and softly stabbed Hitoshi through the kid's palm. Hitoshi tried to move free of him, but the white crystals hurt every time he tried to pull away, making it fruitless. Also, because of the half day, he didn't get the school lunch, so he was feeling more tired than he usually does. Pangaki, Tsubasa, and the rest of the kids walked after him, and this time they didn't keep back. They closed in and encircled Hitoshi, and this is where he seriously considered breaking his vow on not using his quirk until he got into a hero course. He always wanted to be a hero just like every kid his age did. But while most wanted the glory and reputation heroes got, Hitoshi wanted to be a hero so he could prove the world that told him he was something else. As such, he didn't want to use his quirk until he could finally use it for good without anyone using it against him. But right now he was scared. still keeping a defiant face but scared. He wasn't sure how this would end, but he knew it wasn't going to be pretty. Either he used his quirk and they went crying to their parents, saying the mean villain kid hurt them, or let the beatdown happen. He didn't want to do either. But unfortunately, much like everything, life doesn't give you the luxury of choice more often than not. That was rude. Pangaki sneered as he closed in. Maybe someone needs to show you a villain like you how to behave better. But first, let's make sure you can't use that evil quirk of yours. He reached out to Tsubosa's bag on his back and the boy took out a muzzle. A dog muzzle to be exact. It wouldn't do much to stop him from talking, but it was never about his quirk. He shook a lot, at this point not caring about getting hurt, but the other kids just grabbed him and forced his head up so they could strap the thing on. When he kept struggling more, a kick to his stomach by Shiosho made him almost collapse if the other kids weren't holding him up. Hitoshi was really scared, especially when noticed that this one had a lock so it wasn't coming off unless they took it off, if they'd even do that. As the straps went around his ears, he was ready to scream until someone else did it for him. "What the hell is that?" Tsubosa shouted, pointing to something being Hitoshi he couldn't see. The other kids turned and paled at whatever it was and let go of Hitoshi to step away. The boy fell to the floor, still feeling the kick, scratching his hands on the pavement and seeing minor cuts in his arm where Shiosho had grabbed him. Clacking of shoes on pavement ran out behind Hitoshi as he took off the loose muzzle and turned to see the almost limping form of the stranger from a few weeks ago, their hood down and their vaguely human, definitely not, face staring down at the kids. "What are you?" cried Pangaki as he hid behind the rest of the kids. The stranger stood there for a moment, probably whoever was behind that camera thinking about their next move. Hitoshi watched in utter, skin-crawling horror as the stranger hunched down on all fours, twisted their back and crawled towards the brats far faster than it should have. The kids screeched and ran, the stranger going after them before stopping once they were satisfied they were gone. Hitoshi was still on the floor in pain from his earlier scuffle and stared at the doll warily as they approached normally. "So this is how I go." Snatched away by a creepy doll monster. Guess it could have been worse. Hitoshi thought as he struggled to get up. The stranger had already closed in on Hitoshi and he was ready to accept his fate when the thing showed its upturned hand towards him in a gesture to help. Hitoshi wasn't sure what they were trying, but he was already sure he couldn't do much. His quirk wouldn't work here because in all likelihood the person controlling them wasn't here, so he was truly at the mercy of whoever was watching him. He took the hand and was lifted up to his feet, and he would have ran just like that when he noticed the stranger hadn't let go of his hand. The grip was tight. It didn't hurt, but it was clear he wasn't getting away. The stranger moved their arm to look at his and saw the softly bleeding punctures Shiosho had made and dragged the boy away. They threw up their hoods to hide their face. Passing by a few people, Hitoshi wanted to yell out for help, but he didn't have the courage to, but he was scared that if he tried, the stranger would hurt him. They eventually arrived at a convenience store where they paid for something and sat Hitoshi outside on a bench where they finally let go to open their bag of stuff. Hitoshi looked around, hoping anyone would notice his scared face when a stinging pain came over him and he looked to see the stranger dabbing a cotton swab on his cuts before pasting a plaster over them. Hitoshi watched in near awe as the stranger did this for everything, even the scruffs he had on his palms from when he fell. Are they helping me?" the boy thought, confused. Once they finished, they put the stuff into the plastic bag they bought the stuff in and took out their notepad. On it was a message that had seemingly been pre-written and pushed it towards Hitoshi whilst looking around as if he was shoving over illegal documents. "Hi. My name is Izuku. My favorite color is green. My quirk is called Puppeteer and I can control inanimate objects." Ever since that day with the purple-haired kid, Izuku didn't want to try again with anyone else. He understood that in retrospect approaching him without preparing how to talk was a massive blunder on his part. As such, he made sure that for future reference, Anna would have a page in the notepad with his name and stuff. Of course he knew that was dangerous. If Anna ever got hurt and couldn't move, that information would be up for the taking, which is why she only had it when she was out looking for a friend. Specifically the friend he tried to make that day. However, he couldn't find him, try as she might, but he did realize that the start of the school year was now, and Izuku remembered it would be his first day of elementary school. At least, it would be if Mama hadn't died. Not that he blamed her. Hisoshi was the monster and always will be. He would always blame him for her death. Of course, he'd sometimes put himself alongside the people who caused Mama to die. He knew that the reason Hisoshi got worse was because of him. The whole reason Mama died was solely because of him, but there's no need to think about that now. That was future Izuku's problem. Right now though, he had just saved that friend from some bullies who tried to muzzle him. Seriously. Why would they even do that? He scared them off by trying something he saw in a horror movie trailer, and honestly it was quite fun watching them run away screaming. This time the boy also seemed to stay, but Izuku didn't want a repeat of last time, so he had Anna hold his hand and took him to get patched up. He didn't know much about healing people, but that's what the second monitor is for. After a quick search, Izuku found out what he needed and bought what he could. After he was done and the purple-haired boy seemed to calm a little, maybe, he took out the notepad and showed him the message. A simple one that hopefully broke the ice between them. The boy's eyes seemed to widen as he read the message but didn't say anything until Izuku flipped the page over to show another message mentioning his 6. A look of disbelief grew on the boy's face and he looked ready to say something when Anna flipped over another page to explain that he either could trust him and be his friend or run away again. A few moments petered by before the purple-haired kid finally spoke. "So, are you really 6? They nodded and flipped a new page to quickly write, pulling the notepad to their face as usual to see what they were writing. "Yep. 1 year younger than you." The kid seemed to raise an eyebrow at that. "I'm also 6. The dolls seemed to stop for a moment, digesting that information before they frantically wrote some more and turned the pad around keenly. "But you're so much taller than me. Maybe you're just shorter than everyone," the kid said in an almost teasing manner, even if it was accidental. Izuku was not short. Yes, he had problems reaching stuff without Anna's help, but he was still a growing kid. Maybe he needs to start measuring his height to see if he's gotten any taller recently. Besides that though, Izuku quickly made sure to clarify this to the boy. "I'm not short. You're probably just super tall." The other boy seemed to smile a little, something Izuku hadn't seen before. It was a smile that used all his teeth to show, and if Izuku wasn't enjoying talking to someone when he hasn't in months, he would think he's messing with him. "Nope. You're probably just tiny. I'm pretty average for my class." Of course that was a lie. Hitoshi was taller than average, but it was fun teasing this person. After the initial shock and fear of the doll had worn off, he realized that this stranger probably was a kid if their flustered writing and childish responses had anything to say about it, and man, it felt good. He wasn't sure why this person was here or who Izuku was, but he could tell by now that if they wanted to hurt him, they would have done so already. Though the fact that, despite the flustered words they exchanged about whether Hitoshi was taller than most kids his age, the dolls still moved eerily mechanical. Before, it wasn't clear to Hitoshi that they were an object under that hood. He just thought at the time they were just stilted or had a bad back, but with the knowledge now he just couldn't unsee it. Not that it mattered, right? Now when they'd gotten to talking about other kids' heights. Their conversation went on for a while before Hitoshi's stomach growled and made it clear he was hungry. Izuku seemed to notice this and wrote a message addressing it. "Hey, are you hungry? Did you miss lunch?" "Oh, yeah. I was meant to have the schools, but they had to close for the day." Hitoshi explained. "Stay here. I'll get you something." The stood up and went back into the convenience store, and Hitoshi wasn't sure if he should take this chance to leave or not. He still couldn't fully trust the other person as they might still be bad, but then he remembered his own words he said a few days ago. Maybe I should just give them the benefit of the doubt, he thought. He felt that maybe he acted a bit rash and, dare he say, hypocritical. For all he knew, Izuku really was a kid like him and had a quirk that was also slightly odd. Puppeteer and brainwashing both didn't sound like pleasant things, so maybe he should practice what he preached and give the other person a chance. It didn't take long for Izuku to come out with a bento box and a bottle of water, handing both to Hitoshi. He honestly tried to tell him he was fine, but another grumble and he couldn't defend himself anymore. The food actually tasted quite good, or maybe it was the hunger talking. He hadn't eaten since dinner last night and told Izuku as such in a passing remark. "Do you often not have breakfast?" "Why, yeah. I tend to just skip it," Hitoshi answered between bites. He didn't want to say anything about his fostering situation. He's had it before where kids made fun of him for it and didn't want Izuku to do the same. The other one seemed to not want to drop it, as was obvious with their next sentence. Why? Because I'm normally too busy getting up. I have trouble sleeping, he said carefully, not sure if his face while saying that was too little or too much. Hitoshi always had insomnia problems ever since he was in the foster system. He'd sleep with one eye open for any kids who'd tried to take his stuff and would forego it altogether just to avoid tomorrow as much as possible. In the end, it made him find it hard to sleep even if he did want to. It was annoying, but he's learned to accept it even when he really shouldn't. Izuku, or Anna, was it? Seemed to contemplate that for a moment before writing down a response. I also have problems sleeping. If you want, I can bring you breakfast every morning on your way to school. Hitoshi didn't know how to respond to that. He didn't expect for Izuku to have that common ground. The offer for a free breakfast was tempting, and honestly he was enjoying talking to him. Sure, he said a bit too eagerly. I go to Aldera and normally go through that street towards the mall when I head to school. The doll seemed to nod along with what he said. Hitoshi then realized whether or not Izuku had a problem with that, seeing as he was also a kid and probably goes to school too. What school do you go to? He asked. The doll seemed to snap back into being in control again and wrote down a simple message. I don't. I'm homeschooled. I mean, Izuku wasn't technically lying. The warehouse is his home and he was learning in it, making it his school. He had registered online to a homeschooling application and was learning at a faster pace than the class intended, so it's not as if not going to traditional school was a problem. Yeah, it was a bit lonely, but Izuku was always lonely. He didn't know if that was better or not, but imagining himself in a small room with a bunch of other loud kids in person without Anna was nightmare fuel for him. So honestly, this was the infinitely better option for the boy. The other kid seemed to accept that and was finishing up his food. It was then that Izuku realized he hadn't actually gotten his name yet and wrote down so to ask him for it. I don't know your name. The other kid put the bento box away and nodded towards Anna. Shinsu Hitoshi. Hi Shinsu, Izuku whispered quietly in his room, smiling stupid. It wasn't a friend, but it was an acquaintance. Probably Izuku's first since Kaken. He didn't want to rush being friends right away in case he, Shinsu, wasn't as friendly as he thought, but honestly he didn't look mean to him. The two kept chatting all the way to the sunsetting. From favorite food, favorite types of music, to even learning that Shinsu always wanted a cat. Izuku never really thought about pets but always knew that they'd probably be difficult to keep. He was already feeding himself and now he was feeding Shinsu. Does that mean he's a cat? Pushing that ridiculous thought out of his head, Izuku made sure to ask him about his quirk. The boy seemed to tense his shoulders at being asked that, but Izuku didn't notice. Eventually, after a few seconds of silence, he opened his mouth slowly to speak. It's called brainwashing. I can control people if I ask them a question and they respond, he said with a slight wince. Izuku was amazed at such a thing. He can control people with just a question and answer. Imagine all of the ways he could do that. Imagine the amount of the possibilities that could be made with a quirk like. Negotiations would be a landslide, hostage situations would be easily done, and any violent criminals too strong to be taken down can be defeated with just one wrong word. Izuku wrote this all down in his notebook and showed it to Shinsu, who just seemed to stare at it in awe. He blinked his eyes rapidly, as if he was in disbelief, but why would he? Then he slowed down and remembered what those bullies were saying earlier. Because of Izuku's quirk not having a name, he looked up a bunch of ones online that were also about control. Most of them weren't flattering and mainly referred to malicious or ominous meanings more often than not. Even for heroes there were fewer still that mind-controlled people, so Izuku immediately realized what a quirk name like brainwashing can do. Puppeteer also sounded nefarious, but honestly Izuku didn't really care when he named it that. When he was younger he did, but after thinking about it, it sounded cooler than going with object control. Or animate object. Shinsu seemed to smile at the words and look up to Anna's eyes, directly at Izuku. Thank you, he uttered in a way that made Izuku smile back. Over the next few days, Izuku did what he said and gave Hitoshi breakfast every day, 30 minutes before he went into class. They'd normally chat a lot about what they liked and what new heroes were debuting and the likes. Izuku kept talking about Shinsu's quirk and asking more and more about the specifics of it. The first thing he learned was that it didn't work through technology, so Izuku was albeit a bit rude, thankful that he couldn't get controlled. This was especially after Hitoshi said that the only way a person can be woken out of the state they had to be hurt. The greenette can't imagine what he'd do if he was frozen in his own room, unable to do anything. He wouldn't have any way to break out unless someone happened to find him. Fortunately, even if such a thing were to happen, ♯could only keep control of someone for 30 seconds at best. Not that would have stopped him from hanging out with ♯. Well, maybe. But not because his quirk was villainous or anything. It's just that he must always prioritize keeping himself hidden and safe over everything else. Except he was technically not prioritizing that. Izuku told ♯ his real name. Not his family name, but still a name that could be followed. Not only that, but his quirk is pretty unique, so a thorough enough look can find Izuku and his missing poster with his face on it online. For a while Izuku actually considered going to the police about those missing posters and telling them that he's fine. After all, he's read online about the foster care system and how it doesn't treat kids with strange quirks well. He also didn't like the idea of one day Hisoshi showing up like he did at the hotel and burning everything down around him. Izuku was a danger to others, so he needed to hide away for the sake of everyone else. He didn't want anyone to burn again. But enough about that. ♯ seemed to not want to dig further into Izuku's past, and it's honestly the best for both of them. They are alone in their own right and have found comfort in talking to each other, not just before but after school too. Izuku even helped ♯ with his homework a lot. It also helped with him knowing where he should be in terms of his own education. So pretty much they were helping each other by doing this. ♯ groaned, throwing down his pencil onto a worksheet. I can't get any of this. Why is it so hard to remember words? They were at the park where they usually did his homework. The same one they first properly met. This particular park was empty most of the time, which made it perfect for doing something like studying or reading. Anna shifted her arms and wrote in her notepad, giving it to ♯. Learning to read and write can be difficult at first, but that doesn't mean you should give up. We'll get there, I know it. You're right, ♯ groaned. But how can you remember all these letters? The doll wrote. I normally have a system for remembering stuff. Gifted child. ♯ grumbled in a well-meaning way. The doll wrote again. How is that bad? ♯ threw himself back and closed his eyes. After taking a few breaths, he lowered his head and spoke to him. Okay. Can you show me how you do it then? Anna nodded, and the two spent the afternoon that day going over a small system to remember the many strokes and lines of a few hiragana characters. Some more grunts of frustration came as they tested ♯'s memory, but after a lot of tries and notepad pages, he finally managed to learn them all off by heart, at least until his tested again tomorrow. They decided that was enough for today. Or rather, ♯ decided that that was enough for today, and the boy and doll started to clean up after themselves. As Anna walked around and picked up some discarded notepad pages from when he was teaching ♯, the boy spoke up. Hey, so I just wanted to ask, but is there any way we can talk to each other quicker? He asked. Anna snapped around to look at him, and the boy shivered a little. Izuku could tell that ♯, for whatever reason, still felt intimidated by the dummy. Even though he has gotten more used to its presence over time. Izuku had Anna write in her notepad a new message and handed it over to ♯. There's this thing called JSL. Japanese Sign Language. You use your hands and arms to convey messages quickly without speaking. It can be faster and easier than writing if you learn it. Is that what you asked me about when we met? ♯ recalled. Anna nodded, writing once more and showing the paper to ♯. I can teach you. According to many sources on education and languages, people pick up new languages better as children than when they are adults. Oh. Okay then. ♯ agreed. So how does it work? The two boys, with the medium of Anna, spent the rest of their time together that day teaching the other about JSL. It wasn't as pressured as the earlier work, as it wasn't as if they couldn't communicate without it. ♯ seemed to enjoy it a lot, which made Izuku smile behind the screen, and a part of him aches at that for a different reason. Hitoshi has been doing well in school for once, surprisingly. Preschool didn't prove a challenge, but then preschool isn't meant to, but when he spent the first few days in elementary, he could tell he was going to struggle. Not because the curriculum was hard, no, but you tend to struggle a lot when your teacher doesn't answer your questions or outright chastises you for speaking out of turn. Thankfully though, Izuku was a good teacher. Even though Hitoshi had his suspicions of him lying about being a kid, over time he can see the little things. Sometimes Izuku's writing would get messier from its more textbook perfect way. His word choice would always be more kid-like, always writing informally besides continuing to use Hitoshi's family name to address him. Not only that, but Hitoshi started to understand Anna more. Even though the doll had no moving face and moved very stilted due to Izuku's control, Hitoshi started to notice the ways she'd reflect what Izuku was feeling. Such as when Hitoshi told a joke, he knew it was a good one when the doll just stood there, immobile. The first time Hitoshi thought the opposite, but Izuku would write how much he loved that. Something similar would happen when the doll was focused. Her writing would be faster and she would lean in, as if eagerly listening to Hitoshi's every word. Honestly, it was fun trying to read her. But all of this just made Hitoshi want to learn more about the person behind the camera. He knew Izuku was short, if his reaction from when they first met was anything to go by, and he knew he was homeschooled, so there's that. Hitoshi also knew he probably didn't have a normal schedule. At times when school went out for an emergency, Izuku was always around, meaning he didn't have a normal PRD timetable like him. Of course Hitoshi could tell Izuku didn't want to talk about himself. Every time he tried to bring something up, the doll froze for a moment before it wrote out saying it would rather talk about something else. A crude topic change, but Hitoshi learned not to prod. He didn't want to lose his only friend. Soon enough, the boy had given the other permission to call him Hitoshi, and if the doll shifting back is anything to go by, Izuku was shocked but happy. That day they didn't do any studying and took a walk by the beach dump, Izuku signing to him about the crazy stuff he's found there as practice. Speaking of, Hitoshi has been getting good at JSL. Not as good as Izuku. That guy seemed to be a MSTR at it from his perspective, but they could have a conversation without needing the notepad. All in all, life was good. Really good. Except maybe one thing. Teachers didn't like how smart Hitoshi was, especially when it came to tests. He didn't know why, precisely, that's the case, but given how the word cheating was always muttered when he got his tests back, it was obvious what they expected of him. Hitoshi noticed it even got to a point where he was given a spelling test that seemed to purposefully be more difficult than the rest of the class. Thankfully, Izuku was a better teacher than them and still passed despite it, earning him a call to the principal's office along with his foster parents to discuss this. Most of it was his fosters eyeing him annoyingly as if he was at fault for doing well. Like they actually believed he was cheating instead of the better prospect that he was genuinely smart. The principal, that same man with the obvious toupee, explained to his fosters how unlikely it was Hitoshi could ever get these answers right. After what felt like 10 minutes of him breaking down how Hitoshi was surely too stupid for this, not exactly that, but it certainly felt like it, the meek man finally asked the boy himself about some of the questions on the test. Hitoshi did what he said and answered every question himself. It was a math test, so Hitoshi made sure to explain his working out too for extra effect. It was clear at the end to the adults that he was smart, but that didn't matter because their minds were already made up long before the meeting took place. So Hitoshi told the truth further and said that he was being tutored by someone. This made not just the teacher and principal's head turn but the fosters too. "What do you mean, Shinsu?" his foster mom, Chio, asked in disbelief. "Didn't you notice how often I'm gone?" Hitoshi thought but didn't say. "I go to a tutor after school and they always help me understand my schoolwork," he answered truthfully and as innocently as he could, knowing it would rile them up more. "Shinsu, we don't have the money for that," Ken, his foster father, had said, sounding almost like an argument. "They do it for free," Hitoshi said back, keeping his voice low and soft. More questions were thrown at him about this mystery tutor and Hitoshi just kept answering. When they asked where he was taught, he said at the park where he met them. When they told him that he shouldn't talk to strange adults, Hitoshi said they were his age. When they outright said they don't believe him, he immediately answered that they can invite them over for dinner and they'd accept. This left his foster parents and the teachers more and more frustrated with the boy, because no matter how they tried to argue against this, for some reason, he had the perfect answer to stop them in their tracks. Eventually by the end, they left with Hitoshi, telling him to go home himself and stop talking about Izuku altogether. However, while his fosters may continue to be thankfully neglectful, the principal and teachers were far from that. It was like an arms race. Teachers would make tests more often and more difficult. At first it was once a week, a simple spelling test or math test. Then it grew to being every couple days, where pop quizzes seemed to just be aimed at catching him cheating or doing whatever they thought he was doing. Some tests were even done on the same day, but those stopped quickly when they must have realized that it hurt the entire class more than just Hitoshi. Honestly, it was impressive how much they wanted and downright desired to stop Hitoshi from thriving. But no matter how the effort they put in for that, they couldn't stop him. And a lot of that was thanks to his tutor. Izuku had helped Hitoshi a lot with keeping up with this ever-evolving attempt to make him look dumb. The boy doesn't even think they know why they're doing it anymore, besides maybe getting a one-up over a 6-year-old. Over the next few months, it's just been fun for the two boys as they discussed what is likely on the next test that they'll be throwing at Hitoshi. Izuku also had fun learning ahead in case they decided to start using higher grade tests, but given how that'd mean the rest of the class failed is something that was unlikely. But of course there comes a point when you reach the end of your wits and they can't keep up with you anymore, so they just abuse what little authority they have. Because they were aware that Hitoshi's tutor was after school, they held him back. Gave him detention. Anything to stop their sessions. It was getting frustrating for both of them. One, because Hitoshi hated being in school longer than a minute past what's legally allowed, and two, Izuku didn't like waiting on Hitoshi. It filled him with some anxiety not having anyone to talk to, especially when you spend the next 16 hours alone with your own thoughts. Of course their studies were fine. It never really stopped because no matter what, the two were always going to spend every chance and every day they got together, but that's exactly why things came to a head as they did. Because once the targeted bullying began, the gloves were soon coming off. It began with messages on his desk Hitoshi would find. Scrawled in about him being a villain and how that's all he will ever be. They hurt, yes, but it was manageable for him until they started getting more aggressive. Mind control freak, cheater, evil villain, no one cares about you. That last one hurt because it wasn't wrong. Izuku was the only one who cared, and that's it. Not his foster parents. Not anyone in school. Not even his real mom and dad who gave him up when his quirk manifested. He was abandoned by everyone, but at least there was Izuku and no one can take that from him. Hitoshi didn't know if the teachers were encouraging it or the other kids just noticed they didn't stop them, but they soon started getting more violent with Hitoshi. Bumps in the corridor turned into bashes. Prods transformed into shoves. And it all started to mount up more and more that Hitoshi could tell at some point someone was going to throw a punch and he wouldn't be able to stop it. He kept this all hidden from Izuku, of course. He didn't want him to see him any differently. Not because his friend would leave him, no. Hitoshi was sure Izuku wanted to be his friend, but he didn't want to be pitted. Izuku was already doing so much with tutoring him, talking to him, buying him breakfast and sometimes even clothes and dinner. He was a good friend and Hitoshi didn't want to lose him because he wasn't a leech. But he was kinda. He couldn't help but feel like he was taking advantage of Izuku's kindness and even loneliness. He could tell just by how he's always there on time, never a second late, that he also didn't have anyone. He was scared one day his friend would wake up and realize that he hasn't given him anything back but company, leaving him alone forever. Hitoshi didn't want that. He had nightmares about that. I don't want to be a burden on you, Hitoshi thought whilst he and Anna watched some pigeons eat bread they threw. The park had become a sacred spot for them, so he and Izuku were almost always there talking about their mostly Hitoshi's day using JSL. It was truly the most important time of his day in his life, and if he lost it he didn't know what to do. Though he hasn't learned much about Izuku besides the fact that he loves talking about heroes, mostly their fighting styles and moves, seemingly remembering them off by heart, he had come to see the faceless boy as a friend. One he didn't want to lose despite how scary the medium they used to talk with. What's wrong? Anna signed, turning her head and body to face Hitoshi. Nothing, the boy said quietly. Anna stared at him intently and Hitoshi could see the camera lens shift as if it's trying to read his face. Izuku seemed to have a hard time reading people from what is found, so the fact they've noticed something's off with him means he was really looking bad. He tried to avoid mirrors, but he could see the bags under his eyes had gotten worse and his hair, normally fluffy and floaty, was ruffled in a bad way when a kid knocked him to the ground in the playground. He kept his hands in his sleeves as much as possible to hide the scratches and cuts from being knocked around. The doll stared him down some more before signing. "Do you want some ice cream? I have money left over from a DLVY. Thanks." Hitoshi said back, and the two walked to the convenience store. Normally they just get a packaged lolly, but Izuku got a whole tub of ice cream and gave it to the boy. It just made him feel worse because this is another thing he owes him for, and it's starting to make him really feel like a villain. The two sat down at the chairs outside the convenience store, and Hitoshi ate the food graciously before putting the tub away in the recycling. He then watched the doll stare off into space whilst he built up some courage to speak up. "Hey," he said nervously. "So, am I a good friend?" Izuku seemed to be taken aback if by how quickly the doll's head turned to him was any inclination. It took a moment for response, but then they signed. "Yeah. Of course you are. You always listen to me talk about stuff I know you don't care about." Of course, that's all it takes to be a good friend in Izuku's books. He could tell the other kid didn't get out much, and there was a good chance he was as much his only friend as Izuku was to him. Didn't make it any better with how much they gave and how little he gave back. "Even when you've given me so much," Hitoshi uttered, hoping that Izuku had already thought about this and he hadn't just given him the realization that he was a leech. "Only because you've given me so much back." The doll signed, and Hitoshi just felt worse. He really hasn't. But, he stuttered but then stopped. He didn't want to say more and couldn't. He already was fine with this, at least for another week, but a friendship like this never ended well where one person leaned on the other. Hitoshi knew what boundaries are, and he knew that he had to be crossing them. The two decided to go off on their own way after that. Izuku didn't ask why, which meant he could probably tell Hitoshi was tired and just wanted to be alone. Walking off back to a home that didn't want him there, the boy just felt heavy with how much was weighing on him and how much guilt sat on his shoulders. Izuku watched Hitoshi walk off from the convenience store after saying goodbye, and the boy wasn't sure what to say about that. He knew his best friend was feeling down about something, but he couldn't tell what. It had to be something to do with school. He knew the world bended to whoever had what quirk, and Hitoshi was someone with a quirk most deemed to be villainous. Whilst Izuku could argue for hours to these people on online forums about what makes a person villainous, he knew he couldn't change everyone. Hitoshi's teachers, for example, who seemed dead set on setting his friend up to fail only so they could be proven right when they say that he will become a villain. After all, who wouldn't turn bad when the whole world seems to work against you? So Izuku decided to expand his skill set that day. He would learn how to get into those computers so he could find out what it was they were doing to Hitoshi behind closed doors and how he can help his friend get better. He knew he couldn't change the people, but he could certainly make them leave Hitoshi alone. Over the next month, Izuku worked to learn about cracking through security systems and breaking down firewalls so he could get into Aldera's network and find out what it was they were doing. He realized at some point he might be smarter than he previously thought, but then again, when you have so much free time, the energy of a child and the determination to help your friend, you could do anything. And Izuku had the whole world's knowledge at his fingertips. After managing to trick a receptionist into giving him her username and password over an email pretending to be their IT teacher, he started to root around their files and made many discoveries about the inner workings of this school. One was that Hitoshi kept getting detentions for unproven and sometimes fabricated reasons. Izuku knew he was late to meet with them, but the boy always said it was because he was doing some after-school activity. As well as that, Izuku watched through cameras and could see just how his friend was treated. Between shoved, bumped and hurt, all while teachers watched and sometimes even smirked at his plight. It made Izuku go silent, his mind going quiet as it started to go somewhere dark watching the way his friend was treated. He didn't trust the police to help him if he sent this, because why would they? If the teachers didn't care, why should they? That's when Izuku noticed something in the files about his friend. That he was in the foster care system and had been moved a bunch of times due to being problematic. The boy's eyes got dull and his face near doll-like as he stared down the documents and thought many things. Without anyone there to help Izuku, having no role model besides heroes he never truly met and a life spent constantly scared, the boy's mind began to drift to ways of getting back at these people. If they were going to shove his best friend, he was going to shove them back. Except shoving is a normal response for a child maybe, but right now Izuku was not that. He had so much pent-up fury and stress in his heart that even he isn't aware just how much it can get out of hand. No wonder his parents aren't helping him. They just aren't. They didn't care about Hitoshi and were just there for the paycheck they got for keeping him. At least they weren't abusive like some of these people Izuku's seen on his file. Seeing that though made him so much angrier. He's gone through so much just like him, and maybe that made him feel like this was personal. Maybe some of that untapped fury was seeping into this shove in his mind, which is becoming more than. The only question now was what he should do to stop them harassing him. He couldn't just threaten them, that'd just be proving them right. He could blackmail them, but then with what? If all these adults didn't care about Hitoshi, then surely none of them would so. Then Izuku saw it. The addresses of every teacher who's employed at that school. A still smile crept up on Izuku's face, and if someone was watching they'd swear Izuku looked like a creepy doll ready to curse you with something horrifying. And maybe, that wasn't far off from the truth. Hitoshi, Anna signed. The boy turned his head to look up into the camera nestled away in the hoodie. He slurped up some of the convenience store ramen Izuku bought because his fosters had forgotten dinner again. Yeah, he coughed out. What do you consider scary? The doll signed, the boy on the other end ready to write down his thoughts. The boy seemed to think through his answer carefully before he answered with a careful smile. Anna is pretty scary. Izuku's face dropped in confusion. How is Anna scary? Izuku made her appear as human as possible so no one could bother her. Yes, she had to hide behind a hood, but that was only because she didn't blink and the camera embedded in her face would give her away. Maybe she's uncomfortable to look at, but Izuku never meant for her to be scary. He even used an online picture of a woman to model after once he remade her with better materials. Even though most of the plastic scraps laid over had to be stapled on, he was pretty sure in the right angle she looked alright. Maybe even cute as Izuku intended. Anna isn't scary. She was made to look human. The doll frantically signed back, showing the flustered person behind the camera. Hitoshi just humphed and put his noodles down on the table where they sat today. She does not look normal. Either that or your definition of normal is weird. Izuku thought, but Hitoshi continued. She moves like a creepy doll. Her head turning always makes me jump when it's sudden, and her face looks like someone strapped a melted Halloween mask over a skull. He criticized, leaving Izuku stunned. He stared at his book he had there with him where he intended to write down his notes and was just left blank-faced. Why are you asking? Hitoshi asked, looking a bit unsure due to Anna not moving for a few seconds longer than usual. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts and answered immediately. Because I wanted to make a scary doll. Please never show me that, the boy pleaded. If Anna is normal to you, I don't want to find out what looks scary in your world. The boy thought again, once more taken back by Hitoshi's brutal honesty. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean for Anna to be scary. The doll signed again with a lot more emotion than before as they frantically moved their hands to convey what they wanted as fast as possible. Izu, I had nightmares about you after we first met. Hitoshi admitted comfortably. Anna began to sign frantically. I didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to make a doll that was as human as possible for the purpose of making it easier to talk to people. I didn't realize that anyone would have seen her as creepy or anything like that, though in hindsight maybe I should have had Anna reveal herself so I could test to see what people thought of her appearance and then worked more on that instead of just assuming. The doll's arms flung wildly as they projected Izuku's thoughts to the smiling boy in front of him, clearly finding this rambling funny but completely lost on what it is the other person is saying. Eventually the doll moves so fast, one of the thumbs fly off, causing a squr of spinal fluid to come from the finger. Anna dove to retrieve it and stick it back on with some duct tape she keeps on hand at all times for any on-field repairs. Hitoshi just continued to watch the now much more emotive doll as they frantically stuffed the thumb back into place without accidentally putting it on backwards. Why do you want to scare people? Questioned Hitoshi, who shivered a bit when he saw the plastic thumb get twisted back on. After securing said appendage back into place and testing it, Anna signed Izuku's response. I just want to scare someone who's been annoying. I won't say who. Hitoshi narrowed his eyes a little at that answer but seemed to accept it. Well, spiders are a pretty common fear. Oh. And I once heard someone say that atmosphere is important too when scaring someone. Big things are scary and big teeth are scary too. The two boys spent that evening going through what scared them and what could be scary. Izuku made sure to write down everything Hitoshi said and even his recommendation to watch something called horror movies, which were movies that had a lot of scary things in it. That conversation about fear though made, not Izuku but Hitoshi realized that his friends seemed to be really scared of fire. He of course couldn't know why, but it was noticeable enough that he kept a mental note of it. The day ended with both kids parting and Izuku excitedly starting to draw crude pictures and designs of what would be the most scary things, to show those teachers what happens when you mess with his friend. The next few days were a mix of researching horror movies, drawing up bad sketches of monsters and collecting the parts he needed to make the monster doll. It was honestly pretty fun for the boy as he seemed to absorb all the knowledge pretty well compared to most other things. The horror movies especially were pretty fun. He went with a lot of the ones from the pre-Quirk times when the world was more mundane. Even though they got a bit difficult to understand at times and other times there were scenes that felt were too inappropriate for him, not the BLD and gore but the gratuitous sec, he found plenty of material to work with and be inspired by. At least he assumed it was inspiring. Despite how Hitoshi said these movies are meant to be scary, none of them are, especially when compared to Hisoshi. Maybe he's right about Izuku being weird. Of course there were moments he did get scared. The second a movie started to talk about fire or a fire-related death scene, he turned it off immediately. He couldn't see that again without his mind going back to Mema and how she looked and sounded when she died. It reminded him of how helpless he was and how he was so scared, always. Anyway, after finding the right materials at the dump or buying them cheap online, he finally made his monster and he was really excited to show it to Hitoshi. He laid it out on the floor of the warehouse, sprawled out so he could see it fully. Its size was small, at least in motion, but when sprawled out like a spider it was bigger than a double door and almost 8 feet tall. It had a chunky torso and long spindly limbs that were made longer by Izuku attaching them to each other. The limbs in question totaled to 6. 2 legs and 4 arms, and all were made out of bleached wood. Wooden mannequin limbs were harder to find and normally more expensive, so Izuku had to look a lot for them, but it works far better than the glossy black and white most department store mannequins were. The arms were arranged as one would expect, with 2 on the lower torso and 2 where you'd expect to find arms on a person, but these arms were long, extended by the mentioned sticking an extra set on, allowing it to touch its toes without bending. At the end of these elongated arms were sharpened knives acting like claws, both to scare and climb better. The torso was misshapen driftwood from the beach, carved crudely with a knife to give it a more upside-down pear shape. Izuku made sure the legs had enough room so the doll could do the splits for the sake of being flexible, which he learned was something people found discomforting. The whole thing was pasted with alabaster white paint and given a glossy finish to make the creature look almost like a pale fleshy corpse. One you'd find from a morgue. It also didn't help when some of the paint cracked, making the thing appear like a broken, disfigured and diseased human, but the best by far for Izuku was the head and face. Or rather heads. From the stump of its neck, Izuku used 2 arms which split to hold 2 different heads. One was a mannequin wearing a mop head for hair and a styrofoam mask painted to look like a woman, beauty mark and all. That one had the camera inside, nestled behind the mask in its eye, a small red glow coming through the sockets of the face covering. The other was borrowed from a thrown-out playground rocking horse, hollowed out with the intent of fitting something inside. Not only that, but its jaw was segmented so that it could be opened, and after spending an alarming amount of money on it, a speaker set to play any sound effect he had on a soundboard. As a final flair to it all, the creature wore a ratty green dress which covered the torso completely but left enough room to be shown if it moved fast enough. All in all, Izuku was proud of his creation. Of course, the main problem now was waking it up and hoping it doesn't fall apart. There was also the issue of how he would control Anna and this behemoth of a doll. It took Izuku a while to be able to control Anna and the dish separately. Even then, sometimes he'd struggle if Anna was doing something strenuous like riding a bike. It'd probably be best if we locked you somewhere while I control them, Izuku said to Anna, who was watching him go through the final touches. Izuku sat down next to the chest of the doll, right next to where its heart would be if it were alive, and stuck it with the tiny pricks on the tips of his fingers. He filled it with fluid and immediately got that sudden headache and weakness he felt when he lost a lot of spinal fluid. By the end he almost passed out, needing Anna to be his legs and arms as she carried him back to see how his creation came out. The spinal fluid acted fast, spreading through the driftwood and seeking out the limbs as the white duct tape-covered joints inflated and pulled back to fit properly. Izuku saw the limbs and fingers twitch as he tested to see if it moved how he expected it to and observed as it stumbled to push itself up. In preparation for this, Izuku looked up how 6-limbed, 2-headed and long-limbed heroes moved, and although no one had all 3 of those, he combined his studies of their fights and moves so he could better understand how to operate the doll. It took the better part of 30 minutes of Izuku focusing solely on moving the doll to get up. At first he was worried the weight might have been too much, but he realized the problem was that the heads brought it off balance. So he tried something he saw a 2-headed hero do and had them hunch forward together to try and balance the weight. This seemed to work and, with the support of the lower arms acting like a second set of legs, the doll was upright. Whilst Anna held Izuku, that same dark smile came over his otherwise adorable childish face. Once he had managed to properly work out how to move the giant, someone was going to have a terrible, terrible night. Taijima was coming back from work at school as an elementary teacher for Aldera Elementary School. She was a bit tired, what with today being Friday and a whole week's exhaustion weighing on her. She also needed to get a head start on marking tests for her first-year class. She didn't like her job much. And she means job. There was no passion from the woman when it comes to teaching, but did that really matter? She was getting paid, so why would she give more than what she needed? Though she didn't hate teaching much, she did have many moments where she thought it was worth going into this career. Ever since she was young, she was taught that quirks meant everything and hers was perfect for being a teacher, or at least that's what she's been told. It's called Omniview and it makes it so she can see in all directions at any moment, making her literally have eyes in the back of her head. Not sure if a saying is enough to justify going into a career where you have to care for the lives you're shaping, but that didn't matter to Taijima. What did matter was making sure the right kids got the right education whilst the wrong kids with the wrong quirks didn't. At first she thought it was strange when she first heard it in the break room during her first day. Teachers were talking about a kid in their class that had a quirk that made them able to spit poison and made their head look snake-like. They had said it was for the best that they slacked on her teaching, as it wouldn't matter when it was clear someone who looked like a snake and spat poison was going to be a villain. Taijima, the naive fool, disagreed at the time, but after the wisdom of the years had washed over her she realized this is the best course of action. Anyone with these quirks, villainous quirks, were already destined to end up villains, just like she was destined to end up a teacher. And honestly it was easy to do it. A lot of villainous kids were ignored or sometimes abused by their parents, so it was fine if they also got ignored by her. Made work easier with one less person to grade properly. Not only that, but when these kids did become villains, they wouldn't have a good education, so honestly she was doing the world a favor. Even when she turned a blind eye constantly to the physical shoves and pushes other kids would give them. She's never, in her 20 years of teaching, been punished for this, so it had to be the right thing. But then the new year started and that brat entered her class. A purple-haired punk who had the truly evil power of controlling people. At first she did what she always did. Ignore him while she smiled to herself knowing she was doing good work, but when she graded his spelling test and found out he got the highest score in the class, it spooked her. She thought it had to be a fluke, but after the second and third she realized that the boy was actually learning. Getting smarter, and she couldn't let that happen. If the kid was competent intellectually, then he was going to be dangerous in the future and she had to stop that. So one day she tested him, just to see how smart he was. It was a math problem months from where they were and he managed to get it right. It was then that she knew he had to be cheating, he just had to, and took him to the principal's office to talk with his parents about this. Thankfully his foster parents were on the same page with her. But after they interrogated the little SHT, they found out he had a tutor that his fosters didn't even know about. And one his age too. That's ridiculous. No. He had to be cheating. So she made the tests more frequent and at some point, more difficult, until she was in trouble with some parents when their kid came home crying saying their test was too hard. Now the brat was affecting her job. So she began with giving him detentions. Hoping that whoever this tutor was, if they were real, wouldn't get enough time with him to learn for the tests, and then she could use it as proof he was cheating. But he just kept improving and it was driving her mad. At times she'd even considered following the brat to see who his tutor was. She didn't know what she was going to do with that information, as apparently they are homeschooled, but that was why it was only considered. Anyway, that brat was a headache, and 𝐻𝐸𝐺 was considering getting his fosters involved again or getting one of the other students in her class to hurt the villain in hopes he retaliates so she could finally suspend him and be proven right. Right now though, she just wanted to get home, finish the grading and have dinner. Probably watch some TV too. She parked in the driveway of her home and got out of the car and grabbed her stuff. It was almost summer, and despite it being almost 7, the sun was out but was currently setting, only a few minutes from night. 𝐻𝐸𝐺 loved summer. It meant not having to work as much, and she only had to prepare her lessons for the rest of the school year. The gate to her driveway was locked behind her as she made the trip up to her front door. On the way she locked her car with a beep. And after she reached the door she heard another beep. It sounded identical to her car unlocking, so she turned to see if it was, but it wasn't. The mirrors automatically pulled in when it was locked. Must have misheard it. She waved away in her mind and stepped into the building. Once in, she locked the door and threw her keys on the sofa. She got to work on her grading. A lot of these kids had good strong quirks, so naturally when they got things a little wrong she made sure to give them valuable feedback, complete with stickers. Others, though, had to make do with her vague criticism. Once done, she left the stack of pages on her dining room table and went to make dinner. She lived alone, not that she minded. This was a good neighborhood, so it wasn't as if she was in danger. She made some soba, putting the noodles into a slowly boiling pot when she heard something fall in the dining room. The layout of her house made it so that you could see her dining room, living room and kitchen whilst standing in any of them. It was a very open plan where the rooms were separated by a sofa and the kitchen counter. So when she turned, she could see the whole room and saw that her papers had fallen off the table and were scattered on the floor. Did I leave a window open? 𝐻𝐸𝐺 thought, collecting her pages before taking a look around the house. Checking every window on the first floor showed nothing, but climbing the dark stairs to the next floor, she looked down a hallway at the top of the stairs to clearly see a window at the end of the hall. Wide open and curtains billowing a little with the wind coming in. She doesn't recall opening that. Oh well, it's not as if someone could climb in, the climb was too high. She went to close the window, but as she did, she noticed some scratches on the sill. They were small but definitely weren't something old. It didn't look like it was a cat or bird, but something larger and more sharper. 𝐻𝐸𝐺 took a single step back as she realized this and started to wonder carefully if this is something bad or she's overreacting. Like seriously, who would want to break into her home? It wasn't as if she had anything majorly valuable that you can't find in other neighborhoods. She got this cold tingling down her spine as she hastily made her way back to the stairs. She slowly made it back down the steps and back to the kitchen. There was nothing suspicious on the way down until she looked in the pot. She was still boiling. It was now bubbling as the soba became less rigid. Inside the pot though was something new that immediately caught the teacher's eye. She walked over to it and looked in, noticing immediately what was wrong. The water was red. BLD red. 𝐻𝐸𝐺 immediately used her quirk to see her blind spots, and that is when her BLD, unlike the pot, ran ice cold. Towards her stairs, peeking out from around a corner, was a small pale face with long grey ragged hair, staring directly at her. Above it, a little ways up, was a metal head with sharp teeth and something glossy down its mangled thin throat. She couldn't see anything more, but it was enough to get the woman's heart above 100 beats. There was someone in her house. There was something in her house. It was watching her, and if she did anything wrong she might die. Oh God, she's going to die. Thankfully 𝐻𝐸𝐺 was a calm woman who pretended she couldn't see them and just turned the pot off. She knows her front door is locked, her back door too. The keys were probably still on the couch, but when she looked over with her quirk they were gone. Her phone. It should be in the bag, and it doesn't seem like it was touched, so she turned around after psyching herself up, watching the thing hide away right when she would see it with her own eyes, and immediately went for her bag. She fished out her phone and dialed the police, hoping they wouldn't attack and thinking she's still in the dark about it being there. This is 110, what is your emergency? The responder asked in a calm voice. Hi Sheba, just wanted to let you know I got home safe. 𝐻𝐸𝐺 said into the phone. She saw this a few times on TV where you'd pretend to be having a different conversation on the phone during an emergency. This the emergency police phone line. Is there a problem? He said, clearly unsure but checking anyway. Oh, yes I know, she replied with a nod. Are you in danger? He questioned, already getting what's going on. Yes. That's true. She answered, a bit shakily. Are they there with you? They asked. Correct. Can you leave the building? She shook her head no. Probably not. Can you tell me where you live? Just the local area, any landmarks? He continued to ask, keeping a calm face that is helping 𝐻𝐻𝐺 a lot. Yeah. Aldera Elementary has been good. Summer holiday is on the 20th, referring to her block number. The sounds of typing could be heard on the other end as, presumably, the responder was writing down her information. Okay. We need you to stay on the phone so we can track you. Don't hang up, a hero should be there shortly. Relief washed over 𝐻𝐻𝐺 at those words. Sure. I can talk for long dash. The lights flicked off as the power was knocked out, throwing the room into near darkness, leaving the teacher to enter into a wide-blown panic. She knew the circuit breaker was in the basement though, so she ran for the stairs and sprinted up them. If that thing was in the basement, she could get upstairs faster than it can reach her. She almost slipped on the floor as she ran, heart beating out of her chest as a blurry hello came through the phone. She thought maybe she'd make it until something happened that made her scream. Halfway up the steps, a harsh grasp on her ankle caused her to fall forward with a yelp. A stinging stab could be felt as she used her omniview to see the pale head staring at her around a corner and a disgustingly long arm grasping her leg entirely. She had dropped her phone, the panicked operator on the other end, but she didn't have time to pick it up. With a whelping kick, she swung into an elbow in the long arm, causing it to let go long enough for her to scurry upstairs, using her hands and feet. There, in the now dark corridor due to nightfall, she entered a full feral sprint as she heard rapid footsteps just behind her of what had to be several limbs. She reached the bathroom, opening the door and slamming it closed, locking and barricading it with a cabinet before climbing into the bathtub. Her heart threatened to break free from her chest and her mind was imagining a well she can't write as she accepted she just might die. She didn't want to die. She still had so many things to do. She also wanted to say goodbye to her mom, dad and even her annoying brother. But she can't, and she's brought to tears with how much she doesn't want her life to end in what had to be a brutal and horrific way. She began to plead to whatever God was listening to save her because she can't see any way this night won't end with her showing up in the news next day. A few dozen shaky seconds of torturous silence went by, but for 𝐻𝐻𝐺 it felt like eternity. There were no windows in the bathroom, so she was stuck, hoping that there really was a hero on the way. Just when she thought about everything she wanted to do if she did live, a man's voice called out. Hello. Is anyone here? This is Pro-Hero Eraserhead. He yelled. 𝐻𝐻𝐺's heart beated quicker as she climbed out of the tub and shrieked out. Yes. Up here in the bathroom. Frantic footsteps were heard climbing up the steps to her door where the man's voice was closer. He tried to open it but it was still locked, so 𝐻𝐻𝐺 went to unlock it for him. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 had just started his work for the night and was jumping between buildings, patrolling. He had a house move happening soon, so he had been trying to get earlier nights so he wasn't a complete wreck when the day finally came. 𝐻𝐼𝐼 and him were moving to an actual house instead of an apartment, and they finally found a good enough place thanks to 𝐿𝐼𝐼, a dear friend he's known all the way back in middle school. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 was involved in the house hunting at the start but was kicked out by the other two when he picked out a single bedroom, no garden, single floored house. It wasn't as if he didn't want a proper home, it's just that he didn't see the reason to have any of those extra things if they weren't going to use them. They weren't planning to have children anytime soon, he thinks. But he's a victim. That blonde cockatoo has his talons deep into 𝐿𝐼𝐼 and he couldn't back out now, not that he would ever want to. So when his husband whined about them needing at least something big enough so that 𝐿𝐼𝐼 and 𝐻𝐼𝐼 could stay over a night, he relented and got a place with 2 guest rooms. First, though, he needed to fix his sleep schedule, at least for moving day. Long enough to not want to crawl into a sleeping bag mid-packing to have a power nap or get tired halfway setting up the bed and needing to take a few dozen coffee breaks. That's why he's having his patrols earlier and earlier so his nights end sooner and sooner. Speaking of, he had just gotten a call about a potential break-in happening not too far from where he was. Apparently, the woman was pretending to be phoning someone else whilst on the line. The call dropped though, so the chances that he's walking onto a murder, a kidnapping or a hostage situation was quite high. He didn't like to think that, but so far in his career he's seen enough to know to prepare yourself for the worst. Reaching the residence, the first thing 𝐶𝐬 noticed was that the front door was wide open. Dreading the worst, he charged in, scanning around alert for anyone. There were papers scattered on the floor and a pot of boiled soba in the kitchen. He also noticed at the foot of the steps was a phone that was probably what she called with. 𝐶𝐬 didn't want to yell in case it gave away his position, but time was of the essence clearly and he couldn't wait. "Hello. Is anyone here? This is Pro Hero Eraserhead," he shouted. He heard a sound from upstairs and immediately ran up, clutching his capture weapon to strike out at any culprit should they attack. He saw the bathroom door was closed and ran up, reaching to open the door. The man on the other end of the door tried to open it again, so 𝐼𝐺 told him to wait as she got up out of the tub. She was going to be fine. She was safe. She didn't know what that thing was, but with a pro hero here now, they've probably run off. Why did they even attack in the first place? She did not know, but then again, how could she know what goes on in the mind of a villain? As she turned the lock on the door and opened it, she prepared herself to see a man on the other end, but what she got was a pale face. It had lipstick on and eyeliner but had no eyes, and its expression was lifeless. The raggedy hair that hung off its unseen scalp looked grey and dirty as the head twisted like a dog does when curious. Its long thin neck was pale too and looked almost porcelain with how it glistened. It drew its head back and she could see the whole thing there, crouched in her small hallway, as this huge monster loomed over her. It had two heads balanced on freakishly long pale necks. One was the pale face and the other was a fed-up horse's head made of metal, covered in grime and rust. It wore a sickly green dress that was torn at the edges and stretched to accommodate the ugly long torso it had that seemed misshapen and inhuman. Its limbs were the same bone pale and were thin with small cracks through them that made the creature look dollish. The arms were disproportionately longer than normal and bore sharp claws on its fingers, scratching the walls around it as it hunkered down to fit in the hallway. 𝐼𝐺's mouth opened to scream, but an arm reached to grab her throat and lift her up on her tiptoes. She grabbed at the arms, scrambling as she desperately sought escape, but the grasp of this thing was iron and her mind started to accept that she was going to die here. The sharp claws came dangerously close to her face as a quiet childish voice sang out of the horse's head. "Mistreat any child again and the bogeyman will come back to hurt you," and the horse's head let out a guttural high-pitched screech right in the teacher's face, causing her eyes to widen, her heart to scream and her actual ones to die in her throat. Everything went black as she fainted. 𝐶𝐬 broke down the door and rushed in to see a woman on the floor, unconscious and foaming at the mouth. He urgently knelt down next to her and looked the victim over, making sure she was all right and didn't choke on her own saliva. She was mostly unharmed, it seemed, besides the cuts on her neck and leg where something must have grabbed her if the accompanying bruise was anything to go by. Soon, sirens rang out as the police quickly rushed into the building too, 𝐶𝐬 calling to them. Paramedics checked the woman and confirmed she had just fainted and wasn't in any physical danger. The pro hero let out a sigh of relief at that and helped the police search the building. They didn't find anything. Their perpetrator was already gone, having accomplished whatever they were doing. But little did the pro hero know then that this wasn't the only call that night. Over the course of 8 hours, several break-ins were reported at different addresses. All of them were adults who could only scream when their attacker entered their home and now were either unconscious or were hiding away in bathrooms and locked bedrooms, hyperventilating, panicking about some monster. In total there were 12 victims. 9 of them were unconscious from stress and 3 of them looked like they just saw a horror movie that shook them to the core. The worst thing was they couldn't keep up. No matter how fast they responded, the monster was always gone by the time he, or any other hero, got there. They were truly a boogeyman, and sometimes some calls were only phoned in because a neighbor heard an ear-piercing screech coming from the monster. 𝐶𝐬 didn't know what the link between these people were yet, but he did know there had to be a link given the message the thing gave to each of them. By morning, the media had caught news of it and were dubbing this night of fear and terror Fright Night, and the named monster who did this. The behemoth. Izuku trembled with excitement watching the faces of the people who've hurt Hitoshi turn in horror. He didn't want to hurt any of them. He didn't want to become an actual monster, just enough of one that every time they hurt, not just Hitoshi, but any child, the boogeyman would come knocking again. He hadn't told Hitoshi yet what he had done, nor did he know whether or not he should. He knows he's broken a lot of laws. Quirk usage in public, trespassing on private property, and of course the hacking he did to get all of their information in the first place. His friend wanted to be a hero, so he probably would turn Izuku in. Which is also why he'll probably never reveal himself to him, at least not fully. He knows he has to leave the warehouse eventually. Well, actually, that's still up to debate, but yeah, there may come a time where he has to go and he'll have to find somewhere else to hide. Izuku watched from his bedroom as the monster came back, using the skylight to climb in thanks to its claws. It's mostly alright. Some scratches and dirt, but mostly alright. The biggest incidents were when the monster had to leave whilst the person was still conscious, which felt awkward for the monster, but to the person was proof that they were being spared. He knows the police and even some heroes showed up at the places he visited. Taijima's house having been the closest. When he pretended to be Eraserhead, he never expected the real one to appear downstairs. Having to scramble out the upstairs hallway window to get away left his heart beating even though he wasn't even there. Thankfully he was more focused on the bathroom, so the monster managed to slip away. On the monster though, Izuku was starting to get tired of calling it the monster. He wasn't sure what name to give yet, but the boogeyman felt too long for a name. From what he researched, monster names were always quick and snappy. Thankfully, the news gave him a pretty good name thanks to a vividly accurate description of the monster. Behemoth. Because of the hulking form, cracked skin, and brutal methods of instilling fear, that was what the media decided to call it. On top of that, the many witness reports that described it as such. It was certainly more distinct and unique than the boogeyman, and it fit the monster perfectly. Anyway, enough on that and more on the news. It seemed that Hitoshi's entire year will have to close for a few days because of it and get substitute teachers until all of the actual teachers recovered from the night. Izuku just hopes that they'll be better than the others, or at least heed the warning of the behemoth. His message that he sent through Behemoth was also being plastered in a lot of local news sources. It led to a lot of speculation online about what the message meant, and it didn't take long for it to all link back to Aldera. Honestly, Izuku didn't mean for it to get this much attention, but it seems that people enjoy a good mystery. He just hopes it doesn't get traced back to him, or worse, hurts Hitoshi in any way. He knew it was important to stay hidden, but if his friend was ever in danger, wait. Would he actually reveal himself to help Hitoshi? He's known him for a few months, yes, but is that worth risking exposure and Hisoshi finding him? He has built a friendship he doesn't think he even had with Kaken from before, but is it enough to risk getting burned to death like Memar over? No. He really doesn't think so. In that case, why is he risking everything for him? What purpose does it serve other than helping him and solely him? Maybe it's more than helping him. Maybe Izuku is so lonely that he really is turning into a monster, and maybe he actually enjoyed those terrified faces in more ways than just justice. The more he thinks like that though, the more scared he becomes of himself, so he buried it down and hoped it just isn't true and he's just overthinking things. Now then, where was he? Yes. Showing Hitoshi Behemoth. It was certainly something he could do, but now that he's thought it through, ignorance is bliss. Having Hitoshi in the dark not only protects Izuku but him if he ever gets caught by the police. With those thoughts away, he can move on to the more important things. Things related to the last word of that last paragraph. He almost had a fight with the heroes and police. Again, Taijima was the closest out of all of them. He didn't realize how well Omniview worked, otherwise he would have gotten her without the police getting involved, but still he failed in that. Behemoth was hard to pilot, especially stealthy. That's probably a design flaw he should fix, but for now, he should focus on finding out what they think of Behemoth. Izuku's already got the police's attention, so what's the problem with a little bit of infiltration into their network? Shouter had just entered Tsukochi's office where the man was looking through some case notes. They were most likely on the Behemoth as it had been dubbed. There were still some classification issues on whether they should be classified as a villain or not, but that will come to light after they've investigated why these attacks happened. Aizawa, did you see the summary of the interviews with the victims of the Behemoth case? He asked, turning his head up from the documents. He looked tired. Well, both of them are. A long night of running from house to house, trying to calm down panicking people all the while attempting to catch up to whatever was doing this made what should have been a short night long and arduous. Even now, a day after all has been said and done, he was still tired. Yeah, most of it. Do we have someone making a sketch of this thing? He questioned. Yes, we're hoping that it'll give us any clues on what attacked. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 answered, placing his files on his desk and taking a seat. 𝐿𝐴 sat across from him. What about the teachers? Any reason why 𝐿𝐴 might be involved? The pro-hero inquired. There was an undeniable fact that all of the victims were adults who worked in the teaching staff at 𝐿𝐴 Elementary. How that matters was yet to be figured out. The detective took a drink of coffee and grabbed one of the documents on his desk and showed it to him. We aren't sure of an exact link, but most likely it's connected to the students in some way. Maybe it is a student. 𝐿𝐴 theorized. Maybe. But given how much they knew about the victims in terms of their address, it could also be a parent. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 countered, showing a list of parents for several classes run by the teachers involved. I can't see a kid having the intelligence or access to pull this off. They all had a different array of responsibilities, some teaching mostly math, others Japanese. It all seemed to point towards there being someone who, or maybe their child, have all of these teachers teaching them. But try as he might to solve this, there was still an elephant in the room that needed to be addressed. Have we figured out what the message meant? He asked the detective, who seemed to have been thinking the same. I might. When I was collecting these documents at the school, I noticed that the principal was looking stressed. More than he should be. I asked him about it and he said that he was worried about who was going to replace the teachers. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 recalled. That came back as a lie. So he might have an idea on why they were targeted. 𝐿𝐴 stated, turning an eyebrow up at that. And he's scared he might be next. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 assumed partially. It was certainly likely that the behemoth would attack again. If not to finish its message but because of the fame they've gotten. The pro-hero has seen many people like that. They start off doing the right thing but once they've got an actual name and fame, they stray fast. People are still up in the air about what exactly this monster is, but that's likely to come from what they find here in their investigation. Maybe we should ask some students. 𝐿𝐴 suggested. It might be a bit difficult interrogating children, especially elementary schoolers, but if there is something wrong with the staff at 𝐿𝐴, then they're the best lead. Especially seeing as it's them who are affected if the monster's message had any truth. That'll be difficult. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 predictably said. We wouldn't be able to have them sit down without their parents. Why would that be a problem? 𝐿𝐴 asked, not completely sure why. We don't know what is being hidden from us. For all we know, the children might be hushed or scared. There's a lot of unknown here. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 explained. We can do them, just maybe it might not be enough. We also have a long list to go through. You have a long list to go through, the hero corrected. Yes, the detective sighed, knowing full well that 𝐿𝐴 was not suited for interpersonal work like interviews. The scruffy-faced man let a small amused huff at that. They really didn't have much to go on unless they call in heroes more suited for investigations such as 𝐒 or dare he say that devil in rats. Skin. But right now they should do the interviews first. I'll keep an eye on the principal. In case his fears are true and he is a target for the behemoth. 𝐿𝐴 said, earning a nod of approval from the detective as they finished their chat. He left the room and back out into the city, making sure to grab the information he needed for the new patrol. He knows 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 will make sure to inform the principal so there was no misunderstanding, but then he's sure that if the faculty of 𝐿𝐴 is doing wrong, he might think something else. This is going to be a long few days. 𝐿𝐴 groaned in his mind. Izuku was waiting at the park for Hitoshi to arrive back from his first day at school with the substitutes. They had talked a lot between them, mostly making speculations about what they'll be like. Izuku did some prodding around and from what he could see, it seemed most of them were good eggs. Then again, 𝐿𝐴's are good eggs on paper so they might be rotten. At the park, Anna waited patiently whilst Izuku went online to read more about the public's thoughts on Behemoth. It seems it's mostly negative, at least in the local news, but there's a more split opinion on forums. It all comes down to what the teachers had done to deserve being attacked, and whilst Izuku would love to show them, The principal had deleted all footage from the school the day after of any signs of their abuse. Note to self. Always copy data, even if it looks like no one will touch it. 𝐒𝐿 noted to himself. Speaking of the slimy man, 𝐒𝐿 has been fighting on whether or not he should go after him too. He's the principal of the entire elementary school, so surely he would be just as evil as the rest of them. Not just to the elementary school but all of them. The middle school didn't look any better, same for the high school. Of course 𝐒𝐿 can't scare all of them. The school would close down then, and Hitoshi would have to go somewhere else, and 𝐒𝐿 didn't want to have to find him again. Neither of them had phones, but 𝐒𝐿 was working on that. Recently he's been trying to look into more lucrative lines of work, but with very little of them needing to see the face of the one they are hiring, he's been stuck. Hopefully I'll find something soon, the boy wished. It was then he noticed his friend coming up to him at the park and sitting down. He seemed all right, at least at an initial glance. So, 𝐴𝐻 signed. How were the new teachers? They were good, he said, a smile on his face as he took out his work for today. Great. 𝐴𝐻 signed back enthusiastically. Yeah. My homeroom teacher didn't seem to care about my quirk. They even told Tsubasa off when he pushed me. The boy said excitedly. 𝐒𝐿 smiled as he saw his friend smile, feeling like that night of torment was worth it. At least for the moment. He doesn't know if the teachers will turn once things get more comfortable, but he can only hope that they are as good as the people they are in their files. The two spent their time continuing their studies and 𝐒𝐿 tutoring Hitoshi. Halfway through it though, the boy seemed to have a burning question on his tongue. He noticed it when he caught Hitoshi looking at 𝐴𝐻 longer than he should with his mouth open. He thought maybe he needed to sneeze, but after the third time it was clear he was trying to say something. What's wrong? 𝐴𝐻 signed, stopping the boy from continuing his work. And nothing. Why? He stuttered. The doll tilted its head slightly. You want to say something to me? Hitoshi set down his pencil and looked up at the doll. Right into the glare under the hood that the lens was, and spoke with clear reservation. Am I a bad friend? What? Why does Hitoshi think that? He's a great friend. He keeps 𝐒𝐿 company, makes him laugh, and is pretty much the only person he cares about right now. 𝐴𝐻 shook her head a few times and signed hurriedly. No. Why would you say that? You're my best friend. The boy seemed to be a bit flustered at that, but it wasn't clear why to 𝐒𝐿. It's just, you do so much for me and I don't do a lot in return. But, you do a lot. 𝐒𝐿 argued with his voice, then with 𝐴𝐻. Compared to how much you've fed me, helped me learn, and been the only person nice enough to not see my quirk first, he countered, his eyes getting a bit wet. 𝐒𝐿 sat up on his chair and thought through how much he has done for Hitoshi. He really has done far more than he ever intended to do when he first set out to talk to someone. Was Hitoshi really feeling this bad? It's fine, Hitoshi. I like helping you and you keep me company. 𝐴𝐻 signed. But I can't help you. Or if you even need help. I don't know what I could do for you, so I don't feel bad. The boy rambled, tears starting to spill as he looked down. Hitoshi, 𝐒𝐿 whispered. I know you don't need help. But I want to do something so I can feel like your friend and not just a leech. I don't like owing you so much. He confessed. 𝐴𝐻 reached out and held the boy tightly in a hug. It was a moment like this that 𝐒𝐿 really wanted to be there in person, out of this warehouse, out of his comfort zone. He never realized how much Hitoshi felt a burden, even though he's not. 𝐒𝐿 thought through some things that Hitoshi could do that 𝐒𝐿 can't, and honestly there wasn't a lot. Except, maybe. 𝐴𝐻 pulled away from Hitoshi to free her arms and lifted the boy's head to see what she was signing. My birthday. It's coming up in a couple weeks. July 15th. I didn't get to celebrate it last year for reasons. I'd love to have you celebrate it with me. The boy looked up at the camera and sniffled. You mean, in person? 𝐒𝐿 went silent. So far he's spent over a year hiding away. Scared to come out into the open. Scared of Hisoshi finding him. Maybe that fear has gotten weaker, but a new one has taken its place. People. 𝐒𝐿 was scared of people. Whenever he'd hear someone pass by the warehouse, near the hole in the wall, he'd freeze up. Terrified of them finding his safe place. Maybe he could let Hitoshi in. Or maybe that would just get him hurt. He'd know where Izuku was, and if Hisoshi found that information out, he could hurt Hitoshi. This is his problem to deal with, and he doesn't want his friend to ever get hurt because of him. No, she signed, and for a moment Hitoshi looked down. But, maybe, I can call. Izuku had Behemoth's MIC. He could probably buy a cheap speaker and have Anna carry it. Maybe then they could finally talk using words. That's when an idea went through the boy's mind and he came to a decision. Yeah, I can call. Izuku affirmed. That seemed to make a smile crawl on his friend's face as he pushed away the unshed tears. I can't wait to find you a gift. Hitoshi had been spending the last few days trying to come up with a gift for Izuku. He knew he wanted a card and had made it in arts and crafts. It was a pretty green one, where it said happy 7th birthday to him. He didn't just want that though. He wanted to get Izuku a proper gift. One he'd get himself without needing Izuku's or anyone's help. But what exactly? Hitoshi knew that Izuku had some liking for dolls. That much was obvious from their conversations, but he checked how much dolls cost and well, he's a kid. A neglected one, so of course he could never match those price tags with that financial profile. Then he thought about what else Izuku liked. He knew he loved Katsuden, his favorite color was green, he likes watching hero fights and he enjoyed horror movies. All of that was wildly different and not a lot of overlap, at least for two of those. And again, without money, he couldn't get what he wanted even if he managed to find something that overlapped all of that. What about art? Hitoshi thought. While Anna was a terrifying freak, Izuku seemed really proud of her. Maybe Hitoshi could get some paints and he could make something nicer looking. Not saying Anna was bad, just that she was a horrifying sight without her hood. Hitoshi was really not looking forward to seeing this scary doll. Izuku told him about it when he was asking questions about what was scary. Hitoshi doesn't want to know what monster his friend would make, but if Izuku could make something as weird and as uncanny as Anna, doing something actually scary was going to be pure nightmare fuel. Now that he thought about it more, paint really is a good gift for Izuku. A paint set would be nice enough and maybe doable. That's a maybe, but he doubts there's going to be dumpsters full of complete paint sets. At least he'd try. And that was how things went during the weekend before Izuku's birthday. He checked mostly the mall for any paints that were looking to be thrown out but couldn't find anything that he'd like. The boy let out a sigh as he looked in through the storefront window at a particular set of paints that included brushes too. He didn't want to admit defeat, but it looks like he'll have to. He can't waste any more time trying to find a gift when it's so close to the day. Maybe he could get a cake. Izuku wouldn't be able to eat it there, but he could take it home, wherever that was. Hey, little listener. Why so glum? A cheery voice asked. Hitoshi turned to see a tall, lean man wearing black jeans and a yellow shirt. He had long blonde hair tied up in a bun and seemed to be about to head into the store that the boy was looking at. He didn't know what to say at first, a bit unsure why this guy asked him that, but he was tired out from walking all day, so he just answered. I'm trying to find a gift for my friend, he said, turning back to look at the paint set. It's his birthday soon. Totally cool. Does he like to paint? The man asked. I don't know. I was going to get a doll instead, but the prices were too much for me. He glummed. The man looked at the paint set before deciding to continue. How much do you have? Nothing. Hitoshi mused. The man looked at him, shocked in a bit too dramatic of a way. Doesn't your parents give you an allowance? No, my foster parents don't really care about me, he replied sadly. I don't think they even know I'm here. Something in the man's heart seemed to break as he heard that, but didn't let it show. Does your friend mean a lot to you? They're my only one. And they help me with my schoolwork and even buy food for me when I don't get breakfast. He swore he heard a sniffle come from the man but didn't see it well because of his glasses. The man just smiled at him. How about we make a deal? What deal? Hitoshi questioned, shuffling back a little. I buy those paints for you to give to your friend and you can pay me back by helping me with my shopping today and next week on the same day. How does that sound? He proposed. It didn't sound like a bad deal, as long as he didn't need to get into any cars. He knows that you should never get into a car with a stranger, so as long as he doesn't do that, he won't get in trouble. This man also seemed to be alright. He didn't look like someone bad, but then again he could just be that way. Even if something bad were to happen, the mall was populated enough, and on top of all that, all he had to do was ask, "Where are we going?" and he could get away with his quirk. Honestly, there weren't any red flags right now, and even if there were, it wasn't as if he couldn't handle himself. Hitoshi looked at the paints once more, imagining what he imagined was Izuku's voice, thanking him for the gift, and he pushed aside his fears and turned to the man. "Deal," he said confidently and pointed his hand up to the man to shake. The blonde chuckled to himself a bit as he took it. "Deal, little listener. By the way, my name's Yamada Hisashi, but you can call me Hisashi." "Shinsu Hitoshi," he replied back. Hisashi, as agreed, went into the store and bought the set, packaging it and making sure Hitoshi could handle it. Thankfully, it came in a little case with a handle, so it was easy to move. And on Hitoshi's end of the bargain, he helped Hisashi with his shopping that day and would help next week and the week after that. Even though it was just a lot of running around and carrying bags, Hitoshi felt he was being useful and wasn't just taking advantage of someone's kindness like he does with Izuku. Of course, he was alert the entire time. He still didn't know what his man's deal was. No one should be this chipper in public, it must be some kind of quirk he has. But he seemed alright and never did anything Hitoshi would deem weird besides the always happy and maybe a little too loud part. They parted ways and Hitoshi went home not feeling like he was trading one debt with another. He doesn't want to owe anything to anyone. He especially didn't want anyone to worry about him, especially Izuku. That's why when the boy told him his birthday was a couple weeks away, he failed to mention that it was actually his birthday today, that day. Hisashi had just gotten home after a slightly longer shopping trip than usual. He found the most adorable little kid at the mall looking for a gift for his friend and made a deal that he would buy it if he helped with his shopping for next week. He didn't need the help. Actually, he wasn't even planning on going to that mall next week, but seeing that little face with those sad but hopeful eyes melted the blonde's heart. It didn't help that when Hisashi bought the paint set, he smiled just like 𝐿 does. Honestly, he just wanted to scoop up that purple cat and bring him home. Actually, on that he said he was a foster child and a neglected one at that. Maybe if Hisashi could build his trust somewhat and find out more, he could see if he really is being mistreated. He can't stand by and watch a child get hurt, even if it's through neglect. The blonde sauntered on through his apartment and entered the kitchen to put away groceries. He was humming away with glee over everything when 𝐿 passed by with Dot by his side, most likely looking for food after hearing Hisashi come back. "What happened?" he stated. "Something had to have occurred. I just met the most wonderful kid today," he chirped. He looked 7 and he was at the mall looking for a birthday gift for his friend. "Okay, so I'm sure a lot of kids do that." 𝐿 deadpanned, stopping Dot from hopping onto the counter to look in the bags. Hisashi huffed. "You didn't see him 𝐿. He was there alone and didn't have any money. Please don't tell me you just gave him cash. I don't want to have a husband that can get swindled by a child." 𝐿 groaned. "He didn't trick me. We made a deal. I'd get him the gift, he'd help me shop today and next week." Hisashi explained, finishing putting away most things and turning to 𝐿. The Erasure hero let out a long drawn-out sigh. "You can't just make deals with random kids, Zashi. He wouldn't accept it otherwise. He says he's getting the gift to pay back his friend. His only one 𝐿. What was I supposed to do?" He cried dramatically. "Did you even get this kid's name?" 𝐿 asked. "Yep. Little Shinsu Hitoshi. He's also a foster kid from what he said." 𝐿's nose seemed to scrunch up a little at that, something he only does when he's made a connection or he has the cold. It was summer, so it clearly wasn't the latter. "What's wrong, 𝐿? Name sound familiar?" he questioned. 𝐿 seemed to be thinking through something when he left to go to his office. "I think I recognize that name from somewhere." Hisashi went after him. Dot stayed behind to hunt for the cat food some more. He arrived at his door, to see him looking at a relatively fresh-looking file. He took a moment to flick through it before Hisashi saw his eyes flicker with realization. "Does he look like this?" And 𝐿 showed a picture of the same boy, slightly younger but with the same floaty purple hair and gloomy eyes. "Yeah, he does. Wait, why is he on your desk? Is he in trouble?" Hisashi said, alarmed, his mind briefly flashing back to Izuku all those months ago. No, here's one of the kids 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 is going to be interviewing. The case of the behemoth. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 explained. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝑖 heard about that one in the news. Some scary doll monster scaring a bunch of teachers so bad they had to be out of commission for a few days. A lot of people were wondering aloud about what the monster was and why it was related to the school. It got leaked that all of the victims were given the same warning to not hurt children. He didn't know what to make of rumors like that, but he did have a rule he followed anytime he hears rumors. Being a radio show host, he hears rumors all the time and about 70% of them are always false, so whenever he hears one, he doesn't believe it, not until he can disprove or confirm it himself. He knows 𝐒𝐬𝐽's been working on that case, but 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝑖 hasn't been told much as he likes to keep his three personas as a hero, a radio host and 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝑖 separate. According to this, he has been having problems at school from disregarding authority. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 explained. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝑖 was in disbelief. He was the nicest kid when he was with me. His quirk is called brainwashing and it allows him to control people, he elaborated in a tone lower than before. Ah! 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝑖 gasped as all the pieces fit together. He knew quirk discrimination was a thing, especially for those with quirks deemed villainous. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 also had those problems in his youth. Apparently having a quirk that erases others is scary enough to a lot of people to cry monster about. It was then he remembered again about the kid saying he only had one friend and 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝑖's heart was breaking all over again. Not only was the kid in the foster system being neglected, but he was also a social outcast. The blonde wanted to get back out there right now and find him, give him the biggest hug he could and maybe consider finding out how to become a foster parent. He says maybe because they're moving into a new house with extra rooms. Ah! How does he solve this dilemma? 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝑖, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 warned, clearly able to read what he's thinking. I know 𝐿. But the kid says he's being neglected and the school he's going to is possibly sketchy too. He argued. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 just shook his head and put down the case file, walking up and grabbing his arms. After the move, we can talk more about it. For now, just see if the kid's alright. He might be fine on his own. No one's fine on their own. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝑖 argued, not aggressively but more in a statement. He knows 𝐒𝐬𝐽's right, he can't just make rash decisions. His husband hugged him, humming in agreement as the two swayed a little as a way to comfort the other. For both of them, this issue hits them close to home. What with both of them being in that kind of situation when they were younger, but he'd rather not think about that now. If it makes you feel better, I'll talk with him during the first round of interviews, he said into 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝑖's ear. Thank you. A loud bang in the kitchen was heard as the two men rushed in to see that having thrown his food bowl around, Pepper watching, as the two were expecting food now. Hitoshi spent the next few days up to Izuku's birthday studying with him and deciding what they were going to do for the summer break. According to him, Izuku doesn't have one, but that's mostly because he has a very loose schedule. They decided on clearing out the beach, both so Izuku could find more parts but also so Hitoshi could start his training to become a hero, or at least start getting the strength for it. It was really icky at first wading through junk, especially without gloves, but after getting used to it and learning what to and what not to touch, it got quite fun. Okay, maybe not fun, it was back-breaking work, but it was satisfying seeing the beach become clearer. You could actually see the waves wash on the sand instead of plastic. It was also fun just being around Izuku and Anna. Though they couldn't really talk while moving stuff, the company was good. It all felt good. Not to mention there was so much weird stuff here. Izuku was right when he said people threw out things that should still work. He managed to find a generator that was perfectly fine, a go-kart that only needed oil changed according to Izuku, and a bunch of stuffed toys rotting in a box. Izuku took the stuffed toys because he said he likes those things, whilst Hitoshi wondered if his foster parents would notice if he somehow got a cart into his room. He didn't know what he was going to do with it if he did, but he just thought it would be cool and funny if he could pull that off somehow. Before any more of that happened though, Izuku's birthday was here and he couldn't wait to show him the paint set. He had to hide it under his bed so his fosters didn't accuse him of stealing. He's certainly had that happen to him in the past and he wasn't going to let it happen again. On the day, they decided to meet at the beach during the sunset so they could watch it together. Hitoshi lugged the case around along with the card in his pocket and sat down on the steps leading down to the beach. It seemed that Anna wasn't there yet, so he thought about everything that's happened to him over the last couple months. It had been only a short time since he met Izuku at the start of the school year. He honestly never expected to find a friend when he moved to Musutafu, let alone one outside of school. Even though the time had been so short, he already feels somewhat close to his friend, or at least they to him. Maybe he's moving too fast and that he doesn't feel the same way, and it's just Hitoshi being starved of attention, positive attention. Maybe that's why he feels this closeness and shouldn't get too attached, if not for Izuku but for himself. He wasn't going to stay here forever. He always left. He always moved on to the next home, either because he was too much to handle or too expensive. Apparently affording a school uniform and 3 meals a day for a kid was too expensive, as if they weren't taking the idea of caring for a kid seriously. But then again, maybe that's twisted his way of seeing himself. That maybe he is actually too much or too expensive to be around. Izuku's certainly bought enough food for him to be in the hundreds, he thinks. He just hoped he could try to pay that back. His thoughts were stopped when he saw Anna in the distance, looking around for him most likely. "Hey!" Hitoshi called, the doll's head snapping in his direction. The doll waved and immediately turned to the box Hitoshi was carrying. "What is that?" they signed as they walked over. "Your birthday present. Bet you can't tell what's inside." He giggled. The doll tilted their head like a puppy as they approached the boy and sat down on the steps where he was, staring at the box and clearly thinking of what they thought it was inside. Hitoshi kept the card hidden behind his back and set the box down, ready to present the card. "Here," he chirped, shoving the card to Anna. "Happy birthday." The doll took the card and brought it to its hooded face, much like they did when they first met, writing in their notebook words for him to read. It opened the card and read inside. Hitoshi recalled the message he put in, and he hoped his care was felt by Izuku. To Izuku. Happy birthday. Thank you for being my best friend. I hope you know how much you mean to me, even if we haven't seen each other that long. I hope we can keep being friends so one day we can finally meet face to face. From Hitoshi. It had a bunch of decorations at the end, with stars and glitter decorating the edges. Hitoshi was scared it might look stupid and was waiting with bated breath to find out if his friend liked it or not. Eventually the doll put the card down and signed out. "Thank you, Hitoshi. This means a lot to me." And the doll pulled him in for a hug. They held it for a few moments, before they let go. Hitoshi grabbing the case. It's at times like this that the purple-haired boy hated how he couldn't see his friend's face. He couldn't tell if they were being nice or not. But he pushed through that doubt, moving on. "And here's your actual present. I didn't know what exactly you wanted. I thought maybe you'd like a doll, but they were too expensive for me to get, so I found something else I think you might like," he explained, handing the case over to the doll. They opened it and inside were 24 different paints, brushes and other utensils that can be used in painting. The doll seemed to freeze when it looked at them, and once more Hitoshi was left scared if the gift was good or not. The doll closed the case and locked it, putting it to the side next to them as they signed. "Thank you so much, Hitoshi. I love it. I wanted to do some painting." He could tell it was enthusiastic by how the doll shook all over a little as they signed. "You're welcome." Hitoshi replied, beaming. It seemed his doubt was for nothing. "I know you like making stuff like Anna and that scary doll you mentioned a bit ago. I wanted to get you something to make more stuff as well." The boy was happy. Really happy. He can't tell exactly how much his gift meant to Izuku, but he knew that at the very least he got this on his own and not by relying on anyone else. Next week he was going to do his best to help Hisashi with his shopping so that his debt there was repaid. The two talked for a bit on the paints, Anna going through them and testing them. Some red paint was mushed on Hitoshi's face, making the boy giggle as he stole a brush and did it back to the doll on theirs, giving them a red nose. It made them more creepy, but honestly, Hitoshi was getting over it. "You know, Hitoshi," the doll signed. "All of my birthday gifts were normally given to me quietly." "Really?" Hitoshi asked. The doll nodded. "My mama would have to sneak them past my father, because a lot of them he didn't approve of." "What were they?" he asked. "Dolls. I always liked them. I read it might have something to do with my quirk, but I liked the way they looked and felt. It felt comforting playing with them and posing them and making them act like heroes." I know there's action figures for that, but none of them were as flexible or as pretty as the dolls. Izuku explained. Does that make me weird? No. Hitoshi retorted. It doesn't. Your dad's probably just a dumbass for not trying to understand you. But it's still weird though, right? Boys shouldn't really be playing with those. The doll signed slowly. Who said that? Your dad. Hitoshi said, almost sounding like an argument. The doll's head looked away from him. No. My friend, old one, said it made me weak. And he was the strongest kid I know. Well, he's stupid and not your friend. You're not weak, Izuku. It doesn't matter if you like something everyone else says is weird, you like it for you. Hitoshi countered. That line made something in the boy's heart shake a little. There was so much to digest in that sentence in more ways than one. 1. The idea that Kei-chan was stupid was nothing to simply say. He was always smarter than Izuku. When they'd go out to the forest, he'd always be the one leading and he'd always follow. But now he doesn't follow anyone and he's still fine. 2. That he's not weak. He is though, he really is. He's hiding away from the world because he's not strong enough to fight it himself. He cowers and slithers away into the dark. He does things with Anna through a screen tens of miles away. He's scared of even stepping out of the warehouse, just the thought made him start to hyperventilate. But that's okay, even though he's not strong, he's still fine. And finally, the last thing he said. That he should like things for him and not let anyone else's opinion mess with that. He wasn't sure what to say to that. Arguably he's never let anyone's opinions change him, even when Hisoshi shouted at Mama he still wanted more dolls to play with. He was never truly sure why, but he just did. Even right now, where he's trapped himself in this warehouse, he does so because he wants to. He wanted to stay here and be here and live here. He doesn't even see himself leaving because that was the smarter thing to do. So he's fine. Truly. It doesn't matter if someone says otherwise. The doll sat in silence, probably digesting what he said. Hitoshi waited for them to speak back, but after a moment he decided to move the topic on. Is your dad still around? The doll's head seemed to shake at that, not in a no but more as a shiver. No. He isn't. Mama isn't either. Wait, then where are you living? Hitoshi asked, getting slightly concerned. I live alone. Izuku confessed. Alone. How? Are you safe? Hitoshi panicked. Izuku lived alone. But wasn't he his age? If he's alone, then he must be living on the streets. How has he been surviving then? He knows he has money, so maybe he got some kind of inheritance from them. But that doesn't make sense, he should have someone helping him. I am safe. Izuku replied immediately. I'm fine. I promise. I just like to be alone, so don't worry about me. How can I not worry? Hitoshi argued good-naturedly. Look. I'm fine. Please don't ask more. Izuku worded forcefully. Okay. Hitoshi dropped it, at least for now. He needed to know if Izuku was safe and not in danger. The two left that topic alone for now and talked about some more stuff, such as Hitoshi's new teachers still being good if not a bit stricter for a first-year elementary class. The two were laughing about something they heard in the news when the sun finally hit the horizon and the golden hour began. Hitoshi couldn't stay for long as he had dinner, but Izuku stopped him by having Anna grab his arm. Hitoshi, before you go, I have a gift for you. The doll motioned. Those signed words immediately made his face drop. Why was he getting a gift? He just finished repaying Izuku back for his help. Why was he being given something else? He didn't want a gift. This was Izuku's birthday, not his so. The doll let go of his arm and inched down to his hand, clutching it tightly. Hitoshi was beyond worried he was going to be getting something really good just like always, and it was going to make him feel awful. And here, they signed and handed over a cell phone. It was an older model but still a cell phone. That sight made the boy's heart drop, and every insecurity he had spiked back up after it was just put away. It was something good. Something so much better than some stupid card and a box of paints he didn't even buy with his own money. It was far better than anything he could ever get. Better than anything he could ever deserve. Izuku! I can't accept this, I can't. Hitoshi cried. He didn't want to owe him anything, He was just finally paying his kindness back. This is more a gift for me than for you, the doll promised. Hitoshi started to feel flustered as he felt upset about Izuku doing something for him when, "It's your birthday. Not mine. Not today. But it was a couple weeks ago." Hitoshi froze. "I wanted to give you one a couple days later, but I didn't want to up the bar," the doll signed, emotions unreadable. "You already have." Hitoshi thought, mind a mess. He turned around and held the doll's hand tightly, tears welling up as he faced the setting sun. "I wanted this to be just for you. You've done so much for me and it feels like I can't do much back. You've fed me, taught me, and made me no longer feel lonely. It feels like I owe you so much, and with everything you give me it feels like my debt gets higher and higher. I'm an awful friend, Izuku. I don't deserve someone as nice as you." He finished. Hitoshi was tempted to leave, but the doll's hands grabbed his shoulders, holding them tightly as the phone was set on his lap unwillingly. He looked into the glaring eyes of the doll, the camera staring back, and he could almost swear he could feel the sadness in them. Neither made a move. The doll didn't seem to let go, and Hitoshi was about to say another word when he felt his lap vibrate and he looked down to see the phone ringing. There was a moment of confusion before he remembered what was said 2 weeks ago when it was his own birthday. The wish he inadvertently made. It didn't show who it was, but he could take a wild guess as the doll let go and allowed the boy to pick it up and answer. "Hello, Izuku," he said. Not too sure what to expect. It was the first time he would hear his voice, after months of speaking through the doll and pondering what kind of person would be on the other end. How'd they sound? The other end was quiet for a few moments outside of some quiet humming of a fan. Hitoshi thought maybe it was the wrong number when he heard the faintest of voices on the other end. "Echechai," it whispered like it was unsure if it even wanted to be heard. "Izuku, is that really you?" Hitoshi replied, not sure if he should whisper too or not. It was silent once more before the voice sounded out in a warble. Happy birthday, Hitoshi." It was a stuttering mess and as quiet as a mouse, but hearing the voice of his friend who clearly has put a lot of effort into talking with him, he couldn't help but let go of all the woe and self-loathing. A teary smile grew on his face and he replied, "Happy birthday, Izuku." Kashi had gotten more and more stressed ever since that night. Receiving 12 calls nearly all at once, telling that many of his teachers were attacked and couldn't come back to school for a while, creeped him out alone. Then hearing about what exactly this behemoth reason behind its attacks was to do with the children. But what issue? How can there be an issue? He has run Aldera Elementary exactly how he's been advised by the overall superintendent of the 3 Alderas. He wasn't even the harshest. The middle school and especially the high school were crueler than him, so why go after him? On top of all that, now there were police investigating the reason behind those attacks. He had to delete all of the footage and any evidence with a trace of their DSPLN on the student body. Now though, they're asking to interview the students. He can't stop them unless he wants to basically admit there is something there. It's not like there is. Not really. It doesn't matter if a few kids get bullied for their quirks, that's life. If anything, he's doing them a favor by getting them ready for the real world. Not only that, but given how there's always villains around, wouldn't it make sense that there's some in his classes? Of course there are, it's a statistical inevitability. Then again, Aldera has never had a future hero graduate from their school. No, that's ridiculous, that's just a coincidence. When Kashi was teaching, there were countless kids who surely grew up to be villains, like that kid who could control darkness or that girl who could spit poison. Speaking of villainous brats, he's sure one of them has something to do with this. He doesn't know which one, but he'll find them and make sure they cough up what the behemoth is so he can finally get some proper sleep. Tsukochi had gone through his 60th interview of what is a list of 84 kids. He had to split his focus between different years, and trying to convince parents to let their kid get interviewed was a monumental task. Most parents don't like it when their kids get talked to by a police officer, even more so if they start asking if there's any problems with their school. Especially if they have an idea there is something wrong with their school. Over the last 2 weeks it's been nothing but talking with parents and kids, and Tsukochi was honestly starting to break down. He has never broken down, but being hounded at by some parents about their precious kid being treated like a criminal, even though there was never even any mention, was something that was driving the man up the wall. At least he's gotten a few things. He's figured out that there's definitely some kind of bullying problem going on in the school. To what extent is to be figured out, but given how many kids are afraid of authority figures, especially at such a young age, implies there's some negligence on the teacher's parts. Whether or not that's enough to warrant them being traumatized is up to how much they chose to ignore. Speaking of those teachers, many of them are going to therapy as recommended by their doctors. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 knows this because he's been trying to interview them more on the monster and why they think it did this, but none of them are having it and have shut up. Meaning either they are too scared to speak up or are admitting that there's a lot more than bullying problems going on. He's also tried talking to the principal again, but he's been busy with a lot of his work getting new substitutes. Of course his quirk went off on that, but he's keeping that fact, and his quirk, in the bag until he's gotten through these interviews. On that, there's one he's been dreading for a while. Ever since he saw their name. The Bakugas. Apparently they go to this school too, and their son's homeroom teacher, Taijima, was the first victim of that night and the only one who managed to contact the police about it. The reason he wasn't looking forward to it wasn't because the Bakugas were bad or annoying. If anything, given their last visit, they might be more amicable than most parents. No, the problem was that they were going to ask that inevitable question. Have you found Izuku yet? Mitsuki asked with a mix of fear and sadness. She was sitting next to her son, Katsuki, on the sofa in their living room. Masaru, her husband, was at work and couldn't be there, leaving just the two of them to conduct the interview. Unfortunately, we have not found much from our investigations, he admitted. And he hated it. The trail was ice cold on Izuku. When he popped up for a brief moment when present MIC in civilian attire found him, he thought that maybe more would come, but it's been over a year since then and not even a report of the boy has popped up. They tried seeing if they could get something on that doll, his quirk, but either something has happened to the poor kid or he has gotten incredibly good at hiding. Given the unlikeliness of the latter, the former is probably what has happened. Of course, that doesn't mean he's given up. Keyword being, because the case is on the verge of becoming cold, with the odds being that Izuku is going to be declared dead if he doesn't find proof that he's still out there, even through his quirk. Saying the news of Izuku's continued disappearance seemed to make the mother in front of him sadder and the kid on her right growl with furrowed eyes. He knows they are both likely going to resent him as time goes on, but hopefully that can hold until the end of this interview. Please let me know if you find anything. Mitsuki begged. He gave back a curt nod. We will. But an update isn't why I'm here today, as I told you over the phone. Yes, you wanted to ask my son some questions, the mother recalled. That is correct. I wanted to ask him some questions about his school. The detective clarified. The young Bakugu seemed to be focusing more after that, whilst the older one widened her eyes. Is there something wrong with Aldera? That's what I'm trying to find out. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 explained. Before that though, considering this is an interview and not an inquiry, I'd like to inform you of my quirk. It allows me to be able to detect when I am being lied to. I'm not expecting either of you to lie, but it's imperative that I tell you this before any interview can begin. The two Bakugus seemed a bit taken back when he explained his quirk. They always do. Learning that you can't lie to someone tends to make people anxious and constantly second-guess every sentence they say to you, even if they have nothing to hide. Same thing tends to happen whenever you put someone on a polygraph, but this one is much more accurate. After a few beats, Mitsuki agreed to this interview and Katsuki seemed to be fine with it as well. So then Bakugu Katsuki, how have your classes been? The detective asked, saying his full name for the recording. The kid huffed. It's been fine for me. Except the extras not shutting up. Oi, Katsuki. What did we say about respect? The mother growled as her face turned to scolding the boy. Well, they are. They keep hanging around because of my quirk. He shouted. Just the students. Does anyone else think the same? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked out of curiosity, though he's been having his theories. The kid turned to him, still growling at his mother. Yeah. Teachers kept gushing about how great my quirk is. Which is DMN right. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 wrote down what was said into a small notepad, mostly for his own sake. Okay. Let's see where this line of inquiry takes us. Do they all say you have a great quirk? Do they do anything else besides praise? The detective inquired. Mitsuki looked at him, clearly confused by what he was trying to get out of that question. Thankfully, Katsuki was kind enough to spell it out with his answer. Yeah. They say I'm going to be a great hero, so they give me extra help and more time in P. He gloated proudly, a part of him peeking at his mom to see her reaction. Right. So they favor children with good quirks. Let's see if the opposite is true. Tsukochi thought. What about those who don't have good quirks? Phut. I don't know. Those extras just get ignored. The kid said. By the teachers too? Asked the detective. Yeah. Especially the weak ones. Like who? The detective follows up with. The kid then lists off a bunch of kids in his class that are subject to being ignored, making sure each name was recorded so that he can ask them later. A few of them were kids he's already talked to and have admitted, either consciously or unconsciously, that they are picked on more than they should. It would be awkward to have a follow-up questioning with some of these kids, mostly because of parents and scheduling, but thankfully there's a couple of these weak quirked kids that he hasn't questioned and are already scheduled for a chat. What's most disturbing about all of this kid here, Bakugo Katsuki, and how much the teachers seem to praise him over just having a quirk that's strong or good for heroics. It's a bad mentality that will end with the kid getting a rude awakening should he ever come up against someone stronger than him, or even weaker and yet capable of beating him. Aizawa is certainly someone who comes to mind as someone who's beaten a lot of types who were once this kid, arrogant and looking down on everyone. Thankfully the kid is young, so there's still time to make him someone better than what Tsukochi's experience tells him, he hopes. The rest of the interview was mostly follow-up questions, getting specific names of teachers who were a part of this, and it wasn't a surprise at all when they all just so happened to be the ones targeted by the behemoth. Before the proper end of the interview though, Tsukochi had to check out a theory that has been itching in his mind since the start of this whole process. Thank you, Bakugo Katsuki. I've almost finished this interview, but there is just one more question I need to ask. The detective stated. What? The kid said brashly. Has any of your teachers encouraged bullying of certain kids? It was a very direct question, but it's one that can't really be asked without possibly being leading or giving an out for the kid from lie detector. He's hoping that given the kid's favoritism by the teachers. He waited for the kid to answer, and for the first time he seemed to not respond instantly like he always did. With that, his mother looked down at her son, eyes shaking at that, because anyone like him who would be stumped at such a question surely was admitting a lot more than he could say. Eventually the boy did let out an answer, albeit keeping his angry demeanor. They never said, but they didn't stop when some of the kids shoved and pushed and insulted. That was plenty. Enough to warrant taking this investigation further than it could. It proved there was a good reason behind the behemoth's attack. How close they are to getting to whatever truth behind Aldera's teaching methods is certainly becoming closer with this new revelation, and hopefully, by proxy, the behemoth themselves. He wasn't going to ask if the young Bakugo was also one of the kids encouraged, nor was he going to ask if he followed through. The silence afterwards made it clear that, given his attitude, he must have followed through on some of those encouragements. He had enough and could use this to force an interrogation with the teachers once he's finished with the children. Thank you, both of you, for this interview. In case you're worried, you aren't in trouble, he said to the boy. But someone is and will be making sure they get what is coming to them. Thank you, Detective Tsukochi, Mitsuki said, nodding. You too, Katsuki. The boy seemed to hesitate before he spoke. Thank you, Detective. It was muted, and it's clear that admitting out loud what he's been doing has certainly shaken the kid in some way. Whether that will last is something hard to say. Over the last few days, Izuku has been fighting more and more on whether he should go after the principal. He was certainly a part of this to some extent, and knowing that was bothering him. The problem was that he wasn't sure how he could get him. Heroes are surely watching him now, so it would be a lot harder to catch him. The only reason he couldn't get the man the first time around was because he was too far away from the other teachers to make a reasonable path to. If he were close, Izuku would have made sure to get him. The boy stopped himself there at that thought process. Get him? What did he mean by that? He was enjoying this too much, which is something he might admit to himself if he wasn't constantly running away from his problems by pushing them back further and further into his mind. It wasn't as if he could get therapy. Not that he would of his own accord. He was fine. Just a bit excited at the prospect of causing more fear in the ones who hurt his friend, now more than ever after his birthday. Yes. With this line of thinking, he probably will attack the principal. How was a different issue? He could wait for things to die down, but Izuku wasn't a patient child. Every time he'd go into the school files and look at this guy, he became more and more determined to scare him. The whole school really. It seemed to get worse as the years went up, with kids Hitoshi and weaker quirked kids getting bullied viscously with no end in sight. He can't imagine himself ever being in that situation, but he can imagine the fear and helplessness those kids probably experience. He was always afraid of being found because of Hisoshi finding him, and those students probably feel the same way about their bullies. Never mind the later years though, right now he needed a plan. He didn't know if there were heroes monitoring the principal, but there had to be someone. It made perfect sense that the principal would be a target too. Izuku sat in front of his computer and began to work his way through the police network. He has been trying to find a safe way in for a while but hasn't noticed any holes yet. If I can't find one, then maybe I can make one, he muttered to himself. If I can slip some malware into their system and make a password request, I can. After a few hours of researching the Musutafu police force, he's found someone he could maybe go after. An officer in his 60s who didn't seem very good at computers if what is said on social media was any hint. There's also a chance he has a weak password too. Finding his work email account on the Musutafu police website, he sent in a simple email from a fake email address pretending to be IT support, saying he needs to change his password urgently, asking to confirm his password first before entering a new one. Sure enough, a day later, it worked and Izuku immediately took over his account, changing his password to match the one he sent in and having free reign of the police internal network. From there he found the case involving him and Aldera, and as he confirmed, there was a pro-hero watching the principal. Eraserhead. His quirk was certainly dangerous, mostly because Izuku doesn't know what it would do to his doll. If the erasure needed to be done on him or the doll to erase their quirk was something he needed to find out. But he had a theory. Given his spinal fluid is still a part of him, there is a decent chance erasure would work as long as that fluid is exposed. He needed to make sure that the monster had nothing exposing the mossy fluid underneath. After a while of making these changes to the monster, Izuku still needed to think of how he's going to get around the pro-hero. Just because he couldn't erase the monster doesn't mean he can't beat it to pieces. He needed another weakness, a hole. One that he could certainly make. Shouta had been watching Kashi for almost 3 weeks now, and it was getting a bit tiring. It seemed like the behemoth wasn't going to make another appearance, at least not yet. He wasn't even sure what this thing looked like outside of the scared descriptions from the victims. He didn't know its strength, speed, or even its quirk. For all he knew, it could be some kind of invisibility and the thing could slip past him. He sighed from the roof of Kashi's house. He really just wanted to go back to patrolling and not babysitting this guy. As far as what Tsukochi had told him, the victims aren't the most innocent people, meaning this guy is probably the worst, but he's a hero first and needed to do his job. He just hopes he doesn't have to spend another night watching nothing happen. That was when his comms sprang to life. Eraserhead. Come in, a slightly robotic voice came in on the other end. Eraserhead here. What is it? He responded fast and professionally. The voice was indeed kind of robotic sounding, but for all he knew that might be someone's quirk or even just whatever hardware they're using speaking. There's an emergency over at Block 23. A hero down. They explained. The voice didn't need to say more before he was off. Block 23 wasn't far from here, and if there's a hero down, he needed to move fast. He took off, using his capture weapon to hop from building to building, taking about 5 minutes to reach where he needed to. Soon enough he was there. After heading down a few alleyways and checking some houses, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. I can't find anything here, he said into comms, but the other side was silent. Hello. After a couple minutes of trying, he eventually heard someone over the comms in his ear, but it wasn't the robotic voice from before. Hello. What's wrong? Someone told me there was an issue at the 23rd block. There were a few presses of a keyboard, and what he heard was a few people talking in the background before he got a response that sent a cold shiver down his spine. None of us said anything was wrong with the 23rd block. He was immediately on his way, swinging back to the house as fast as he possibly could, yelling into the microphone of his earpiece to send police to the 𝐭𝐲𝐲 residence. "I've been duped. Completely DMN it," he thought frantically, making sure he didn't swing into a wall. 𝐿𝐿 was panicking inside. He had spent the last 3 weeks watching this guy, and the first time something interesting happened and he's been lured away like he's on a leash. He just hopes the guys are still there when he gets back. As soon as the house was in eyeshot, he could see all of the lights were off in the house when they weren't when he left. Swinging from a lamppost, he launched himself over a house and glided off some shingles until he heard something that made his heart jump back slightly. An ear-piercing screech. Not one of someone screaming in fear, but a monster letting out a roar. He landed on the house a few seconds later and crashed in through a window, not caring about property damage. He was in the MSTR bedroom where 𝐭𝐲𝐲 should be sleeping, but he wasn't there, the room being a mess and the door wide open. The pro hero quickly ran down the stairs where he found the man in a closet under the stairs, unconscious, the door ripped open and tears wetting the corners of the man's eyes. The hero looked around, after checking the man was still alive, and noticed that the back door was open. Knowing that the police were on their way and that 𝐭𝐲𝐲 was already gotten, he chased out into the night hoping to catch up with this thing. Scanning the rooftops, he couldn't see anything at first until he caught the slightest of movements towards where some apartment blocks were. Not taking any chances, he chased, hopping from building to building and quickly catching up to whatever he was chasing. He watched a weirdly shaped figure crawl quickly down the side of the building into a few alleyways and leapt after it. Soon enough he was on this thing's trail, but after a few corners he lost it at a dead end. Or at least that's what he thought. A large claw swung at him, causing him to dive back in a flip as a long twisting arm with sharp blades on its fingers pulled back to a creature far bigger than what he was chasing earlier. It had a misshapen body with 4 arms, 2 longer than the rest and 2 heads. One was a pale mask of a woman and the other seemed like a mangled mechanical horse. The whole thing twisted as the head seemed to stare down at the man almost curiously. He says almost because right now this thing, in the dark, looked like something from a horror movie. "Look pal, come quietly and we can talk about why you're doing this," he commanded, keeping a straight face so as not to appear disturbed or scared. The thing just stared at him and the mannerisms were almost bird-like in how it tilted its heads. The two were silent for a moment before the far too calm voice of a little girl sounded through the horse head. "We are scaring the bad people. The people who deserve it." He did not like that voice. It spoke like a child and it creeped him out. He'd always had a sadistic side to him and he did not like to be at the other end of that, so this just made him shift and almost attack the thing right then and there. "You could explain to us why they are bad people. Just come with me and we can figure this out," he reasoned. "No," the monster said sinisterly. An arm swung forth fast and the pro hero had to duck out of the way, hopping over a second arm as the creature dashed forward. Its lower arms reached to try and grasp at the hero, but a kick forced them back as the thing now encircled him. As the 2 large arms swung to scoop him up into a hug, he hopped up and bounced off the arms and onto the necks of the creature. He was about to take a swing at the masked one when the horse let out a painful scream that sounded far too close to a child's. It caused him to freeze for a moment, giving the creature a chance to grasp him by his scarf and throw him into a wall. 𝐿𝐿 was stunned for a moment at the force of the throw and he sputtered a little bit when the wind got knocked out of him. He was still a hero though, so he recovered fast. Still hurt like hell though. The hero pulled himself up, ready for a strike when the creature was gone. 𝐿𝐿 looked around, shaking a little at this thing before he looked up in time to dodge the creature falling on top of him. In that he used his quirk, trying to erase whatever this thing had, but nothing seemed to happen. "It has to be mutagenic," he guessed as he threw his capture weapon and had it wrap around one of the creature's arms. He pulled, throwing it off balance and immediately doing a kick into its chest, the sound of something cracking clear under the ratty green dress it wore. Another screech ran out, and if he didn't live with a cockatoo for a husband, it would have shaken him more, but he jumped up in time to avoid the other arm striking at him. With another twist of his scarf, he now had the other long arm wrapped and was now ducking under to try and wrap this thing up. He managed, and soon this thing was writhing under the grey cloth, struggling to break out. All of its arms were wrapped up and pinned to the side of its body, unable to break free. Soon enough he made another kick, this time to the horse head, intending to knock it out, and the sound of bending metal made the creature stumble and fall against the alley wall. The other head drooped and the thing seemed to fall unconscious as 𝐻𝐿𝐷 stood there, holding onto his capture weapon in case it was faking it. The man let out a heavy breath as he relaxed somewhat now that the creature was stopped. He immediately reached for his earpiece and called in the capture. "Eraserhead here. I've captured the behemoth. Please send transport to my position." He got silence on the other end and he was about to speak again when he heard the same robotic voice speak through that tricked him earlier. "I didn't mean to hurt you," was what it said. 𝐻𝐿𝐷 blinked and looked over at the monster who was seemingly still unconscious. "That isn't you, is it?" "No," it replied immediately. "Who are you?" he asked in an almost demand. "It doesn't matter. The man has learned his lesson." "Sorry, but nearly giving people heart attacks isn't the lesson you think it is," the pro-hero argued. There was a pause for a few seconds. "There's a lot of evil in 𝐿𝐷. And we'll deal with it within the confines of the law," he shot back. 𝐻𝐿𝐷 kept his senses alert. He didn't know where this guy was and he certainly wasn't going to lower his guard around the monster. Looking at it now it seemed almost like an object. A bunch of wooden arms and limbs cobbled together. Especially the heads which looked like they were stuff on the end of two mannequin arms. His focus, though, came when he noticed something oozing out of the horse's head he kicked. A clear liquid. A mossy one that made the man immediately think back to almost a year ago. "Midoriya," he uttered, and his focus slacked for a moment before the creature moved far too quickly than it should. It closed the distance fast and soon enough he had no time to react before the whole thing crashed into him, still wrapped up. 𝐻𝐿𝐷 tried to push back but whatever strength it had before, it was clearly holding back as he was rammed into a wall, cracking some bricks and surely him. The thing then ripped through the bindings by twisting its arms inhumanly out and ran for it. 𝐻𝐿𝐷 laid on the floor still reeling from the attack. He stumbled up to try and chase it but the thing was gone and his bones were protesting keeping up. He felt battered and bruised and just decided to slide down the wall as he heard the distant sound of sirens falling on his position. He looked at his chest and noticed the staining of some liquid, probably what was coming from the thing's head. On the comms there was a simple apology muttered through by the robotic voice before the sudden rush of people from the police trying to reach him. A few hours in the hospital did a lot of good for the cracked ribs, at least that's what he's been trying to convince the nurses of for the last half hour. Of course they weren't, but he never liked being stuck in hospitals even if it's for his own good. Unfortunately Hisashi is there to stop him from actually sneaking out unless he wants to have the ire of his husband. "Show we have a move soon. I don't want you collapsing after picking up a few boxes," he argued quietly, making sure his quirk didn't ring out but still charged with care and annoyance. The hero sighed, knowing that he won't be able to leave here until the promised time of tomorrow. At least he has Hisashi here to keep him company. Of course that and the fact that it's possible he's just confirmed another sighting of Midoriya Izuku. It would honestly make more sense if he was the now non-monstrous behemoth. His quirk fits perfectly into controlling the messed up doll that was that thing. He wasn't going to tell Hisashi though, not yet. When they were still searching for him, he was the last one to see him and it left him almost depressed for a few weeks at the fact he could have been the last person to see the boy alive. He didn't want to put his husband through that on a possible fluke. It's why he's having the liquid he got from the alley and his jumpsuit checked for any DNA trace. With the help of Tsukuachi, of course. As for Kashi, the principal, he indeed was put out of commission due to having fainted and will likely, if not already, have woken up as a shaking mess much like his co-workers. This'll probably not help with those people too, as this confirms that the behemoth is still out there on the prowl. 𝐻𝐿𝐷 leaned back in the hospital bed he was lying in and just thought about it all and how if this is Izuku, how he's been surviving for the last year. According to his record, he should be 7 now, and if that fact doesn't break his heart then he doesn't have an ounce of empathy in him. A few knocks on the door happen before it is opened to a nurse guiding in a tired but definitely determined Tsukochi, him waving the medical staff member off once he's there. Clearly meaning that 𝐻𝐿𝐷's guess was right. The test won't be done till tomorrow but they've confirmed that it is spinal fluid, he stated, practically confirming that the odds of this being the kid is practically there. What? What does that mean? What's spinal fluid? Questioned Hisashi, trying to piece together what the detective was saying. 𝐻𝐿𝐷 shifted in the bed to sit up more. It means that the odds of the behemoth being Midoriya Izuku are high. At that, the blonde whipped his head to face his partner with a shocked expression. Midoriya? You mean that little kid with the green hair? One curt nod from both the hero and the detective affirms that guess, and there is almost a sigh of relief that leaves the blonde man's mouth. Even though Hisashi had gotten over it a while ago, there was obviously still some fear over the fate of that child. So what are we doing? He asked. Not much, Zashi. 𝐬𝐽 responded. He's already gotten what he wanted, we think. Unless he chooses to, we won't see him again. Is there no way we can trace his movements? The blonde man suggested. If we were more prepared, maybe, the detective presented. The bun-haired man fell back in the chair and sat next to his partner, head lolling back a little as his thoughts went through him. So the kid just jumped back into our lives and now jumps back out. And given what he's done, probably worse for wear, the detective said. The two, well, one really at the moment, pro-heroes looked at him, wondering what he meant by that, even though it was obvious what he was implying. Irrelevant of his age, Midoriya had still technically used his quirk illegally, and though he hasn't hurt anyone, physically, he still meets under the peripheral as being called a villain. Of course that could be proven wrong and he would be marked as a vigilante instead, but only if the investigation into the teachers comes out with anything worth someone going to jail for. Or rather can go to jail for. If not, then the kid will be in much more trouble. You made sure the kid doesn't go to 𝐒𝐽, right? 𝐬𝐽 questioned. The detective nodded. I double-checked when you asked just in case he was under a different name, but no one in 𝐒𝐽 matches Midoriya's description. Then the question remains unsaid and unanswered about how the kid would know about what is going on in 𝐒𝐽. The only possible reason being that he knows someone who goes to the school, which seems more likely now. I'm guessing if you've checked the roster, then you've checked to see if all these teachers taught the same class. 𝐬𝐽 assumed. Yes. All of the victims, barring the principal, teach a variety of different classes, but all of them at least teach first-year elementary. Same age range Midoriya would be. The detective said, sure of what the pro was implying. How many have you questioned? 𝐬𝐽 wondered. A fair amount. They're harder to schedule because of how young they are, so about half the year is left. He explained. The pro and the detective talked more about what time those interviews could be done by the mention of one of the kids' parents being hard to reach, explaining that they are foster parents and might have a lot of kids to look after. That being said, 𝐬𝐽, having known him for so long, noticed that Hisashi was thinking deeply about something. What's wrong? The hero asked the other, knowing that he is bothered by something. The loud blonde pursed his lips, clearly thinking over everything when he turned to Tsukochi. By chance is one of those kids called Shinsu Hitoshi? The man's eyes widened at his guess and nodded. Yes, there is. I haven't seen him yet, but I'm hoping to drop by for a visit. Why? The kid mentioned he had a friend. His only one. Might be a long shot, but I'm due to have him help me with groceries this weekend. Maybe I can ask him to see. Tsukochi raised an eyebrow at that, and the man had to explain how exactly he met Shinsu and their deal. The detective seems to agree to let Hisashi talk to him first to see if there's any chance that he is the link to Midoriya they think he is. I'll keep looking into the school in the meantime. I have enough to force a conversation with the teachers, so I'll update you when I'm through with that. Tsukochi explained. And so the detective made his exit, and 𝐬𝐽 was left with more of his husband fighting him from getting up. If only the cats were here, then maybe he'd be able to sleep better, but with his husband deciding to stay the night, he thinks he might just be able to make do. It was a terrifying night last night for Izuku. He just fought a hero and won, technically. He did have to run away, but that doesn't stop the fact that he managed to beat him back. It was honestly thrilling as much as it was scary when he realized that he'd have to fight. Before the attack, he made sure to research Eraserhead and his fighting style. There wasn't much online due to the hero being underground, but there were a few camera captures of the hero in action by some people. He knew it would be a hard fight on top of the monster not being built for it. Maybe he should look into that. Speaking of the beast, it had collapsed on its way back to the warehouse, and so Izuku had to send Anna out to collect it. Thankfully, it didn't seem that the pro-hero or the police chased after, so they were pretty much in the home clear back to the warehouse. The problem now was what the hero said when the monster was tied up. His name. When that was said, Izuku almost went stone quiet and could feel his heart about to rip out of him. He didn't know they were still searching for him. He hadn't even looked at his case file, but after that he decided to. The boy knew Hisoshi wouldn't have been caught, but seeing it on a report just made him feel even more sure of his decision to hide. What was weird though was seeing his own face on a missing poster that was probably broadcasted a while ago. Sure, maybe now the heroes could protect him, but would they? Izuku knows what he did was right, but that doesn't mean the law agreed. He was a vigilante now, one that the police knew the identity of, so what if he gets arrested and sent to prison? He doesn't want that. Not just that, but he didn't feel safe anywhere but between these four walls. Imagining himself outside of them made him itchy and lightheaded. He didn't want to leave and probably won't. He's fine with that, is not, and no one can convince him otherwise. They can't track him. Especially now that he has taken the monster back. One of his fears is them finding the camera inside and using it to trace his location. Something that he'll have to work on masking in the future. Thankfully he's cruising his way through his online classes, so he has time to look into some cybersecurity. The question is what to do now on the behemoth front. He has done what he needed to. So does he even need to rebuild the monster? The reason for it was accomplished, so there was no purpose to putting it back together. All of the teachers who messed with Hitoshi have been scared away. Sure, there are higher years, but does he seriously want to risk exposure just for the sake of helping people out? Maybe. But the police are looking into the school and there's a decent chance they can deal with it themselves. He can trust them enough to do that. As for Behemoth, of course he'll keep the parts, but the heroes might come for me one day. I need some kind of protection, he muttered to himself. He was right. He needed a contingency if he ever needed to escape. Maybe not building the monster the exact same, there were some changes that needed to be done, but definitely something to protect him. Anna is alright and all, but she is not combat ready in the slightest. He could use all of Behemoth's parts to make something bigger and stronger. But never mind that now, today was going to be a fun day for him and his friend. Izuku had saved up a lot of money from his DLVRY job. Naturally, seeing as how he has no expenses or bills to pay, so he is going to take him, or rather Anna and Hitoshi, out to a cat cafe for the first time. The doll waited at their usual spot in the park where she saw the young purple-haired boy walk up to her, waving. "Hey Izuku, are we ready to go now?" The doll nodded and signed an agreement as the two walked across Musutafu to the cat cafe in question. Despite having a phone, Izuku still opted to speak through Anna, finding using his voice to be tiring and never working as well as signing. The two have been texting a lot though, which can sometimes be problematic as Izuku has to remind himself that Hitoshi has a school life. The two kids traveled the city, using the train to make their way around. Anna made sure to be extra covered up this time with long socks, a big hoodie tightened up and a hat for extra measure. Though it was arguably more eye-catching than just a hood, it wasn't as if anyone was going to walk up and question her. On the ride over, the pair noticed a couple teens riding the train as well, in a school uniform, belonging to UA. It was the last day of school before the official summer break and the two were probably chatting about that. Hitoshi felt a rumble in his pocket as he checked his phone to see what Izuku was saying. "Cursed doll, think any of them are in the hero course. Troll doll, maybe troll doll, do you ever want to go to UA? Cursed doll, I don't know. Probably. Troll doll, I do. They're the best heroing school in Japan. Cursed doll, do you want help training for them then?" Hitoshi looked up at the doll, who was completely static, jostling a little as the train moved. "Troll doll, yeah, if it's fine with you. Cursed doll, perfectly fine. I can't wait." The two kept texting about UA and what they've heard about it, including how all their heroes are teachers and how the principal is a rat, mouse, bear creature. When the train halted and the two got off, they paused their conversation until they got to the cafe. They were shaking, well Hitoshi was, as they spotted the clearly cat-themed place up ahead and entered to immediately see a bunch of furry critters running up to greet them. Neither of them have ever had a pet, so they were extremely careful to not touch them until they sat down in fear of accidentally hurting them. They plopped down on a couple of beanbags where they were immediately swarmed by a couple cats, well Hitoshi was. Some of the cats got a feel of Anna and immediately backed off for some reason, making Izuku scared he might have frightened them somehow. "Cats like heat," Hitoshi commented as he was amused watching the doll stare down a few of the cats. The doll looked up at him and the purple-haired boy could feel the jealousy behind that glaring camera. Meanwhile he was basking in a half-dozen cats and was careful to not move in case he hurt them. The two stayed like that for a while until Anna went up to the counter to get some food for his friend and something to bring home for himself. There were a lot of tasty treats available, most were probably selected so that cats won't be tempted to eat them. Getting a sandwich for Hitoshi and some cake for both of them, Izuku gave the two and watched his friend enjoy the cats and food. Couldn't have gotten some coffee? Hitoshi wondered. The doll signed a response. We're in a cafe. I doubt they'd let a kid as young as you drink coffee publicly. You say that like you aren't 5. Hitoshi uttered. That comment got Anna to sign furiously. I told you I'm your age. And yet, according to you, you're about as small as these kittens, he joked. I'm not that small, the doll responded. Sure. When we meet, I'll be sure to be looking down in case I step on you. He smirked. Izuku only said that one time he thought Hitoshi was older because he was so much taller than him. Sure, it seemed now that most kids his age are actually taller than him, but there's no evidence that that's true. It doesn't matter that he actually bought a measuring tape for himself, compared it with his friend's height and immediately vowed to never reveal the results. Okay, he might be a little underdeveloped but late bloomer and all that. His friend was halfway through his sandwich when he set it down and spoke. You know, it would be more fun if you were here. The doll's head zeroed in on his eyes and could see the immediate regret in saying that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pressure you or anything. I can understand, but I don't really want to come out. The doll signed. Calmly, but was immediately replaced by frantic hands as he realized that could be misinterpreted. That isn't because of you or anything. Hitoshi smirked a little at the doll's fast-moving hands. He always likes it when Izuku gets flustered because a little of that comes through the doll and for a moment is sure that his friend is there with him. If only he could actually see his face and know what he looks like. When the doll calmed down after Hitoshi said that he understood he didn't mean any offense by that statement, he continued to push. He didn't want to force Izuku to reveal himself to him, but he has long been able to tell that his friend was scared of people. That much was clear when he said he lived alone. But I mean it. I really want to see your face someday. And not through Anna. The face he gave was determined and Izuku couldn't help but feel a little guilty at that declaration. A part of him really did want to talk to Hitoshi face to face, nothing in between them, but he can't allow anything that could risk him being found. He was a criminal and Hitoshi had a villain's quirk. He didn't want him getting in trouble by association. Hitoshi, you don't have to tell me where you live, he promised. It could be at the park, like always, or at the beach where we first met. Hitoshi knew he was risking scaring him away, but he knew that at some point this conversation was going to be had, and it's better now with summer arriving than never. Izuku was about to sign again, but Hitoshi was still speaking. You don't even have to appear properly. It can be you in disguise like Anna. I just want to know, you're all right. Ever since getting this phone from Izuku, Hitoshi could tell that he was just as much an insomniac as him. The birthday night alone, they spent all night texting each other and chatting about cats, Izuku's paints, and the latest hero news. He also knew he lived alone and he wouldn't be an aspiring hero if he didn't worry for his only friend. I'm fine, Hitoshi, the doll signed shakily. I promise you, I'm okay. Then it should be fine to see you, he countered. Izuku can't argue that, at least not without having to explain everything to Hitoshi. How his mom is dead, how his father tried to take him, and how he just recently terrorized his entire school teaching staff. It's all right, Hitoshi, I'm just scared of being outside is all, he admitted. The purple-haired boy's eyes focus in. Can I ask why? No, just that I'm scared. Then I'll protect you, he vowed. I'll make sure whatever scares you doesn't happen. Hearing that vow over the microphone, those purple eyes staring through the screen with such promise. Izuku couldn't help but feel his fear vanish a little, something in him caving slightly at that. For a moment he might have believed he could if he didn't remember he was also a kid. He's known Hitoshi for a while now. Almost half a year at this point, and this boy has been more a friend to him than Kaken ever was. He's never made fun of him, bad-naturedly, never told him he was weak, and despite knowing how Anna could be maybe seen as creepy, Izuku's still not sold on that he still wanted to be his friend. The doll felt a tugging at her leg and she broke eye contact to look down to see a kitten playing with Anna's breathes, tugging. She picked it up and held it where it placed a paw through the hood and onto the RBB nose of the dummy. Little Muse bleeding from its mouth. How would it feel to be here to witness this? Be here with Hitoshi. He wondered how the warmth of this kitten's paw would feel on his nose. How much sweeter the kitten's cries were not digitized by a microphone and speaker, to eat the cake laid out in front of him, not just alone in his room where it was silent besides the whirring of a computer and an air conditioner. When was the last time he felt anything but that? He thought about how'd it feel to be able to hear Hitoshi too. To see him from his perspective and not from Anna's. They've established, reluctantly, that he was taller and for once Izuku would have to look up at him and not down. There was so much that could happen, both good and bad, if he were to step out into the open. He could be taken by Hisoshi or found out by the heroes, but at the same time nothing could happen and he could just be with his friend if only once. It was something that he would have to take a risk on, and in truth, it's probably a safer bet to just go and see Hitoshi finally. Maybe the doll signed. Hitoshi's focus dropped and a smile came over him. He had made some progress with his friend and he hoped that someday that maybe would be a yes. Either way, he was proud that Izuku was at least considering it. Little did he know though that the boy's mind was already made up. He was going to see Hitoshi, as a surprise, but mostly so no one would be ready when he re-emerged.